Hey, all. Thanks for tuning in to another Three Wonks episode. Three Wonks is a primarily policy-focused podcast with three policy wonks featuring socialism done left, new liberal, Micah Irfan, and myself, social democrat Econoboy. We'd like to thank all of our Patreons who support a policy-dense show in a polarized and sensationalist media environment. If you'd like to become a Patreon to support our show, head over to patreon.com/the3wonks. Or no, I'm sorry, patreon.com/Three Wonks. We got the branding right on that one. And become a member for as little as $3 a month. Get some cool benefits and support a decent show. Today we're going to be talking about American institutions. How would we change them, and why would we want to change them? We'll talk about how we would structure the government, our rules for elections, and more. Afterwards, we'll move to our audience topic of the week, which is family policy. Why and how should we support families and children? This was the topic as decided upon by our Patreon members. So if you'd like a say in what we talk about, please join the Patreon. So before we do that, we have a sleeper topic for this week. Sleeper topic brought to you by Micah. So before we begin on the official topics, so Micah, as we've discussed before, has completely broken the Twitter algorithm. So really quick, if we go to, and if I pull this out,
a beautiful tweet.
I unpin it. There we go. So Micah, he decided relatively reasonably that, hey, I'm pretty good at breaking the Twitter algorithm, and so he tweeted out, wouldn't it be cool if three policy wonks, one liberal, one social democrat, and one socialist started a podcast? Well, that's us. You should definitely subscribe to our channel and also retweet this so people can come to know the gloriousness of good policy takes. Okay, right? So pretty pretty standard posts that people might make, but naturally, because the online left is such that it is, guys. We got, I don't want to exaggerate. Hold on. Let me go to the list here. We got like hundreds of retweets. Let me go to, not sure why this is giving me trouble here. Let me go to the quote tweets here. We got 294 retweets, 400,000 views on this tweet. And if we go to the actual quote tweets, as I fumble around like a boomer, view quotes, you can see there's a huge list of quote tweets, just quote tweets, quote tweets, quote tweets. And, I've picked out some of my favorites. One, we have a response from Political Shrimp, at Political Shrimp on Twitter. It's about time someone asked three establishment supporting liberals what they think we should do to solve the problems created by establishment liberals. That's like the median response that this tweet got. However, we have some other funnier ones. We have somebody, Ubersoy, respond, the three queers. That's a funny one. We're gay.
That guy's a Nazi, by the way.
Next up, we have, wouldn't it be cool if three policy wonks, one a liberal, one a social democrat, and one a social started a podcast? That's us. And they just put a picture of Hitler, Hirohito, and Mussolini. That was like, we had so many people doing that. We had XXZZ, which I hadn't heard of before this. Apparently, this is like a socialist content creator. He says, please don't just call them three liberals. This lacks nuance. They are three fascists. So we had a lot of people calling us three fascists. We had Frenchie on Twitter just put a screen grab of the Wikipedia page for Hitler's cabinet. We had somebody say, specifically call it SDL. Why'd they choose Hitler to be their socialist? Wait, I've got a couple more. Somebody says from the Islam, we had to have the Islamic perspective. It is haram to watch this. You will not reach Jannah if your eyes look upon this forbidden material. Iblis will find you and cast you into hell. So for any Muslims watching,
true.
please,
that's pretty true.
Please click off. Please
Fair
click off
warning.
because you will go to hell if you watch our podcast. And we this was my personal favorite, my all-time favorite. One a clue, one a coup, one a clux, and one a clan.
That one's a banger, and it didn't get the representation it deserved.
It didn't. It only got 4 likes. I can't believe it. This was hilarious. And guys, I can't, like, really quick for the audience, I can't exaggerate. I will slowly scroll down, look at, and guys, this was like the normal response that we got. We had, the Hitler cabinet, we've got anyone who describes themselves as a policy wonk should be put in a Hannibal Lecter jail. The makeup of the fascist party be like, why'd you choose Hitler to be their socialist? Hitler, Mussolini, and Hirohito started a podcast. A liberal, a social democrat, a socialist, another one, but instead of Hirohito, they switched out Hirohito for Stalin naturally. I'd rather rub myself down. I'd rather rub myself down with an orbital sander for 3 hours. It is haram to watch this. The most racist podcast known to man, guys. So we got a lot of crazy leftist engagement with this tweet.
You gotta add one more from Vanilla Opinions, who is a very serious anti-SDL person.
That's true. I hold on. Did you link it? Okay.
Oh yeah. We've already gone over this content really, but
naturally, Vanilla Opinions. We've got Stalin, Hitler, and Mussolini. A classic on the.
I blocked Vanilla Opinions like 2 years ago. And
what?
I still get an occasional tweet from
my god!
What? Vo's not even that bad, from what I understand. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. This was like a joke from Vanilla Opinions, but anyway. So yeah, this was really, really fucking funny. What was funny is that you could see because you could tell that we had some tankies who didn't want to compare us to glorious Stalin, so they had to switch out Stalin for Hirohito, depending on
that. So there were a lot of funny things in this, and that the largest group was tankies who hates my guts, and by extension both of yours, and so that was these are the three Hitlers podcasts. Those made some really banger posts, but then you had people who were liberals who just didn't like us for some reason, and that was when you got the Hitler, Stalin, and Mussolini one. Which I don't know why you were Hitler and Mussolini, or which one of you is Hitler. Let's own up to that now.
I mean, Mike is Hitler for sure.
Oh my god.
Let's be real.
I'm clearly my Hitler levels are clearly the smallest out of all three of us. Let's be honest.
Mike is part of the original Aryan race, if you think about
it. True.
That's where the Aryan race comes from.
Oh my god,
Iran. So there you go.
Well, and then there were a small portion of Nazis at their plies as well. So you got Ubersoy, who's this Nazi who follows me and constantly hates posts about me. I swear to God, I don't think I could find it, but there was this one guy who's a conservative who hates on me and who keeps saying that I look trans. And I'm pretty sure he replied in there somewhere.
Wow. You look like a trans man or a trans woman?
It's never been clarified. Just that I look trans.
Never.
There's something trans about me.
You know what? W.
He could be complimenting you, thank you for telling me I look like a high testosterone trans man.
That's true.
That's very masculine presenting, right?
And then you got a few libertarians, and it was just Stalin. But that was pretty rare.
It was a lot of far leftists who were quite upset to see us.
We gained 450 subscribers.
We hit 1,000 subscribers, and we doubled our Twitter followers. So we had 400,000 views. So it seems like there's I dare to say a silent majority who supported the tweet. All right, but a lot of quote tweets which were really fucking funny. So what are you gonna do? All right.
So I feel one thing we could end the sleeper topic on is this excellent post by one of our hosts. Okay.
Let me see. Rip the camera formatting momentarily.
Of course, it's yours. Okay, let's see.
Oh yeah, somebody says XEZ's post that says, "Please don't call them liberals. They're just three fascists." And SDL says, "Actually, yeah, I am a fascist." Hold on, let me go to the React screen. I am a fascist, actually. Free Palestine, abolish class, socialize capital ownership, collectivize toothbrushes, indicative planning, abolish kitchens, taxes are beautiful. And then somebody responds, "Okay, Mr. Policy Wonk, go back to praising Hitler."
The craziest thing is some of them are serious.
They are dead serious, Micah. This is a serious person on the internet.
Did you see what I responded to that one? Because I love that one too.
I've collected a comprehensive list of Hitler's good policies. Number 1, giving cheap meth to millions of Germans. This concludes the good Hitler policies lists. Thank you for reading.
Number 1 Hitler meth fan here. No, Jesus. So what I thought, we should go through the SDL fascist checklist and see which one of us is the most fascist and which of us has the least Hitler particles.
I mean, you definitely win.
So we've got number 1, Free Palestine. We got any Free Palestine fans in here, Micah?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, let's go two-state solution, boys. Abolish class.
Abolish class, absolutely.
What is the fascist take? I mean, it's
we should all serve the national interest, the national sort of stated interest, right? So
yeah, I actually think fascists they don't want to necessarily abolish class distinction, but they want to unify the classes. Like they want.
Well, so the fascist term for it is class collaboration. They don't want to abolish class. They want everyone to work harmoniously together. So billionaires work, but they're just really racist billionaires. They're like way more racist than regular billionaires. So they focus on the racism bit.
Well, it's almost like abolishing class interest, right? Where you still have classes, but they're I can't remember who coined this phrase, but it's a fascist saying where, you're an organ of the whole body, right? You're a part of the whole. All of your organs work sort of collectively for a single purpose.
Everyone is just a little cog in the racism machine. They have no time.
Yeah, basically. So there you go. Well, anyway, that was a really funny little, moderately viral tweet that Micah sent out on our Twitter, and we got a lot of really funny replies to it. And if anyone wants to go through it, just go to that tweet and look at the quote tweets. There's like 100 of those, and we can just we can go from there. So today, guys, we're gonna we can actually start our real first topic. And I forgot to. I'll have to grab that recording from the live stream. But here, let's go to our institution. So today, obviously, in our main topic, I think we spoke about it at maybe the very end of our last show, talking about institutions, and we just decided let's just do kind of a full episode on institutions and building institutions and how we might change them. We've kind of segmented the institutional changes that we would suggest for America into sort of almost like more politically achievable changes, where maybe you have a unified democratic government who could pass bills that would change institutions. But then there's another section where it's like, okay, if you have like an FDR style, 3/4 of the Senate, if you could pass a constitutional amendment, like, and change anything, what would you change? And that's kind of the framing that we're going with on this one. I guess let's start with Micah. Micah, in your view, what are some of the biggest problems with American institutions generally, and what would you do in order to change them?
Yeah, so I think probably like one of the main things that we really struggle with is the fact that we usually have split governments, or governments where there's not clear majorities. And there's very little incentive for most politicians to work across the aisle. So you just get dysfunction, right? So you get government shutdowns because we can't pass a budget. Or if we ever do pass an appropriations bill, the yearly budget, there's tons of different giveaways and special interest extractions which make it into that budget. We're unable to work together to solve, any sort of common sense problem, whether it be immigration reform, whether it be solving our large debt, fixing the healthcare system.
Right. He's gone. We won't be fixing institutions today, boys.
The monopartisanship has cut the cable.
Yeah, we hear you, Mike.
Can you hear me? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I think institutional reforms that can help us solve those issues are the most important. And I think on the list of them includes making it so that the Speaker of the House no longer has dictatorial agenda-setting power. Right now, if you're the Speaker of the House, you get to choose what goes up for a vote. And I think that removing that power from them and maybe allow...
Goodness, Micah, your internet's dog shit. Let's just move on and ignore Micah and go to perhaps my own changes that I would make. So I would agree, obviously, with Micah that, like, one of the things that, like, I think that generally what you can think of in legislation, right, and in the process of making legislation is, how do we ensure essentially that legislation can be proposed and voted on in a timely and efficient manner, right? So how do we make it to where reasonable proposals can get voted on? How do we make it to where oppositional parties and oppositional members can't like completely co-opt the entire process? And unfortunately, the U.S. legislature is like rife with examples of how single individuals can completely fuck like entire political movements and entire progress, right? So for instance, one of the things that Micah mentions is that the leader of the House and the leader of the Senate, the majority leader, can basically unilaterally decide just not to hold a vote on things, right? Oh, I'm the Republican leader of the Senate. Who cares that 60 senators wants to have a vote on something? Because I think the rule is that you need 2/3, or maybe you need a majority in writing. So you have to like openly counteract your leader in order to get a vote on something. Like, you have to prove that you have a majority support for the vote before you can actually prove that there's a majority support for the policy. And this is the way that Mitch McConnell was able to hold up basically the last 6 years of Obama's, or no, the last 4 years in the Senate of Obama's legislative agenda. He just didn't allow votes on anything, right? And same thing with John Boehner when he was the speaker under Obama as well, and Paul Ryan later. And so Micah speaks to the idea of going to more of a ceremonial role for these leadership positions in these chambers of Congress, where it's nonpartisan. You can look at like the Speaker of the House of Commons in the UK, where it's a nonpartisan, more ceremonial role, where you're meant to be not necessarily a political actor. You're meant to facilitate the voices of the whole chamber, right? And some ways that I could think of doing that would be, requiring basically the speaker to be nonpartisan. Let's say that there would be a nonpartisan selection committee of people to nominate people to the speakership or the House Majority Leader status, or just call it the Senate Leader status, right? And if you did that, I think that you would be able to alleviate a lot of the sort of backlog and do nothingness of the current Congress, and that would be a pretty big thing for me.
Has my internet returned?
It has returned, Micah.
You're mostly back, I think.
Yeah. Wow. I was going to say all that, but I think that the
Add
other
another
thing,
Micah.
Well, that's great. That's great. Well, should we talk about each one of these as we go through them?
I feel like what we're trying to do is an introduction here, right? So maybe Conway finishes his, then Micah his, and then.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess if we wanted to kind of go iteratively and just kind of think about all our proposals, that's kind of the big thing that I see as a problem with the American government, is like the complete lack of an ability to move forward on any like generally agreed upon legislation, right? So there's a lot of partisan games like, oh, we have to pair Ukrainian aid funding to Israel aid funding, and we have to pair that to this and that. And we don't really get a lot of votes on single issues, whereas when you look at a lot of times parliamentary systems or systems where there's not as much like partisan agenda setting, there's a lot more ease of an ability to run through quick votes on things and just, individually get the sort of fitted opinion of the chamber. And having a more nonpartisan role in terms of leading the House would definitely make a lot of sense in that regard. And that's something that I think is probably achievable with some sort of structural change in the Senate as well. And so, SDL, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I agreed with a lot of the points raised here. I don't think about it in terms of maybe the bipartisanship that Micah is thinking about, but I just think about it in terms of democratic functioning, a bit more like your framing, but a little bit more radically. Like, to me, the entire goal of having democratic government is just to represent the interests of people and to do so in like the most expert, best way possible. It's sort of like you're trying to steelman the people's opinions, take their sort of broad desire for a policy, and get the best people who have similar beliefs and put it into the best possible way to make it not a shit policy at the end of the day. Like, that's why you want representatives and not direct democracy. And so the way that we have it set up right now really discourages that. Like, some of the things Micah talks about is that you have a lot of pork barrel spending type stuff, where if you want to get something through Congress, you're not trying to craft like the ideal tax policy, you're trying to craft something that gets 50+% votes. And that leads to a problem, because everyone has this like exact power, because there's so much agenda setting power, because there's so many veto points. It gives like too much control to very, very narrow interests.
Yeah, I mean, something small to mention about the speakership is like the complete, like, I think one thing that unfortunately is true about the Republicans is like there's a complete lack of long-term thinking when it comes to institutional building. Like, and that's completely shown by this last speaker election that they had, where they instituted the rule where even a single member of the House can force a new vote on the speaker election. And obviously, well, the problem with that, guys, should be, if you have a brain in your head and your brain's not in a vat of acid, right? Like, you should understand that naturally that causes a lot of problems where a single member of the House can blow up the entire legislative process because of literally any reason. Oh, I hate you. You're just a piece of shit and I don't like my working relationship with you. Well, here you go. You have to run for re-election again, basically immediately, right? Like, that would be like, obviously that's a pretty crazy rule to implement if you care about the efficient functioning of the House. And my solution to that is basically make it to where, hey, speaker just isn't a position that's partisan, right? We don't have partisanship in the position. We just elect the most capable manager, basically.
And I think that, the thing that gives me hope about the ability for the American government to become radically better than it is today is that so many of these just legislative rules are like one of the biggest causes of our issues. Now, SEO mentioned earlier that he didn't agree with my framing of bipartisanship. It is not that this is how I view maybe the ideal structure of government. I think that, probably we should have multiple parties and things like this. The issue is that right now there is two parties, and right now one party usually controls one chamber and the other party controls the other one, or maybe one party controls both chambers and the other party controls the president. And so if you have it where there's just simply no way for people to have bipartisan proposals, then nothing's ever going to happen, right? And so I think we should just stick narrowly on the topic of what?
Nothing happens. It's the
worst, right? So I think that we should stick narrowly. I think we should go like section by section, starting on legislative rules. You mentioned that we should elect the Speaker of the House to be a nonpartisan position. So let's talk a little bit about what that means. I think that we would all agree that it should be a person who's not currently a representative. If you have somebody who's currently a representative in Congress, they have like two different motivational apparatuses, right? So like one is maybe helping the party and having this national agenda, looking out for this agenda. And also like they're still representing their district, right? Like we saw Hakeem Jeffries come out a little while ago. He's not the current speaker, but he's the minority leader for the Democrats. And what did he say? Well, he said, we need to eliminate the SALT cap. Now, the SALT cap, that's the state and local tax deduction. There's a cap on the amount of state and local tax deduction you can take at $10,000. And so he wants that cap to be eliminated. Now, why does he want that cap to be eliminated? Well, it's very regressive. That would be a huge tax cut for very rich people, but it benefits specifically the people in his district, right? And so that's the issue that you have whenever you have people in these leadership positions who still are ultimately loyal in large respect to a narrow geographic area. And so I think we'd all go ahead.
One thing worth mentioning as well is that, again, like because some people might frame this as like some sort of technocratic type reform. I mean, to some degree it is, but it's not necessarily anti-democratic, right? Because again, the point of a representative democracy is that the people's voice sort of filters sort of medianly through the chamber, right? That generally speaking, sort of median voter sentiment should filter through to the things that the legislature is voting on, the kind of policies they end up proposing. And, I think even the American system, generally that is the case, but you do find like on very important issues, on polarized issues, on like these marginal issues as well, that when you have these bottlenecks like this, it can lead to quite like distortive views being taken by the whole chamber, right? Where, for instance, how many people say, oh my goodness, 60% of the country believes in legalizing marijuana, right? But that's something that, a lot of boomers who are like have the most tenure in the House are able to block from even having a vote on the floor, which is obviously pretty crazy. So you end up with where one person can basically hold up the entire country's legislative agenda, which is never a good thing. And Micah points out an example on, I guess, the Democratic side where, regressive SALT deductions, right? So
just to speak to something that someone asked in chat, is this feasible without changing the Constitution? So sort of the structure we had for this section was we want to talk about things which were like achievable with, say, a majority in both chambers or even just one chamber. The next section was going to be like, what would we do if we had a supermajority control? We put this one in the achievable changes because most of these rules are just House rules. A parliament can set its own rules with just a simple majority. You can just override them.
And there's already the idea that a member the House Speaker doesn't have to be a member of the House, right? And so you can change it to where, well, the House Speaker actually can't be a member of the House, and they have to be nominated through this like bipartisan committee process or whatever. And so we're not talking about like getting rid of the function of a speaker. It's just like how the responsibilities of the speaker and the motivations of the speaker would be quite different, I think, in our ideal worlds. But we've talked about that. I think, go on, Micah, last thing.
I think the other thing as it pertains to the speaker is, how we vote for them, right? So you can imagine like, suppose we kept the current nomination system, right? So like to be nominated to run for speaker, you just need to get a certain number of legislators to like support you, I believe. And so, well, okay, we could keep that. All we say is, well, they're all going to compete, and we're going to use a voting method like approval voting, right? So, you can vote for all of the different speaker candidates that you approve of. And what does that mean? Well, if you want to win, you should probably be the kind of person that can get the most approvals, which is not a very radical person, is a person that has broad people like from kind of all sides. Right. And so you could do that, or you could do like a bipartisan committee structure as well. Either one of those works.
Yeah. All right. Well, I think the last thing, I think, on these legislative rules sections, like one thing that I think that we could talk about is getting rid of the filibuster. I mean, that just seems like an incredibly obvious thing to me. I don't know if Micah, you feel differently.
That's barely even a wonk position at this point. That's like 40% of Dems or something in the Senate.
No, I mean, it's just like obviously true, right? It's like, why? Okay, so we have a lot of checks on our system, our legislative making process, right? So you have to pass the House. Okay. First you have to pass your committee, then you have to pass the House, then you have to pass the Senate, and then you have to get signed by the president. Wow, that seems like a lot. So now we're going to say, actually, no, you don't just have to pass the Senate. You have to get 60% of the vote in the Senate. Why? I do for some reason we just don't think it's hard enough. We should just make it completely impossible. Yeah. And here's the idea. The claim is, it will make the parties work together. How's that work down?
Yeah, it doesn't really seem to lead to bipartisanship. It's just kind of it's almost like this this romanticization of the political process where people will say, well, I mean, we gotta sit down and work together and really come out with bipartisan solutions. But when you look at how a lot of other governments are structured, they're structured literally the polar exact opposite, where a lot of countries like say Australia, for instance, like Australia is just a relatively standard parliamentary system, where in parliamentary systems, they're very majoritarian, where they'll say, you got a majority of the seats in this house are from the Labor Party. Well, the Labor Party's dictating shit. And what we mean by that is not that the Labor Party can make it to where oppositions never get any chance to force a vote on things or opposition never gets any chance to speak, but the legislative agenda of the Labor Party is able to pass because they only require a majority of the vote to pass a thing, and the Labor Party controls a majority of the chamber, right? And so this is a principled position from each of our perspectives that, like, if Republicans control the presidency, if they win the Democratic presidential election, they win the Democratic House elections, they control a majority chamber of the Senate, well, that's the voters' consequence. Like, that's who people voted for. And so the Republican agenda should be able to be proposed and passed, assuming they can get basically their caucus to support the proposals that they're proposing. And we would say the same on the Democratic side as well, of course. It's just a way. I mean, if you think about it, right, 41 senators from the lowest populated states, like people representing a little bit above half of the population in the lowest population states, we're talking like 5-10% of the American public, in theory, could literally prevent every single bill from getting passed, every single nominee from being approved. And obviously there's idiosyncrasies with the ideology of the 41 representatives from the smallest states, but the fact that something like that is even possible in our system is so completely insane that, of course, yes, like the Senate itself is an anti-democratic minoritarian institution. We don't need like a minoritarian rule of the minoritarian institution within the Senate, for God's sakes. I mean, that's completely ridiculous.
Well, and I guess what's frustrating is that, like, if it was simply set up that you needed a 60% vote, why not just have that be the law? If you actually thought that a law needs to get 60% support to be good enough to become law, that should just be what you have in the Constitution. Just make it a 60% majoritarian thing. Like, you could argue
for everywhere.
Like, you do it in the House too. Just do it everywhere. If you actually think that's true, you wouldn't just want it in the Senate. You would want it everywhere. And yet we don't have it everywhere because it's dumb as hell. Like, you wouldn't do that in any sane organization. You wouldn't do it like a community meeting. I don't know. It's like so patently ridiculous that only one.
Yeah, it's status quo bias ingrained in law, right? So it's like, okay, well, the majority of us oppose the status quo, but it's like, well, it's not a big enough majority to oppose the status quo and want to change it. So we're just going to, default to the status quo. And it's like, well, that seems kind of bad. So, okay, that's one. Now I have a lot of the ones that I added here. So let's bring up another one. I think that we should have automatic continuing resolutions, right? So like, this is a really weird thing about the United States. And I don't think other countries do this. We have to repass the budget every single year. We have to reappropriate the funding for all the stuff we're spending on, except for, a couple of things like Social Security and Medicare. And it's like, well, that actually is really bad, because it's really hard to look over the entire federal budget in a short period of time. And it's also really easy to basically say, hey, we're just not going to do that. We're not going to pass the budget. That is going to be our bargaining chip to try to extract whatever thing we want. And so by having automatic continuing resolutions, you basically say, hey, the budget's going to automatically renew either at the exact same amount it was last year, or maybe like the amount adjusted for inflation. And if you want to change something, we can change it at any point in time. We're going to do targeted amount of things. We're not going to try to change everything at the exact same time.
Yeah, it's not like we pass on the other side. Like we don't pass a different tax structure, like a completely different tax structure every single year. We just have statutorily, these are the taxes that we are meant to collect, right? And go from there. But when we order the spending, that's when we have these fights all the time. And I think the debt ceiling kind of gets looped into this as well, where the debt ceiling is a completely ridiculous thing. So some people get confused about, well, there's debt ceiling fights, and then there's like government shutdowns. Government shutdowns happen when we fail to pass a budget. So what Mike is describing, when basically spending is not able to be ordered because of congressional backlog or the president being stubborn or something, right? And the debt ceiling is where we might actually default on our debt because we don't order the deficit spending that we need in order to support the spending that Congress has already ordered. So they're two very poor fiscal functions in our government that basically only lead to inefficiency and backlog. By the way, no other country does this.
There's one other country that has a debt limit, and you should show this great graph from The Economist on how absurd our debt limit is. So our debt limit, roughly, we're somewhat aside from the passing a budget, but our debt limit in this country keeps paralleling like how much money we have, and we keep raising the debt till we get right up to the debt limit. And then we have to raise the debt limit again. And it becomes this big fight every time. It's a veto fight every other time. The only other country in the world to have a fixed debt limit in terms of a number of dollars or a number of currency rather than a percent of GDP or some other relative measure, the only other country is Denmark. And their debt limit is something like 4 times their debt. Ours is like 1.001 times our debt. It's like so bad.
Well, that's why I think that the debt ceiling itself, I wished that. Here's the thing, I wish the Democrats would just get cutesy with it and just say, okay, we're not going to abolish the debt ceiling. We're just going to make the debt ceiling $1 quadrillion.
Just make it $100 trillion. And it's like, oh no, we're kicking the can down to like 2200 Congress. That's fine. That's fine.
Right. I actually think making the debt limit like a certain percentage of GDP or something like that, that could make sense.
Countries have that. That's not that unreasonable. It's the fact that ours is an absolute dollar amount. That's the very unique thing that we have. Because just with inflation, you will hit the debt limit over time. Like even if we were driving down the debt at a certain rate, inflation could be high enough that it would push us back up into the limit. Like it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah,
I think there should be like automatic. I think that there should be policies in place where it's like if a bill cannot pass, or needs to follow some certain procedure if it makes it where we are going to hit our debt limit this year or something like that. Like there's just a lot of, if you want to have a debt ceiling, I think it could make sense. It's just like we don't structure this in a reasonable way at all.
On the spending side.
Maybe the last note on the debt thing would just be, we did have that previous episode about debt. And from my knowledge, there's no evidence of like a hard limit at which debt is really economically detrimental. So it might be a more interesting argument to have like automatic, make it harder to pass new spending in cases where interest is really high, but that might have a discouraging effect for passing like recession.
There's no reason.
There's no simple rule I could think of here.
There's no reason to make it rigid. Like I think that at the end of the day, if your country's in a debt crisis, I think it's pretty obvious. And if your country's not in a debt crisis, it's also relatively obvious, right? And so,
but like a lot of public debt is bad. Having it'd be better to have less.
A lot of public debt is bad.
So people would probably know about that, right? Like the public isn't going to be like, oh no, our interest payment is 50% or whatever, and not act accordingly. Right? I
think that the political incentives regarding debt are absolutely awful. Trump gets all this credit for this huge tax cut. It was paid for by deficit spending, right? And it's did it politically benefit him to increase the deficit by $2 trillion to cut taxes? Yeah, of course. Of course, that net benefited him. Was it good for the country? Probably not.
I feel like that might be a more interesting argument, though, around deficits, though, right? Like that's an argument for, if you want to go, that's more of an older conservative talking point. Like you should just have limits on how much larger one bill could make the deficit or something outside of a recessionary period.
I think you could have a deficit cap as well, but I think a debt limit which is set at a percentage of GDP, is practically, basically, actually, maybe a deficit limit is actually much more appropriate.
I don't think we need a deficit limit though, because again, like you never know when a scenario like COVID's going to happen where we like the deficit that we did was 20% of our GDP, and
you just have automatic suspensions when GDP goes down.
Well, okay, but then at that point, like I don't know,
I feel like that makes really weird incentives for like what then you would want to do is if you're a conservative government or something, you just wait till the recession comes and you'd cut taxes, even though it's a really shitty way to do stimulus, right? Like I'm just because you can't do it otherwise, so you just wait and then you do it.
Well, I mean, you could always cut taxes at any point in time ever under any system. The question is, how can we make sure that people are not leveraging the government in times which that's inappropriate? It's like, well, okay, well, we can make a limit that only applies in the good times that limits the amount of borrowing they could do. Yeah, I mean, that seems like that makes a lot of sense.
The problem is that again, like I think that one of the, at least from my opinion, like one of the big messages that I want to get through is that generally speaking, democratic accountability is just the thing that solves most of your government incompetency issues. So like democratic accountability, transparency. And I think that, and of course it's not the case. Like we've seen like robust democracies have problems with debt before where like they've had to cut spending, they've had to raise taxes, but they've done those things, right? Few exceptions are like maybe Greece, where Greece had like a total fucking meltdown, but Greece is also quite an extraordinary case. And they also don't have monetary sovereignty, right? And so I don't really foresee that as a huge problem with America. I think that at the end of the day, I don't trust that any type of rule like that would not be taken advantage of in an incredibly harsh, toxic political way. And so I would just err towards just don't have the debt ceiling, guys. Just come on, like let's just pass our budgets.
I think that if you put on the table, well, we're just gonna completely fix the incentives of politicians so that now their interest is really to do what's best for the country.
That's what we're doing, Micah. That's what this episode is.
Yeah, and now here's the issue with that thinking, right? So like whenever we talk about legislative rules, like we're talking about achievable stuff, right? So like I'm imagining, okay, does such deficit limit make sense within current institutions, or maybe like even if we fix some other rules? Yeah, of course it does. As long as politicians have the incentive to like increase the deficit and like good times to an excessive degree, this rule makes sense. Even in cases in which we fix the incentives, all you're going to say is, well, the rule's never going to be binding anyway, because we were never going to do that in the first place.
Incrementally, what you're describing is better than what we have now. I mean, of course, that's the case, right? I would just say that I would like the last thing I'll say is just that my long-term goal would be that I just don't think that a debt limit of any sort is really particularly necessary. Now, to be fair, for certain, like for instance, I would say that you have a significantly stronger argument for a debt limit, perhaps a balanced budget requirement if you're a state or local government. I still don't particularly like it, but at the very least, it's much more understandable if you're basically a government that has to raise an equal amount of taxes that you spend out, or that debt actually has to get paid back in, sort of real terms, economic growth and tax collected dollars, right? Like that makes a lot more sense. But that's where
the question is,
right?
What is the real consequences of like the limit, right?
I mean, but it's worth considering that we already have this really restrictive debt limit, which functions in theory like a deficit limit, right? Because we just keep hitting it because we have a high deficit, and yet we haven't done shit to drive down the deficit.
The debt limit's design makes no sense, right? But
that's what I'm saying is that right now it functions theoretically not too dissimilarly to some kind of deficit limit, in that as long as we keep hitting it, we have to keep raising it.
Yeah,
so if you're there's a political cost to it, because like let me put it to you like this. Let's imagine we put in the deficit limit. You can only get up to 10% of GDP or something, right? And then we hit it, and then people are just like, okay, well, we're just going to rewrite the rule. Oh, they can just do that. Remember, these are all just legislative rules that we're setting in Congress. They can always be overrode with a majority. And if people aren't punishing them politically now, they're not going to punish them politically then.
Well, so I think the difference is, so the deficit limits are like pretty achievable, especially if you set it like at a reasonable level, right? So if you say like, okay, we're borrowing $2 trillion. Okay, well, maybe we should put our deficit limit at like 800 billion or $1 trillion, right? And like we can slowly move towards that. It's like, okay, well, $1 trillion of borrowing, that is still a lot, right? The debt limit, what happens is you're going to hit it at some point. You're always going to hit no matter what happens, right? Because your debt's going to grow. And so that is a completely unachievable. Like once you hit that debt limit, now you can do zero borrowing. Like, is that realistic to anybody? So
what I'm trying to get at is that, like, you're talking about in terms of political incentives, and I'm saying that the fact that there seems to be so little political incentive around the debt limit, which is functioning as a, like, you've kept spending, you've hit the debt limit, you've kept spending, you hit the debt limit, you kept spending, you hit the debt limit. Like, this is in the political conversation literally like once or twice a year nowadays, and yet the tax cut was not balanced with spending cut.
What SDL
and
is
Republicans
saying,
have been going on that for years. Paul Ryan like ran on that shit.
What SDL is saying is that the debt limit probably couldn't be more strict than it is now, and people still don't really give a fuck.
Of course they won't follow it.
Right.
Of course, though.
So.
See, like that. I think it's I think it's kind of weird to say, well, this is the most strictest form of this rule ever, and no one's following it. Therefore, more lax versions of the rule are going to be even less successful. Like, there's just no way you could ever stick with this debt limit. So, like, the cost of following this debt limit is cutting the deficit by $2 trillion like that. And it's like, well, okay, is anybody going to do that? No. But if you have a deficit limit that's set at a much more modest amount, then actually achieving it is easier. And so maybe the political differential between the political harm of raising it versus the like actually abiding by it.
Micah's the Jesus of the debt limit.
Can I add the funniest? No, we have to add the funniest neoliberal twist on this. You know what you should just do is adjust legislators' salaries by the size of the deficit. If you're really a fan of performance pay and you're a real neoliberal, Micah, and you believe that people have rational expectations, then you should think that will make them reduce the size of the deficit, right?
It's really funny because that's literally actually one of the ideas, but although it's a little bit different than that.
In
here. Now, guys, okay, we've talked enough about that. Let's talk
go
a
on
little
the
bit
next
about
thing.
a few other legislative rule reforms. Here's some ideas that I just want us to talk about. One proposal has been to limit the length of bills, right? So you talk about all these bills that are extremely long, and they pertain to so many different areas. The idea is there's not enough deliberation that occurs on these. There's not enough like time of review, and they're just simply too long for there to ever be a good review of them. So maybe we should require like deliberation periods of a certain number of days for bills, and also limit their length at either a page number or a word number or something like that.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think part of like making the budgeting process more automatic would help this a lot. Because to be fair, like if you're proposing the whole federal government's budget for a year, that probably needs to be pretty long. But if you're proposing just basically like, because when people hear Micah say, "Oh, we should make the spending process a bit more automatic," he's not saying we shouldn't make it like he's not saying, "Oh, we shouldn't have any changes to our budget." He's just saying that the amendments would happen, whereas the continued spending would be ordered automatically. So if you wanted to change the budget, you could. That would just be like a regular process that would happen instead of the whole budget getting passed every year. And so, yeah, I think if you do both of those things concurrently, you could make it to where, bills only can be up to 100 pages or something, 12-point font. You'd have to have some requirements for stuff like that, but yeah.
People sending their stuff in at 5-point font.
I mean, literally, right?
I guess I feel like I'm pretty opposed in principle, just because I feel like if you redesign other things like the spending process, you're just not going to get very long bills in general, just because it's a lot of work to write, and just because and maybe I may add one more caveat to this. There have been some very famous studies of size of laws. Like literally, people will take like how many laws does a state have versus economic growth, and what those early studies found is that longer laws means lower economic growth. But recently, there was a higher quality study which added something like how many clauses are there in a given law, and number of clauses was positively correlated with economic growth. There's some reason to believe that this is sort of intuitive, that longer laws may be more nuanced and maybe less likely to have like really weird bad effects. Like people might have thought about some weird bad effect of their policy and built it in. So I know it's not quite the same thing as like a legislative limit. It's just that I don't feel like we want to penalize nuanced policy if there's ever a concern about this. Like, let's say you wanted to pass, final note on this, like the Medicare for All bill. And because it's a huge reform, it has to be 1,000 pages, but your limit is 500. And now you've got to just chop out like 50% of the various clauses. That doesn't feel like a good solution to me.
So, I mean, you can imagine that for a lot of these different bills, like you could just do pieces of them in different pieces of legislation. I'd agree that's probably not ideal. But with Obamacare, it was clearly possible because Obamacare did a lot of things, right? The expanding Medicaid bill. Okay. The bill to establish the individual marketplace. Okay, right. So like I think that's one way to handle it. Maybe like the better way to handle it, I'm not sure how you would actually define this, is the breadth and scope of the bill, right? So like if the bill pertains to like the topics of like six different committees, okay, you're probably trying to address too many things at the same time, right? Like a healthcare bill that just deals with healthcare law, maybe you could say, well, that's fine. At least it's all pertaining to the same thing, and we're not throwing everything together. I think that's also important for the public because we want to judge people on the votes they take. You'll see all these votes where like they voted against giving puppies, healthcare, and it's like, well, that was in the bill that also, would have,
killed every cat,
poor people by 900% and privatized every prison in the country. Right? It's like, okay, we should probably make it where that those things can't be tied together anymore.
Probably.
I guess without looking at real world examples, I'm just not sure how you can do like a germaneness resolution or limitation without having some weird consequences. Like you might imagine there's some reform, like let's say a non-discrimination clause that's going to touch like literally every area of law, and it'd be nice just to pass it as one non-discrimination package so that you can't get like non-discrimination housing but not in employment or something.
To be fair, Micah, I was going to say, like, to be fair, Micah, I think that just having rules where like deliberation has to last for X amount of time before, like, say, I don't know, like, let's say, if a bill is longer than 300 pages, you have to have like at least X number of days to deliberate on it. Because I see the problem that you're saying where like Democrats and Republicans have both done this, where it's like, hey, here's a 2,000 page bill and we're going to give you 7 hours to look over it. And obviously that's not really, like Trump did it with his big tax cut bill. I think funnily enough, it was like you could see like margin writing on the bill because people would put notes on the bill and it was just like a super rushed thing. And that's not good. So I think maybe something like that where it's like, hey, dude, like understandably, if this bill is more than like 300 pages or something, I need at least a week to look this over. Like it's kind of bullshit that
you could just do a linear function or something. Every 100 pages or something is one more day. I don't know what the right number is, but.
Yeah, I mean, so that's what I said, right? Like I'm not necessarily committed to a limitation on the length, but in the notes here I have like deliberation periods, limits on length. We got to do something about this now. Okay,
I mean, I just don't know that we do. I feel like this is like number 50 on the problems with legislative function.
I think deliberation periods makes a lot of sense, and I think that a lot of the reason why we have badly designed bills is that they're just not critically analyzed enough. Like I don't think that people actually are researching these things. Now
that brings us to another one, doesn't it?
That gets us to another topic. Now, I think this is the last thing that we were going to talk about in this section. Greater use of designated funding and budgets. So, think about Social Security and Medicare, right? So, Social Security, we're not constantly like talking about how much money are we going to appropriate for Social Security because Social Security.
There he goes. Big Social Security got him. Yet again.
Big fixed income deleting Micah.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay, so Social Security has this designated funding mechanism, and then it has its own designated spending. The Highway Trust Fund is the same way, right? And you could say, well, sometimes these designated funding mechanisms don't actually fund it enough. But something they do is make sure that we're getting at least a minimal level of funding for such and such thing at all times. And we like that part isn't touched. And it also allows the administrators of these different things, like the Highway Trust Fund, to plan ahead based on at least a certain minimum budget that can never be taken away. So I think that using more designated funding mechanisms, for instance, like creating a national research and development fund that's where we dedicate a certain percentage of the corporate tax to it, that stuff like that could be a good idea.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about like earmarking taxes. I from what I understand, those seem to just be like a weird blockage in a lot of legislative systems. Like people will say like, oh, we're taxing cigarettes and that's going to go to schools, but there's no actual mechanism there. And it's just sort of a propaganda thing. But I do feel like you can argue that this is part of you're sort of smoothing out budget curves over time. Like you talked about having automatic recurring resolutions that if you pass, it's going to be $1 billion this year. Well, next year it's going to be $1 billion plus inflation. There's no like repassing of discretionary spending. And I think you're sort of just arguing taking that even one step further and being like, here's a fixed % of income or something. But I'm not quite sure what the.
Yeah, well, so like think about it. So this is absolutely what we do with healthcare, and like it's this is what countries do with healthcare, right? Generally speaking, not all of them do this. They say, okay, we're gonna.
God damn.
Big
Rest
sickness is
in
killing
peace.
Micah. Oh my god.
What?
Goodness.
Am I cutting out again?
Yeah, you're here.
You're here. You're
Okay.
cutting out for like
We're gonna
2
have
seconds.
we're gonna have a designated payroll tax, and we're gonna have designated taxes on certain like sin products, right? Like cigarettes and sugar, and that's gonna go to the healthcare system, and that is the exclusive amount of money we will use for spending on the health insurance system. And I think things like that, they make a lot of sense. They ensure the system's always adequately, at least getting a minimum level of funding. SDL, you're shaking your head.
Well, because I think that you're
Micah's
saying a fixed
beset
percent of taxes
right now.
a fixed percent of taxes, whereas I think if you want ideal smoothness of budget, you want to simply set a fixed expenses, right? You don't care how much income tax is, you don't care how much cigarette tax or sales tax is. You're just going to give healthcare this many $1 billion a year, right? Like hell or high water, it's getting this much money.
Yeah,
I
so
like that.
I just don't think that's practical. I think like, oh yeah, there's an ideal level of spending that you could do on healthcare. Wouldn't it be great if we always did the ideal level of spending on healthcare and the ideal level of spending on social insurance? Yeah, like of course, right? But we're dealing with like actual political institutions, right? And I think that like when the public knows, hey, this tax is going to this thing. And hey, bureaucrats in this entity, you know that you're going to get this much money, and there's not going to be some party that comes into power that says we're actually going to change this budget. That actually can lead to much better outcomes.
I think this works really well for big welfare spending programs, right? So like, you know, if you have a program that you know that you want to do, and let's say it's like Medicare and Social Security, where like we know that this program is going to cost trillions of dollars a year. I think having dedicated tax revenues that go to it probably makes sense, both to align individual incentive, like, hey, it doesn't feel so bad paying the payroll tax because I know that it's going to Social Security. Like that's probably a good thing. I mean, we talked about in our UBI episode having dedicated sources of revenue going to that, where, you know, hey, like if we did a land value tax, yeah, that would just be a UBI. Like what you pay in land value tax goes right back to you in the form of a UBI, like a horizontally distributed UBI, right? And I think that that's appropriate for like really big buckets of welfare spending, because yeah, I think it probably does align incentives better and makes them a little bit more. It makes the taxation for them a little bit more robust. Whereas if you had this like nebulous, like, yes, we have Social Security and sort of taxes funds it. Well, I think that would lead to like Republicans saying, we're not cutting Social Security. We're just making the process for collecting revenue for Social Security so incredibly fucking convoluted and stupid that naturally, well, it turns out we have 60% of the revenue we used to, so we gotta cut Social Security, guys. That's kind of what they did with their fair tax proposal, where they said, hey, the way that we're going to fund Social Security is not a dedicated payroll tax. It's going to be a variable VAT tax that is collected by the states and then trickled up to the federal government. So VAT tax changes every single year to account for like the total amount of spending we need for Social Security. That's collected by the states, and then that's filtered to the federal government. So I think that that's one of the issues with having general taxation go to these like big necessary welfare spending programs.
I guess so. Maybe if I would offer one last reason that I do not like fixed percent of income is what goes out, is I think it's pro-cyclical. So this is something we observe in charity spending. Charity spending goes up when people are rich and it goes down when they're poor. And so that means that charity spending is slightly pro-cyclical. During a recession, people get poor and they need more charity, but the amount of charity given actually goes down. And in particular, actually, the charity that goes to poor people goes down the worst, because rich people's incomes are hurt the least and they give the most like arson shit, whatever. The point is here, that's like an example of a pro-cyclicality in having a fixed income go to a fixed output. If you simply had that charities had some fixed budget, but they had a wealth that went up and down and they paid out of that wealth, like a social wealth fund sort of situation, that would be very, very different. That amount of like constancy in spending is anti-cyclical because people know they have a guaranteed income, so they're going to maintain their consumption patterns. They're not going to like reduce consumption, which can make a recession even worse, because as you get poorer, you buy less shit, then a company goes under, people get unemployed, now there's more poor people. That's like the classic Keynesian spiral. So I guess I'm very anti pro-cyclical policies in terms of spending.
Definitely there's no disagreement on that, because, well, think about unemployment insurance, right? Unemployment insurance builds up surpluses in good times so it can have deficits in bad times. Now, sometimes those surpluses aren't enough to offset the deficits, right? And it's the same thing for Social Security. That's how the trust fund is supposed to work, although there's a generational imbalance, which is causing the whole issue, right? Now, I think what my claim is not specifically that we should exhaustively fund things like healthcare and unemployment insurance through designated taxes, is that we should have those designated taxes, and then we could do modifications, like whenever like during a recession, we can give them extra money, or like, for instance, with like things that we have a propensity to underfund, right? So like research and development and investment. I think by creating designated taxes, we say, okay, well, we always know that we're going to get some of this spending, and just in case we miss it. And here's the other point I would raise to you. I think, this point goes away as your institutions get better, but it's very relevant in our current institutions. When you have special interest capture, very strong lobbying entities, bad political incentives, tons of rent seeking, the more discretionary spending you have, the more spending that's likely to be used for agricultural subsidies or like something very stupid, like a random tax credit. Meanwhile, if you look at America, our mandatory spending, that's the most reasonable stuff we have in the budget. It's all the discretionary spending that's kind of the
I do have to wonder whether that's just a result of what you're talking about, of like regulatory capture applied over 50 years. Like if you keep, in other words, let's imagine that we did one reform that you like, which is let's just make everything essentially non-discretionary. Let's make it, what's the term for it? Statutory? Mandatory. So we make the spending mandatory, and then we don't have to pass it every year. So you just don't touch it. I wonder if doing that would be sufficient to not have weird little credits in there, because it's already set, it's already done. Like you don't get to put in your little pork barrel thing at the end because you have to repass it every year. It's just done. I wonder if that might be sufficient.
I think it's best for just big welfare spending though, because I think at the very least, like I think it would be hard to determine like what's the mandatory amount that we should spend on housing. Like perhaps you could come up with like reasonable minimums, like, the housing department in terms of its, new housing construction contracts on federal land or some shit, gets at least 10 billion a year. Like it's just some small amount that's like a minimum guarantee. And then, you do one time for the rest.
Here's how I think about it, right? So I definitely would not do it for everything. I would not use designated taxes for everything because that would just not be reasonable. Like there's a lot of things that have variable needs. But like this is the one of the ones that I thought like we could add to the list, right? I think if you took a share of the corporate tax or like a cash flow tax and created like a business innovation investment fund, first to corporations, we'd say like, really, we're not taxing you as much as it looks, because a lot of the money we're using to benefit you guys, right? So like, can you really complain so much? And then second of all, like, yeah, like having a designated like 5 percentage points to the corporate tax to go to promoting innovation, that just seems like that's something that we wouldn't have funded otherwise that now we're funding. And that just seems pretty good.
So maybe final note here would be, I feel like this is an argument, it's a propaganda argument or politics argument, right? Like I'm not saying it's bad, it is propaganda. Yeah. And so I feel like if you really wanted to min-max the propaganda here, you wouldn't bother with any of the designated taxes. You would just say, hey, here's your income tax bill, and here's like the percentage of what it paid for or whatever. Like 50% of your income taxes went to Social Security bumping up because, I don't know, all the old people aren't paying enough money into the trust fund or whatever, right? Like you would just list out each thing that your income tax pays for. You wouldn't have to bother with
it's almost the same thing, right? So we say this percentage goes to Medicare, this percentage goes to Social Security, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying you can do that without even having the taxes. You can just tell people, hey, you paid into the general fund this much money, and here's how much went to old people. Here's how much went to XYZ.
Well, I guess fundamentally to wrap this part up, I think
Micah agrees. Another victory.
To wrap this part up, I think fundamentally, like again, like back to the reason why we're arguing for all these things is because it greatly increases the efficiency of Congress, like the people in Congress. If you don't have to debate a budget every single year, if you don't have to deal with the bullshit of the debt ceiling, at least to the extent that you do now, if you are able to categorize a lot more spending as mandatory versus discretionary, this allows not only more scrutiny on the discretionary spending that you have, but also it allows legislators to just generally have more time debating like anything else than these stupid procedural things that they spend so much time debating today. Yep. And again, it's not that you can't amend the budget or change mandatory spending. It's just about whether or not the regular ordering of that spending has to be voted and debated on every year, or if rather you can just order the spending concurrently as you might be debating reforms for those programs, right? Which is more efficient. So I guess to move beyond that, we can move into pay and budgets, the section here. I've noticed that, Micah, you've stolen some of the things that I put in. I put in huge increase for legislative staff. He went ahead and changed the Econoboy label to Micah Irfan on our document here.
Oh, really? No,
Yes.
I thought that you have it
Well,
listed.
Micah Irfan is a big fan of intellectual property reform, Econoboy.
True. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I would say in terms of the pay and budget section, a lot of this has to do with like basically the pay and budgets for the legislature, individually speaking. So the reason that we put in stuff like that is that we want to ensure that the types of people who are legislators are good and that they are supported individually, because that's good for constituency services as well. So one of the things that I put was legislators should probably just get paid more. Like, I know it sounds like very unempathetic to say, oh, these guys who are making 174 grand should make $250,000 a year. Like, really? And the answer is kind of yes. Like, if you think about it, they have to live in two different places, half the year. They have to basically have two residencies. A lot of their travel cost is not reimbursable. Obviously, they have regular expenses like family expenses as well. DC is not a low cost of living place to live in half the year. And a lot of, people in Congress, like imagine you're like the representative from, like AOC, for instance, the Bronx. You're a representative from like a very urbanized area of New York, and then you have to go to DC. This is a very expensive like lifestyle that you're forced to live because of being elected, right?
There was an anecdote that AOC told, and people poo-pooed her for it, that she didn't have enough money to make the down payment for her place she was renting in DC because she was like a relatively low-income person. Like, just for an idea of the cost involved here.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
and I think this is extra relevant, as we've mentioned in previous episodes, for state and local governments, where like people are making like $7 grand, right? Everybody, if you're in the government, you're doing a very good job. And when we pay you more, we can expect better people to come into the position. And also people that have a lower propensity to do bad stuff for money. So we should pay.
Yeah, in general. And like, that's one thing, is that if you're a member of the House from like a really high cost of living area, and then you have to travel to DC half the time, well, again, what's your incentive? Like, your incentive might be to engage in more nefarious activities in order to make money, right? Which is, again, something we don't necessarily want our legislative body to be incentivized to do, right?
I didn't pop it in this section, but in addition to increasing the pay for legislative staff, for legislators themselves, I think that my opinion is that you should have a permanent pension for people who've been elected. Or at least, if not a permanent pension, say like a 10-year pension, but tag it along with something like you can't take employment in XYZ industries and XYZ firms. So if you want to be a lobbyist, that's fine, but you've got to do it 10 years after you've lost your office. Like, you have a guaranteed income, but you ain't.
I think something like that makes a ton of sense, because you're right. Like, you don't want like the congressperson to lobbyist / corporate shill pipeline is a little uncomfortable for me, right? Like, you see so many Congress people who become millionaires after they leave office because they get really, really good, like, government relation roles at corporations, or lobbyist roles at these different organizations as well. And I think that, again, like, having a ban on that and saying like, no, you can't work as a lobbyist, you can't serve on a corporate board or something like that, for so many years until after you leave, but we're going to give you a decent like temporary pension until that time period expires. Again, that's pretty reasonable.
I think I'd even suggested, because I know that politicians are slimy little weasels, that you might just actually ban them from employment for 10 years. Like just ban them from employment, but give them their salary for the other 10 years. Like,
you are not allowed
you're
to
going to be
work.
making like literally, we revoked your work permit because you're a congressperson. Enjoy your 10-year vacation.
You have to live on an island with all the other former Congress people for at least 10 years.
There's 120, and they battle it out for who gets the pension.
Yeah, Hunger Games. For Congress.
Yeah,
people.
so we should pay them more. Now, there's plenty of other stuff in this section as well.
Yeah.
So I don't think that people realize how much politicians rely on their staff. Particularly when it comes to policy. You see all these huge bills, as we mentioned earlier, very, very long bills. They're not written by the politicians, and they're not even usually read by the politicians in many cases. Their staff reads. these bills, and their staff gives them opinions on these bills. So usually, like, there's two people in the room with the policymaker. It's the policy staff that are like required to, that have analyzed the bill and want to say the pros and cons, and then there's like the comm staff, which wants to say like, okay, well, here's the politics of this bill.
Yeah,
right. It's kind of unfortunate that the comm staff even gets in the room, because hopefully they would just vote, based on whether the policy.
One thing worth mentioning, Micah, that you haven't mentioned is that a lot of these staff members, unfortunately, do not know shit about the policy areas that they are assigned to, and that's not their fault. It's because the average congressperson has like 5 people on their staff, and like, how are 5 people going to be able to internalize all of the policies the federal government has involvement in? It's impossible, because when you talk to a legislative aide, they'll say, oh, yeah, I'm in charge of Social Security and energy and healthcare and defense policy. And then another one will say, oh, I'm in charge of housing and urban and like coastal, and foreign relations. And it's like, bro, how the fuck could you possibly know? How could this 23-year-old legislative aide possibly be able to know enough to really give an informed opinion on any of those things?
And why are they always 23? Well, it's because these positions are not well paid. They're very stressful. You work tons of hours. Your boss is usually a politician, so they're pretty mean all the time.
Horrible people.
And like, so you're doing so much work and you're not making very much money, and you live in DC, right? So what do we need to do? Well, first we need way more staff to reduce the burden on each one of their backs and allow them to specialize. And second, we need to pay them a lot, like a lot. Like, we should have the best PhD economists, the best experts in this country working for these politicians, right? So we have all these brilliant people pumping out papers and ideas in research, in universities, research institutions, and think tanks, which are never even looked at by Congress. Imagine if these people were actually the folks being consulted to make these decisions. Certainly things would be a lot better.
And that was one thing I was going to say, was that, like, it's not just about, like, I wouldn't say necessarily that, like, individual Congress people should have enough staff to have, like, an actual policy expert in every area. But I do think it's fair to say that, like, some of that should be almost, like, socialized to the whole House. That's why one thing that I put is, I put CBO on horse steroids, where like, take the CBO and just like literally
Congressional Budget Office, who scores, meaning rates how much a bill will have on budget impacts, like positive, negative, taxes, losses.
So like, create a nonpartisan institution like the CBO, but literally take the CBO and put like 50 times the number of people working there, and greatly expand the scope of policy analysis that they do, because the CBO generally produces pretty decent stuff. But the problem is that, number one, they are understaffed, and number two, again, the scope of what they're able to release is greatly limited by the amount of staff that they have. So having a much more expansive, sort of nonpartisan CBO that can provide, basic priming material for every member of Congress, I think would be probably a little bit more helpful than having like.
I would love to have something. So how there's the what is the hell is it? The Survey of Economists. You know what I'm talking about? University of Chicago or something? Yeah. I would love to have something like that akin to CPO, where for a bill, you have like 50 subject experts and you just get them to vote on how they think something's going to go. It doesn't mean they're right? But just like, hey, we picked out 50 experts. Here's what they think is going to happen.
Yeah, like a technocratic review for bills, basically. Like, hey, this is what the...
ideally, but...
I think you expand. So I think you expand. Yeah, each congressperson's congressional staff, and you improve quality of their staff. I think you expand the CBO.
God damn! Every time
big
he's gone.
deleting
lobbying. Rest in peace.
But also committee staff. Did I cut out again?
You did.
No, you're good, Micah. You're
my God, this is so annoying. Okay, committee staff. We need to talk about committees. So committees are very, very important, and they're able to specialize, right? And so, like, it would be great if our committees had plenty of staff so they could articulate, like, okay, in the energy area, what are some common sense reforms in the current law, things that could be made clearer? What are some precedents in the courts that can be turned into statutes? Yada, yada, yada. So I think also we should have a lot more staff and better staff for committees.
There we go. And I think that's reasonable. I don't know, Micah, the last thing on here, I think you put performance-based pay. Like, what would that look like for legislators?
I think they added that after I suggested it earlier. Am I going crazy?
No, I actually added that. So like, I don't know if this is a good idea. I think that this could be like, there's a lot of interesting ways you could imagine doing this. I'm not sure how politically possible they are, right? So one way you could do this is you could just tie people their pay to like tons of different like measures of welfare, right? So it's like, what's the poverty rate? What's the GDP growth rate? What's the deficit, right? You could do that. But you could also say, well, like, isn't that just like harming everybody if like, maybe the minority party is like super base and like the majority party is just awful on all these things. Like, should you punish them? Well, I don't know. Like, maybe it's net good. I don't know. But maybe a better way, like probably the more precise way, is to use the CBO benchmarks and you look at people's voting records.
Absolutely not.
Relative to the CBO benchmarks. So let's say I'm always voting for bills that, according to the CBO, make people's lives worse.
This is the worst idea Mike has ever had on this podcast, guys.
Why?
Well, my critique of it would just be that sometimes the CBO is scoring something based on a methodology we later realized to be flawed. Like, I believe that's been a consideration for a lot of minimum wage bills. And so, like, if you believe the methodology they're using to evaluate the impact of a minimum wage is correct, then you'd be like, yeah, okay, then they're evaluating the economy correctly. So voting for or against will have this or that economic impact. But sometimes they're wrong, right? All experts are wrong sometimes. I wouldn't want to penalize, like in my system of 50 experts surveyed, if like you voted against the 50 experts, I wouldn't want you to be like, clearly you must be wrong and the expert's right. Sometimes they're wrong too. I don't know.
I don't know if that's like this some sort of slam dunk argument against this, because remember, it's not one vote that determines your entire income. It is the sum of your votes, right? So like, if you want to say, well, the experts are actually wrong just as often as they're right, well, I'm like, okay, why do we listen to experts?
It's that I don't want to institutionalize it quite that much. I don't know.
Well, hopefully the experts are like, at least like they're near the truth most of the time. And so like people who vote with the experts more are making better decisions. And so you could say, well, if we could organize it in such a way where you connected their compensation to what the actual,
I get what you're saying, Micah. I'm just too much of a small D Democrat because I just feel like there's probably something to be said about that. Technocratic authorities like the ones that we're describing should mostly be like advice based, like, hey, this is what the experts think, but ultimately democratically you're the representative. You have to do what your constituents need or what they want, and you have to make that decision. You're the one politically accountable for it. And I don't know, I just feel like it's probably not a good incentive structure for a democratic institution to say that. And to be fair, you might be talking about something very marginal, like only 5% of your, like a 5% bonus at the end of the year or something. But if it was
let's be really clear about
structure,
this idea.
then I feel like that would be probably bad.
Let's be really clear about this idea. Like, it's completely unpractical, right? Because like, okay, well, are we just
this one probably actually should be in the supermajority section, because there's no way you could formalize this.
Well, I mean, like,
what it's worth.
Maybe.
I think you could change legislative rules that you could possibly.
I guess technically, yes.
But like, it's just like the difficulty is, okay, how do you make sure that like the actual system gets put in place properly, right? It's just like socialism. Like, well, how do you make sure that like the social investment fund is like actually allocating the money properly, right? So like that's the defeater for the idea. But like, suppose we just stipulated it was the case that like whenever you voted for policies that like let's also stipulate that we have a economic indicator that accurately measures, or some sort of indicator that accurately measures people's welfare. And so whenever you voted for policies that increase people's welfare, like you would get it. You like get a increase in your pay.
Abstractly, that could make sense. Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, some of these stipulations are inaccurate, right? So we don't have a direct measure of people's welfare, but we can use like an index. It's possible to construct an index which generally tracks it. Okay, would it still be good? It's like, yeah, probably, right? Yeah,
I feel like the big problem here would be if you're doing this for all Congress people, including members of the party or parties which aren't in power, then this has perverse incentives where like, not perverse incentives quite, but like you could be punished for a law that you voted against, right?
No. I'm not saying
you are targeted individually, right?
Yeah. So that's the fix here, right? So like, I think that all the arguments you can make against this are based on the practicality, saying, well, I actually don't agree with your assumptions. Actually, this system wouldn't be in place, right? That's like the exact kind of arguments I make against like your models of socialism most of the time, right? And it's like, well, yes, true, correct, I agree. But it's like, well, theoretically, if like we actually did it like the correct way, like, yeah, I mean, it
I feel
might make sense.
I feel like my final argument here would just be performance pay is usually not enormous, and yet it still has like some substantial effects where studies have found positive effects. It's not like, you know, it's not, you might be increasing someone's pay by like up to 5%, up to 10% or something, and yet there are fairly large effects. But I feel the problem here is that if you say you're a House representative and you vote on 200 bills a year, and each bill is only 1% of that, then your marginal interest in voting for or against the bill is going to be like $20 or something, right? Like it's going to be some
I don't know if it's
very tiny amount of money, even if it's $100, right?
Yeah.
Like how is $100 going to be enough for like a guy? Because the people who get into politics are all freaks, especially if we have all of our reforms and we make it a more
Like all of
democratic
us.
system. Yeah, like if we got into power, I don't think you could pay Mike $100 for him to vote for like NIMBY policies, right? Even if the CBO scored it. Oh, sorry, Micah cut out. I was saying I don't think you could give Mike $100 to make him vote for like the national NIMBY policy, even if the CBO scored it very highly, right? Like there's an amount of money you just would not change your principles for, and I think this might be too small.
Well, all right, let's not belabor that anymore. Let's move on. I think related to this tangentially, I would say as well, the next section that makes sense to me is the lobbying section. So, SDL, from your perspective, what's the problem with lobbying? What's the problem with going to a legislator and telling them your expert opinion?
So, in the abstract, there is no problem with lobbying. It's the fact that we live in a world that is so heterogeneous and in which expertise is so easily captured. That's sort of the argument I'm going to try and make, that like the people that you're going to get lobbied by are not this perfectly equal distribution of the populace, and they're giving you their most reasoned opinions with all the caveats that apply. People only come to lobby when they are a fanatic supporter or a fanatic opponent of a given policy, and generally when there's money to be made in supporting or opposing that policy. That's not always true. Like in the past half century especially, seen the emergence of what the UN likes to call civil society organizations, which try and advocate usually for some marginalized group, which there's not usually a lot of money. But the vast majority of money in lobbying comes from this or that business group trying to get an exemption for their business from this or that law so they can make slightly higher profit rates. And that's generally not a productive way of finding the best policy, right? Like you don't want someone who's got a big stake in the game to be telling you what the right policy is. You ideally want some neutral party which is fairly invested in like the ideal outcome of society, not their interest. We sort of talked about this just as an analogy with someone like Hakeem Jeffries, who has an interest in the salt cap being, I forget whether it was added or removed that he wanted, but removed. He wanted that because he has a geographic interest. It's the same problem for lobbying. They have a financial interest, right? Like it's whenever you have a narrow interest that is often counter to society's broad interest.
Yeah. STL is 100% correct. We have this Hamiltonian idea, I think, of how lobbying is supposed to work that we operate off of in this country, right? So the idea is, well, we need our policymakers to have correct views on issues. And how do we get them to have those views? Well, we have all the different sides express their views and on this thing. And since all the different sides are being involved, we end up getting the correct view. It's like, we have both the labor and the businesses have an argument, like that both are attorneys, and whoever makes the better argument is the one that's correct. The issue is that there's a lot of asymmetry in how lobbyists express opinions. So generally speaking, it's like you'll have AT&T is expressing its opinion on how the communications industry should be regulated. And then there's like just nobody else on the other side, right? And so you have a lot of bias in the information and arguments that are produced in the lobbying system. And that is a strong case for basically saying, well, it seems like the overwhelming net impact of lobbyists is to make things worse. Now, sometimes lobbyists can produce real information for politicians that they didn't have before. For instance, in Trump's tax bill, we got full expensing for businesses, where basically we allowed businesses to make spending on like factories and investments fully tax deductible. They pointed out, these lobbyists, that there was a negative impact on economic growth of taxing the investments of companies, and that by removing that penalty, we could increase economic growth. That's an example of lobbyists pointing out something that's true. Now, they also at the same time lobbied for deductions that were based on false arguments. For instance, you're able to deduct interest on business debt if you're a corporation. That actually doesn't seem to enhance economic growth very much. That's just a kind of giveaway deduction to companies. But they use the same exact argument for the false thing, which is just yet another indication that for all the good lobbyists may do for you, they also often do even more harm. And it would be much better if the information that our policymakers were consulting with was produced internally and does not come from these external sources with bad incentives.
All right, Micah, what do you do about it?
Well, first we should
lobbying.
We should have lifetime bans on senior officials and politicians from ever becoming lobbyists. If you look at some of the biggest lobbying firms around
more
today,
extreme than STL. He doesn't say 10 years like some stupid lib reformist. He says lifetime ban. Micah says
absolutely.
Lifetime ban in this bitch. All right.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think that you should have. I don't think that people that were, our elected representatives should go work as lobbyists or even in ancillary roles to lobbying. So this is where the second part of my regulatory reform comes in. We should expand the definition of lobbyists. If you're the guy that's organizing the strategy and the talking points for the lobbyists, you're still a lobbyist. So if
Even
I'm like
if you're not on Capitol Hill, which is often one of the definitions, right?
Exactly.
Like,
and if you're giving them the phone numbers, and I was like, okay, you're still a lobbyist. So all the regulations that apply to lobbyists should apply to you as well. Also, this one is the most common sense. And it's insane that this exists in our country. If you are a lobbyist or you're a lobbying association, you can donate to the people you're lobbying, or you can hold fundraisers for them. And what kind of world is that? Not just an insane conflict of interest. You can literally try to bribe politicians, say, well, if you vote our way on this, we'll throw a fundraiser for you. I mean, maybe you can't say that, but at least it's implied.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Look, I'm sorry that Micah defeats the constitutional freedoms. Money is speech, okay? Why can't I fundraise for a guy I want to get a law change? What's wrong there? I'm just telling him how badly I want something in $4,000. What's the big deal?
Yeah, so that should be illegal. And the final thing is more transparency requirements. I think that there's a lot more that needs to be done to limit lobbying than this, but I don't know, maybe Pigovian taxation of lobbyists.
What do you guys think about what do you guys think about banning foreign interest lobbying like altogether? Like I feel like the idea that you can be like, "Oh, I'm an American citizen who lobbies on behalf of the interests of like the Paraguayan government or something." Like that just seems crazy to me. Like no, like you should never be able to lobby our politicians for the interests of another country. Like doesn't that seem kind of wild?
I mean, I would say yes, it's bad, but it's probably only bad insofar as all lobbying is bad. Like, if it wasn't going to be some guy paid by the Paraguayan government, it might be like pro-Paraguayan patriots in this country funding someone. And there's a difference in how much money it is. But the problem with that is just the problem with all lobbying in general, that it's like it's all funded by various nebulous big money sources. Like, that's the problem. If pro-Paraguayan citizens wanted to organize lobbying, what do I give a shit?
Well, no. So it's not that if it's pro-Paraguayan citizens inside of the United, it's like
sure. Let's imagine that like citizens abroad. But let's imagine a hypothetical: citizens in Paraguay send money to pro-Paraguayan people here. They don't even have to be Paraguayan or whatever. And then the people with that money now they have more money to go lobby Congress. You've just done a two-step or whatever.
But like that's just not going to happen now. Like it's just.
I think that's very unlikely. But I'm saying I think the real problem is the money there. It's just that some guy's being paid to do the lobbying.
I don't think the problem there is just the money though, because I think that it's I think it's a matter of our government. Like, again, what do we think of? Like, our government should only operate under the interests of the people of that government, right? And I feel like that's a reasonable assumption that you would assume for every government in the world.
Anti-immigrant, anti-refugee, econo boy.
Well, no, because you could have, like, for instance, a lobbyist who tries to convince you, and I think reasonably so. I mean, we make the same arguments that, like, things like humanitarian aid and immigration, like, these things are good for Americans, right? But the idea that you could have, a lobbyist who is saying, in the interests of Paraguayan people, you should do this. It's like, well, no. Like, the interest should always be aligned with the domestic population, right? At least that's how I would understand I think if you did this change, we wouldn't like get rid of all humanitarian aid and have no foreign aid. Like if anything, you might increase it if you had more like genuine opinions, or rather the distribution of that aid would be more democratically determined and less influenced by like big moneyed interests, right? Where
yeah, we should ban foreign interest lobbying based.
I mean, I agree. I agree. I guess maybe this is just a general skepticism that anything which is aimed at like eliminating foreign influences seems to also be more easily used to like crack down on like dissident voices. Like that was a very big thing in Russia.
Wow, like socialists?
I know we have not just socialists, like that's part of how they got Trump, is that like he was too tied in with people from abroad, and there's benefits to that, right? Like you don't want people being influenced by other countries. But just to give the story, in Russia, a huge tool they use to shut down like pro-gay, like far left, far right, whatever, anything that disagrees with Putin. It's all shut down because it's alleged to have foreign funding. And nowadays they allege everything has Soros funding as the way to shut it down. And just, I guess I just worry about that because like for a very broad definition of lobbying, which Micah sort of wants, maybe this could be used to shut down like speech which agrees with the position that the government disagrees with. That's the only concern I could see.
Yeah, you'd have to design it properly. I mean, I'm not sure of what the like exact rule making would look like in terms of this rule, but I would agree that there is certainly a worry where some like a conservative could get into office and the conservative like rule making authority could say, well, actually, anytime you lobby in favor of immigration, that's lobbying in favor of countries like Mexico, and that's that's just not allowed anymore, chief. And it's like, well, that does suck. So yeah, you have to really consider it holistically. But I think in principle, I think it makes sense, the idea that if you're lobbying on behalf of another government, like that probably should not be allowed in this country, right?
Yeah, I think like so. For foreign countries for sure. I guess the steel man for people who think that maybe foreign companies should be able to lobby is like it could be anti-protectionist. So like think about the Jones Act. Jones Act benefits domestic cargo ship producers. Sure. For people who don't know, the Jones Act is you have to use American ships with American crews if you want to go between American ports. And so that means that like you have these foreign ships which come to America from other countries, like, Taiwan or something, and they have to like unload all of their cargo and like put it on an American ship to now be transported between American ports. And it's like, well, that's like really hard. So like it just makes things way more expensive. So like maybe you could say, well, the fact that foreign companies could technically start up lobbying operations in America means that at some point in time, you could imagine all of the foreign shipping companies just uniting in a lobbying front against America. I don't know. That's never happened. Maybe. So
I feel like, that argument sort of boils down to maybe some lobbyists from this background will like have a good position, right? Like let's ban all lobbying except from rich liberals would be like, probably the best position for liberals in this country right now. It's just, it's not like the sort of neutral.
Well, all right. I think
wait, there's a little bit more.
Oh, there's one more thing. Okay, go for it.
Like last time I was on the Hill, we were walking around the halls, and I noticed there's like all these little like huge buffets, like these really nice events, and I'm like, oh, who's throwing this event? And they tell me, it's like these are the guys who are trying to sell us the new software for the congressional offices to use. And they do this every single year, and that's why we're actually transitioning to them. They've been working really hard, and I'm like, wow, that seems like totally bribery. To like even events where you're trying to constantly like charm everybody by giving them stuff, seem like a form of bribery. So what I wonder is like, I don't know, could you ban in-kind contributions to people and their staff? I don't know how to regulate this, but it does seem like something that's like definitely not like.
Yeah, I think there are limitations in that regard, but it seems like the rules do get a little fucky sometimes because like for instance, like I think this was one thing that was controversial with the Trump family where like lobbyists, they wouldn't like pay people directly, but like they would say, hey, we've got this lobbyist funded apartment building and it has a apartment, and if you want to stay there and have a 2-minute commute to work, like just go ahead and stay there if you want, right? And stuff like that obviously is completely graft inducing. So
yeah. I know that I had one.
Go ahead.
No.
I was going to say just ban lobbyists and lobbying associations from buying anybody but their own staff food.
just food specifically, yeah. I mean, well, I think it'd be easy enough just to say that basically, a member of the government cannot cannot take like a material benefit from a lobbyist, right? And then you can allow the rulemaking authorities to determine what exactly that means. But I mean, I think it's pretty obvious if you're living in like a lobbyist funded apartment that some fucky shit is going on, right? Like, so anyway.
So I know that the last suggestion I had, and this is probably gonna be a recurring theme, is lobby vouchers. So like, insofar as the Hamiltonian ideal that Micah was talking about earlier is like a good thing, like I think it is a good thing that citizens can form groups and pursue their interests, right? Like that's actually a genuinely good thing, because the average citizen has very little free time and they have very little expertise, but they have political beliefs, and it would be nice for them to contribute a little bit of their like time in the form of a voucher, money, to another person to be an expert to lobby on their interests. Like that's actually sort of interesting, and the best way you can do that is through some sort of egalitarian grant to every person, a voucher that they can spend on some like specific lobbying cause that will go to Capitol Hill. This might also offset the role of big money in shaping which lobbying interests win and which lose. Like it might support what the UN calls civil service or civil society organizations that are like, they're trying to aim some segment of society that wants some outcome in the government, but usually doesn't have a lot of money to get it.
So, I just wonder, like, what would these lobbying entities even be? Like, what would it be, like a climate change?
I think it would be as simple as just having a consolidated, like, registered list of lobbying organizations, and then people could just, allocate based on the list. Because you already have in your suggestions that, do you not have it? I thought you had somewhere in there that, well, you said expand the definition, but I think, like, expanding the registration and, like, transparency of who is a lobbyist makes sense as well. And so if you had this sort of federalized list of lobbyist organizations and where it's like, hey, if you want to lobby somebody, you have to be registered with this, and if you do lobbying and you're not on this list, that's a real problem. That's like an unregistered, like, foreign lobbyist type shit that could go down. So I think that's probably a good rule as well that could facilitate what SDL is talking about.
I think what Micah's question was getting at was like, what interests would these lobby groups represent? Is that...
Yeah. Well, so what I wonder is, like, okay, so you just imagine all these members of the public, and so like their demand for lobbying is going to be represented in the supply of lobbying entities, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, what is their demand going to be, right? So like, let's say I'm just like an average American. I'm just like, oh, well, I have this $50 voucher now. I'm going to give it to like what? Like, what am I going to give it to? The Midwestern conservative lobbying entity of America? Like, I don't...
Well, so, we want to talk about, I don't know if we actually have stuff like liquid voting or like
we do have that later.
So I think of these things, these are essentially a way of having preference-based voting. Like most people, I bet you like 40% of Americans just wouldn't use the voucher whatsoever because they're sufficiently apolitical. And then of those that do, what they're really indicating is this is the cause, which is the highest interest to me. So the question of like what groups would form is sort of a question of what interests do Americans hold most dear to their heart. And so that's not like a perfect proxy for voting or whatever, but it's a sort of way of complementing voting, that when you're voting for a candidate, you're picking the least bad guy. And when you're voting with like a voucher, you're picking the most important issue, right?
It just seems to me that like it really wouldn't be, it'd be like you're basically donating to advocacy entities, which like that point, like I'm not really sure if I mean, it seems like we should just have the democratic system structured in such a way so as to make sure that like the things that we really want.
Well, we have like the federal matching funds for presidential elections, right? So I mean, I feel like this would just be a similar structure, but for lobbyist organizations.
We will later, I think, get to democracy vouchers. So like I'm a voucher fan in a lot of areas, but the suggestion here is sort of that where the democratic system is fairly good at picking guys who aren't super hated. For all the faults of our system, most people like the representatives. I think that in the district, each representative has an average of like a 70% approval rate or something. Like it's remarkably high. Most people like the people they elect, but they don't like the overall system. And one way of sort of indicating which way you'd like the overall system to go is to have like, here's the issue, which I think is most important to try and change people's minds on.
But like, I just don't imagine that the lobbying entity would be like, we are the healthcare lobbying entity. We lobby for the good ideas in healthcare. I imagine like what would happen is you have like some people that work for the healthcare providers, and like they have their own one where it's like, our healthcare policy is raising the pay for everybody that works in the healthcare industry. Okay,
I mean, but that's already the status quo, right? Like that's already what professional organizations
I just don't want it. I just don't want less of that.
I guess what I'm saying is like I'm saying that right now lobby groups are just funded by private money, and so like I guess your proposal could just like I don't know, short of banning lobbying, it feels like this is the most progressive way to have the sort of pluralistic lobbying setup that we have.
So I would just say, yeah, people can privately spend money on lobbying, but we're just going to make it where lobbyists
That's even worse. That's the same thing.
Wait, just hear me out. Just hear me out. So people can privately spend money on lobbying, and it's just going to like not be very effective. Like we're just going to make it where everything's in house. Like they can come, but they're not going to be able to. Like,
well, sure, I'm fine with lobbying being very ineffective. I just feel like insofar as it is effective, I would like it to be more like egalitarian distribution of power. Right.
I just see your proposal.
You're never going to get it to 0. You're going to get it to like 5% of its current power or whatever. And of that 5, I want it to be more egalitarian. That's it. Right.
It just takes money to do that. I just don't think that we should spend public money.
Well, but that's not really expensive, right? Like how much money is spent on lobbying? Like if you gave every American adult like $20 or something, like you might equal the total like annual lobbying spending, right?
I don't know, $600 million, or would that be $6 billion? I don't know how much lobbying is.
$20 divided by about 250 million adults. So I'm just imagining, that would be like $5 billion. So $5 billion a year. But the point is, like, I don't think that. I mean, what are the numbers on like the amount of lobbying spending? It can't be that. It can't be like $100 billion.
Federal lobbying spending reaches $4.1 billion. This might actually be a 1-to-1 replacement.
Yeah. So I mean, that's like, what is that? Like $15 per person or something. So I don't really think of that as like a very expensive policy. And if it democratizes like a really, because lobbying, I think, because I've always known that spending on lobbying isn't that high. Like it's not hundreds of billions of dollars, right? And so, but it does have such a toxic effect on our political sort of outcomes. So maybe spending the money would be worth it.
My claim is that your lobbying is still going to be bad under this proposal, right? So it's like, okay, well now we're spending an extra $5 billion, and I guess like now the distribution of the interest on lobbying is like,
well, right, like lobbying as a problem, like the problems that we described for lobbying aren't solved by democratizing the money that goes into it, but one thing that would be solved would be, like you mentioned, like, oh, like the AT&T lobby. Like, I don't think the average American would be giving a lot of money to like the AT&T telecommunications lobby, in part because the average American doesn't feel so strongly about that issue. But that's kind of a good thing to distribute dollars away from that, right? Because if Americans don't feel super strongly about it, then that's, hey, the CBO on steroids can have now an outsized neutral impact on how we actually legislate telecommunications, instead of having AT&T be able to fund like a $20 million lobbying effort every year.
I also just think there's a like we talked about how we want the system to be in some ways more majoritarian, and I think that this is an example of a good minoritarian institution, in that there may be like ethnicities or like whatever groups that don't get any representation because they don't make a majority in any given area, or there may be like ideologies or specific interests that don't, like, again, they just don't have enough power to like.
Poor people don't have a lot of money currently to spend towards lobbying for their interests, right? And I would rather like a bunch of poor people lobby for, I don't know, a higher minimum wage than like a bunch of corporations lobby for favorable regulations or something.
Well, and even aside from like whether it's good or bad lobbying, I'm just trying to think of this just in terms of democratic principles. I feel like, there is no democracy where power imbalances are really large and not based on earned differences in like quality of representation or quality of policy or whatever. And right now, like if you just give, even if lobbying was 5% of the power it has, even if it was 1% of the power it has, that's still a power imbalance that I would like to rectify at least a little bit. I feel like that's the argument. I don't know.
All right, Micah, last word on lobbying, Micah, then we'll move on to...
Maybe we should simply ban it, okay?
We'll move on to other things.
Yeah, I just like, I don't know. I don't hate the idea. Like, I don't think it's like the worst idea ever. I just think that like, okay, you're going to spend $5 billion. I guess you're going to ban private lobbying contributions, right? Because you don't want to stack this on top of current lobbying spending, because this means you get more lobbying.
No, that would make lobbying more powerful, right?
Yeah, so it's like, well, I don't want that, right? So we're going to ban private lobbying. It's like, well, how do you do that? Okay, well, maybe we find a way to do that. And so now we're only going to have public lobbying funded by these vouchers. And like, I guess we hope that the composition of lobbying is like way better. I don't know. Like, I just feel like a lot of people, when they think about these things, the money could end up going to the same place. Maybe like people would say like, oh, I just really care about healthcare, so I'm going to go to like the Medicare for All lobbying entity. I imagine that a lot of policies that sound really good but are very bad would get more lobbying support. because some policies are like for instance, let's take like extreme versions of rent control. Like it's just pure deadweight loss. Like it's just like that's what the policy does. And like you don't see actual private lobbying for that because it's just in no one's economic interest or like very few people's economic interest for it to happen. But in a world in which you have people basically just donating based on like what appears to them to be the case, I can imagine that a lot of the pure deadweight loss policies could actually maybe have more lobbying.
Micah had the last word, STL. We got to move on.
You're done.
You've been cut off.
Can I have one phrase to this?
Only if you contribute to my lobbying fund, and I'll allow you to speak more in this. It's
podcast. Just that the problems you outlined, Micah, are a lot of the problems with the contemporary like NGO lobbying sphere. That right now people give to the issues which motivate them the most strongly, not based on the best outcomes, just based on what makes their heart like the happiest and the warmest.
Yeah.
So
so that's going to happen even more.
Let's talk about
under this proposal.
Now let's talk about how we choose our representatives. So we have sections on primaries, the voting system, voting turnout, counting the votes, district drawing. So I guess let's just kind of go one by one. So before we get to the vote, so like before people actually get to the process of voting, let's talk about how we draw our districts, and let's talk about how we structure our primary partisan election system. So somebody put in universal jungle primaries. Which one do you put that? And
that's me.
That's
why do you believe in universal jungle primaries, and what does that even mean?
So right now we have partisan primaries, and what that means is we have a mini election within the Democratic Party and the Republican Party and the Libertarian Party and whatever party exists on who will be the candidate that goes into the general election. And so when you show up to the general election, you get to choose, okay, this is the Democrats' choice, the Republicans' choice, the Libertarians' choice. And the problem with partisan primaries is a lot of times they produce wackadoodle candidates because they're picked by a very small percentage of the population. Even if they pick candidates that are reasonable, those candidates have an incentive to disproportionately think about their primary voters, right? So you see a lot of Republicans which have had to take very far right votes just so they don't lose their primary. And that's despite the fact that if you look at their approval rating amongst the general public, those votes actually hurt their general public appeal, but they help them in the primary. And so it makes our candidates subservient to a small...
If you want to win the general election, you have to get through the primary first. And so this hyper-partisan filtering process leads to, well, it turns out hyper-partisan candidates, right?
Exactly. And so, there's basically two different alternatives. One is to go back to what we used to have in this country, and a lot of other countries have, which is a closed primary system, or not closed primary, like a no primary. Like the party just chooses somebody. That's not the most democratic idea. And also, maybe the party's run by crazy radicals, right? So maybe that's not very good either. The idea that I like the most is a jungle primary system, where you basically have 2 rounds of your election. The first round is like the big round. So maybe you have 15 candidates. And then only the candidates that get the most support advance. And so those candidates still are competing for the support of the entire public. They're not competing for the support of just, a very small percentage of like a radical percentage of the public.
Yeah, for sure. I think that something like open primaries makes sense to me. I don't know if it's I don't know, strictly speaking, if it's better to have like open primaries or jungle primaries, or maybe just primaries with approval voting or something like that. Like we'll talk about voting systems later, but essentially, fundamentally, a big problem in our democracy currently is the fact that people who participate in primaries are just fundamentally different than the people who participate in general elections, and people even who participate in general elections are not really the same as just people in general, right? And so you end up with this sort of sorting process where you skew the shit out of your results. I mean, I don't know you guys, but like I've spoken to a lot of Republicans who are like ultimately frustrated with their options in general elections because like they represent like, the sort of moderate conservative, typical American conservative, but primary voters in Republican parties are really right-wing compared to basically your normal moderate conservative who shows up for a general election. And so, that's where you end up with like the best example was Pennsylvania gubernatorial election in 2022, where they literally nominated a guy who was banning Jews from being on the press team, like this is how radically anti-Semitic and right-wing the Republican nominee was in Pennsylvania. But that's just because, GOP primary voters represent a very small percentage of total voters, and GOP primary voters in Pennsylvania are fucking, a little cray. So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and
right?
maybe like I still have something to add about this, but I think like you just think about all these different instances in which like people look at the two choices they've been granted and they're like, oh man, I just like really don't like either of these. And then you look at the percentage of the people that think that way and you're like, oh my God, wait, that's like 50% of the electorate.
And you could combine the voting systems that we're going to suggest with an open primary, kind of like how Alaska does it, where they have an open primary with.
But it's not open; it's nonpartisan. Open is actually what we already have in Texas.
I'm saying jungle primary, yeah. So you could combine a jungle primary with like a good voting process that would avoid basically hyper partisanship and radicalism in your candidates, where let's say Democrats, Republicans, Greens, Libertarians all had to run against each other with like an approval voting system. Well, the two highest candidates with the best approval go on to the final general election. So naturally you'd end up with less sort of radicalism in your candidates. But that's getting into the voting section. STL, what were you going to say?
I did just want to say on the jungle voting section, from what I've read, the empirical studies on it don't find a huge moderating effect. Like if before, it was like 60-40 partisanship, now it's like 38-58 or whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just going to say that a lot of that's because of first past the post, because think about it. Like you're trying
that's what I was going to get to, is like jungle primaries are a probably a good step. Like they're probably not bad. They're like 99% of the cases, they're going to give a better, more representative outcome. And what's interesting about them is they can often have intra-party competition. So that means that no longer does only say the right wing or the centrist Republican win, but now they will both compete in the general election if it's a very red district, which allows voters, I think, meaningfully more democracy, even if it doesn't moderate. I think it's like meaningfully more democratic.
Yeah. And I mean, look at like, I was going to say, like, look at Alaska's representatives right now. You have a moderate Democrat in a very red state who won because, they have jungle primaries and a ranked choice voting system. And then you got, basically one of the most anti-Trump Republicans who's able to relatively consistently win re-election in Alaska because they have a jungle primary and a ranked choice system, right? So it seems like the combination of the two has some emergent moderation properties.
I think that's true, but I also think that whites in Alaska are just different from whites everywhere else, and that explains so much of the weird Nazi shit we see everywhere else. Like, unironically, it is that simple. It's part of the reason that like northern states look so different than southern states. In southern states, it's basically like black vote plus a tiny percent of white vote is Democrats, but in northern states, whites are like completely different. It all comes down to do you have the right kind of whites. Okay?
Universalize Wisconsin white people.
It's that simple. It really is.
So I think I think voting system matters a lot. I think it matters a lot. Because you can imagine, like, if you have a jungle primary, and really, if you're a candidate and you're just trying to win the highest percentage of the vote possible, it doesn't mean that you're actually trying to move towards the center all the time. Many times it says, well, I just need to be as many people's first choice. And how do I do that? Well, maybe I take this more radical stance that really makes 25% of the population like me.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, well, that's okay. That's kind of bad still. Right.
Let's move on to our voting system section then. Let's go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. So like we made a video about this previously: ranked choice voting, approval voting, star voting. Scored then automatic runoff voting is probably the most theoretically ideal. And I think we all agree about that. For those who don't know, that is a system where you score each one of the candidates from 0 to 5 or 0 to 10. Or maybe it's like 1 to 5 or 1 to 10.
It could be anything.
Doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter much. And that is like, it's just based on how much you like them, right? So like, oh man, I just love Joe Biden. Okay, 10 stars, right? It's like, I really don't like Donald Trump. 1 or 0, 1, I don't know. And it's like, oh, Bernie Sanders, he's like pretty cool too. He gets like a 7, right? And it's like, that is that's the way that you vote. And the way that the actual counting of the ballots works is you look at the top two people with the highest scores, basically the people that like people prefer the most on average.
Yeah.
And then you look at each ballot and you say, okay, how did they score these two candidates? And if for each ballot, if they scored one of the candidates higher than the other, like Biden, they scored Biden more than Bernie Sanders, that counts as 1 vote for Biden. right? And so that's how you get a system which is still using scores, but where ultimately at the end of the day, everybody's vote counts the same. You can imagine an alternative system, which is just based on scores, where maybe 40% of the population loves Bernie Sanders very strongly, and then everybody else is like kind of mid on him. So that a majority of people would actually prefer Biden over Bernie, but Bernie could still win, right? And a lot of people think, well, that's still not fair. We shouldn't have a candidate that actually would lose head to head with this other candidate win. So that's star voting.
Blah blah blah.
Well, yeah, the argument there is just that you could have skew in the ratings where, like, you might have a bunch of people who rate Biden a 7 out of 10, but like a minority of people that only put 10 for Bernie, and then you end up with this weird like situation where maybe
it has weird incentive. So in just pure score voting, you have an incentive to rank all the guys you love as 100% you love them perfectly, and all the guys you hate as 0, depending on how many candidates there are. But basically, you want to be very extreme, which just doesn't represent your real intentions. So
so I think
with the automatic runoff, like the actual the comparability of like putting this one person above another person in terms of their score really could make an impact on the difference in a way that gets you a better outcome.
Yeah, and I think that I think this was the order that I put it in. Like, star voting would probably be my number 1. I would say my number 2, I've come around to it stubbornly, that I think approval voting is probably better than ranked choice voting. And so if you had to pick if you had to pick one or the other, you'd pick approval voting over ranked choice voting. However, it seems like the ethos currently is relatively captured by ranked choice in terms of conversations about alternative voting systems. So again, like ranked choice voting is way better than first past the post. So you'd still...
It's worth noting that the winner of these elections is going to be identical like 95% of the time, right? Like,
yeah, I think that... So
sorry, to interrupt you, Kanabo. You were just trying to talk about ranked choice voting is fairly popular, and I just want to say, like, but we talk about the differences between them, but they aren't like enormous in practice. That's all.
Right, and so that's my point, is that you go with the voting system that you can get the votes on between these three, right? Whereas we would recognize that these three voting systems are all 1,000 times better than first past the post. And there's other voting systems obviously besides these three, but if you're really going for your ideal system, in my view, you'd probably go with star voting first, then you would go with approval voting. And maybe there's some arguments about like score voting versus ranked choice. I'm not really sure. I didn't really consider like pure score voting here, but like I don't really care about that.
We just talked about, I don't think score voting is a very good option, really. I think that I've actually, so this will be interesting. I had a conversation with Galen Metzger. I don't know if y'all know that Twitter account. After we made our last voting episode, and I actually think ranked choice voting is like just a lot worse than approval voting. And the argument he made to me was this: he said that actually ranked choice voting, in his view, could be worse than first past the post, not because if you have the exact same election, ranked choice voting will always be better than first past the post, but because it could incentivize more candidates to hop into the race that could be spoilers, right? And so ranked choice voting still struggles with the spoiler effect. And it has this issue, we call it the center squeeze effect. So let's imagine an election like France, right? So in France, like you have 5 candidates, you have far left, far right, center left, center right, center, right? And just imagine for a second that, like France, the far left and the far right are the biggest. And then everybody else is like smaller, right? So the far right and the far left get the most first ranks. And then like the center gets the lowest number of first ranks. So they're eliminated and their preferences are redistributed. And then the center left has like the second least first ranks. So their preferences get redistributed. And then it happens again to the center right. And now like the final election is between the center left and the center right. I mean, not the center left and the center left, the far left and the far right. And so one of them wins, right? But it's like, wait, well, if the center left candidate went head to head against the far right candidate, they would have won. If the center candidate went head to head against the far right candidate, they would have won. If the center right candidate went head to head against the far right candidate, they would have won. But the far right candidate still managed to win in this ranked choice voting system. And you could say, well, Micah, that's unrealistic. That doesn't happen very much. Galen's argument would be like, actually, in an increasingly polarized environment, we could imagine that happening a lot. And it actually did happen in Vermont, where they had this like third party that managed to win and beat, like when the Democratic Party was actually the most popular of all 3 parties in the race, right? And so it's like That's one con for ranked choice voting. The other cons are it's more complicated. So you have a longer, more difficult tabulation process, which has more room for people to doubt the procedure, which is what New York struggled with. It requires completely new machines and voting tabulation models. Because it's more complicated, people break the rules more often. So you can imagine, people, instead of putting 1, 2, 3, 4, they put 1, 2, 1. Right? It's like, okay, now your ballots gets tossed out, right? The ballot spoilage rate for ranked choice voting elections is higher, right? And it's like, well, does this indicate ranked choice voting is like necessarily awful? No. But it's like, well, these are all these cons.
Right, it's harder to design. Yeah.
Huh?
It's harder to design, for sure.
Yeah. So like approval voting actually has the opposite effect. So approval voting doesn't give you perfectly accurate election results in all instances, but to the extent that there is a bias, it's a bias towards the more centrist candidates for the district. That doesn't mean that it's actual centrist candidate. It's like the kind of candidate that is more in the center of the population there. And so like it has the center expansion effect. And so I think insofar that there is a bias in the voting system that we have to have, it seems like it'd be better for the system to incentivize people to be more kind of unifying than to be more on the fringes of the population.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, that's understandable. I would still argue pretty strongly that ranked choice is like absolutely better than first past the post, though. Like it's very difficult to make that argument, I think. But then again, I don't know if anybody would really strongly hold the view that like first past the post is better than ranked choice. That seems hard.
So I think
he did do a whole episode on it just for the sake of moving to the other policies.
Yeah.
I'll just say this. Galen's argument was literally just like, okay, you imagine you have an election in your jungle primary, right? And like under first past the post, nobody votes for the really left-wing person or the really right-wing person because they think they're going to lose, or like less people do. And so like people vote for the more centrist candidates strategically. But under ranked choice voting, now they think that there's no spoiler impact at all. And they're wrong about that. So they decide to rank the more extreme candidates first. And what happens is, well, because they've decided to be more honest and because there's still a spoiler impact, what ends up happening is you get like this undemocratic outcome and this like more extreme outcome. That'd be the argument.
I'm just not sure. So the statistical effect there is going to be like you've elected the left fifth most person versus the right fifth most person. But I think part of what we argue is that the primary system already often does that. Like if you look at who votes in primaries, it's statistically the right half of the Republican Party and it's the left half of the Democratic Party. So like I'm just, maybe it's slightly more extreme biased, but it's got to be like, it's like 2%, 3% more extreme.
Yeah, it's most of the time you don't get something that like in New York.
And to be clear, most Americans are centrist and most places in America that have a desire for a third party want a centrist third party. So I'm not sure the practical bias is going to be like towards the extremes in the United States as it exists, even like with all the polarization we have.
Like in New York City, Eric Adams won. Technically, actually, if you looked at head-to-head preferences, Maya Wiley should have won. So that's just an example of like the RCV system produced the more centrist candidate that people wanted, right? So it's like it doesn't always go in one direction.
That's what I'm not sure what the average bias would just be. I'm just like we already have a lot of biases in our system, and it's hard to compare them all to this. But
yeah. All right, well, let's talk about some stuff that I'd imagine that we're going to agree on. So district drawing. So it seems like there's two options here. Algorithmically compact districts, so come up with big computer, and big computer will draw our districts for us every so often. But then you also have nonpartisan district drawing boards, which many other states have. Micah, these were your things. Why do we think the way that we draw districts is bad currently?
I mean, we gerrymander, right? So like the party in power says, how can I draw the lines in such a way so as to make it where I'm going to win the majority of the vote in the most of these districts, right? And how do you do that? Well, you say, this is really interesting. So all the Democrats live in these areas. What if I just connected all of these areas so the Democrats win 100% of the vote in this area, and then there's tons of other districts in which Republicans win 60%? And it's like, well, the outcome is, it's totally possible that Republicans could win 40% of the vote every time, but they still get 60% of the seats every time. And it's like, well, that seems pretty bad. That seems like pretty awful, right? And so that's not just bad because of undemocratic outcomes, but also like districts. Like you want it's hard for people to know what district they're in. It's hard for people to have an identity that relates to that district. And it's hard for people to really represent a district when it's drawn to not actually unify any sort of specific group. And so you can have nonpartisan, commission drawing districts. I think that's okay. That's like very pragmatic. In my view, get Big Computer out. And what Big Computer will do is says, I want to draw the smallest district as possible, but I'm also going to have some other variables that I consider. For instance, like, they also want to draw districts that make sense, right? So like if there's a river, okay, well, I'm going to like use rivers and freeways and other natural infrastructural and geographic barriers as information that helps me draw this district in the most reasonable way possible. And I think that'd probably be the most fair.
Okay, yeah, I honestly I think I don't really know. I'm not really settled, I guess, personally on how we should draw districts, because I feel like on one hand you could say like nonpartisan gerrymandering where you try to have this rough amalgamation of like geographically logical districts, but also sort of 50-50 relatively split districts. I feel like one potential consequence of that is that you could have you could in theory have like pretty incredible swings for partisanship of the House if you had relatively 50-50 districts every election. Like imagine an election where Democrats get 55% of the national ballot, and so that ends up maybe they have like 400 out of 435 seats or something, which wouldn't be very democratic.
Just to give an idea of that, right now, for every 1% a party gets an advantage of in the popular vote, they usually win about 2% of the seats. So it means that, say, a 5% margin is like a 10% margin in the Senate. But if you doubled that, right, then it would be a 20% margin if you had 5% more popularity. So we might not have any of these problems with the Senate being like not majoritarian enough, because you would just suddenly get 60% of the vote one election and 40% the next, right? So now gerrymandering is not a problem for the Senate, but just trying to analogize it.
Yeah, and so I'm not sure. I think that I think the reality is though is that we've run this experiment, and there are many states that have nonpartisan commissions. They're pretty much all Democratic states, naturally, because Democrats actually believe in democracy, right? But hey, whatever. That's our cross to bear, I suppose. But if you look at how those states typically run, like it's not like in California they have 0 Republicans that get elected. It just sort of happens to be the case that you end up with a more ideologically proportional congressional delegation from states that have nonpartisan gerrymandering. So that's probably what I would prefer over sort of Big Computer, just because I'm relatively skeptical on like Big Computer being able to draw districts in a way that doesn't just come up with pretty absurd results on a.
So I think that this is an idea that it seems like researchers and experts have consolidated around, because I think there is some issues with like the elections of the incentives of nonpartisan boards, and also like the products that they produce. It's certainly better than partisan ones. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert on this, but I would suggest probably like we need to look more into the evidence, because I know that I've heard this all over the place from plenty of credible people. So I imagine there's some sort of serious benefit that it's supposed to have.
Yeah, sure. Esty, it looks like you've added one extra thing in the 9th hour: National Gerrymandering Interstate Compact Hardball Mode.
So I am firmly opposed to anti-gerrymandering reforms in democratic states. I simply think we should enter into a gentleman's bargain with the red states that, a state will gerrymander itself as hard as possible. I want Maryland to be 8-0 Democrats, Republicans, okay? But they'll put an offer out that they'll make an agreement with another state which has 8 or more seats in the House, that they will both adopt an independent redistricting board if they both do it together. So their fates are bound together. And you should be building this up into a national interstate compact where each state that adds a few more delegates, the other state from the other side can add delegates. Like, in other words, as someone who's on the partisan left, I want Democrats to have more seats. I do not want them to pretend to care about democracy or fairness, while the other side is actively like refusing to do so. So I think you need some chip to force that to happen. They're clearly not doing it on their own. So you should simply make a gerrymandering bargain, like we would do with National Popular Vote Interstate Compact.
I'm not sure how Micah would feel about it, but like I feel like at least the activist Democratic left is pretty on the same page with like Democratic states should definitely partisanly gerrymander if Republican states are going to do it. That seems
And
to
the
be
only twist I'm adding to that is add a national compact option where, hey, Iowa, you can sign up to be ungerrymandered if you want to ungerrymander this state with like 5 districts or whatever, right?
I mean, you can't have like unilateral disarmament. Like, for instance, I think that what was shown is that if New York and California partisanly gerrymandered in 2022, the Democrats would have actually retained the House, right? And so these things do have like these, especially in a polarized world where margins in the House aren't so crazily great, depending on who wins, serious outcomes. Like basically because Florida was partisanly gerrymandered, and same thing with Texas, we end up with a Republican House instead of a Democratic House, right? And so that's obviously, it's just obviously pretty ridiculous. So I think we would all be on the same page with something like that, at least as a short-term solution. So I think the last thing that we can talk about here, improving turnout, counting procedure. I mean, I think that some of these things, I mean, we can just kind of list them off and the arguments kind of make themselves. I mean, improving turnout, obviously it's a good thing because, to the extent that we have people who could vote but don't vote, that's the extent to which our democracy is almost like necessarily less representative because, some people who aren't voting, well, yeah, they're not making their Micah, what?
I'm going to make a steel man of the opposing argument. For this one, because this is one that I actually am more. I think that there's like arbitrary barriers to turnout, which are like clearly bad. But I think that it seems to be the case from the research I've read that voters are actually altruistic in the sense that they don't vote on their own interest. The majority of the time, it seems actually that they're voting based on what they perceive to be in the interest of the greater good. So that the actual demographic makeup of voters is like relatively unimportant to the extent that it's important. It's like you could say, well, if it's only rich people voting, they have a rich people perception, right, of our problems and what's in the interest of this country. Mm-hmm. That is fair. Although the counter argument to that would be that yes, but also voters that we induce to vote through incentives or through other policies that bring more people out are also lower information, which means they tend to struggle with the certain wide-scale cognitive biases that are kind of endemic, but more present in low information voters. These are like anti-automation bias, anti-foreign bias, zero-sum thinking. There's like this huge list of biases that humans have. And it's like the more educated you become, the more you overcome those biases. And so you could say, well, I don't like that we're having a disproportionately rich people perception or like educated perception of our problems, but maybe that's offset by the fact that it's also a more educated population of voters than would be present otherwise.
I mean, I would agree that it's probably almost necessarily the case that like the average guy who's never voted, who's like 40 years old, probably is just a guy that gives fundamentally less of a fuck about politics than, somebody who has voted over the last 40 years, which is to say that the voter is probably more informed on the voting issues than the non-voter. But certainly this is part of a holistic, like I would say that increasing voter turnout, all else equal, is a good thing, but as well, like our civic society and our civic education needs to be significantly revamped as well, to such an extent that you don't necessarily have as many problems with, like it shouldn't be that, like, for instance, it's not impossible to vote in this country. Like people will talk about Republican states and voter ID and stuff, and it's like, no Republican state makes it incredibly fucking like literally impossible to vote. Like if you really wanted to vote, you could, right? Now, the issue is just that you do have these people with every step along the margin who fall out of the process because of one extra layer of bureaucratic bullshit that they have to do to vote, and that's bad, right? And so, to be fair, in this list, these are our realistic reforms, right? Where it's not like compulsory voting, right? It's just stuff that generally would make it easier to vote. To where people don't necessarily have to, go through those hurdles, right?
So yeah, we have a counter argument against them in the sense that, even if you suppose that like we don't make voters more educated, right? The point that you can make is, it is true that voters are going to be on average less educated if we have a higher turnout. But here's the reality: if you get a little bit more granular, you realize there's a lot of uneducated voters, but they turn out more for one side, right? So if you look at like white working class voters actually have a pretty high propensity of to vote, right? So like more right wing, lower information voters are turning out. More progressive, maybe like Democratic aligned, lower information voters have a lower propensity to vote. So like, would it be better for like maybe the more lower education voters to at least cancel each other out than to not just skew in one direction?
The natural argument, I mean, some people are going to bite this bullet, of course, but I mean, those people are in the great minority of like, well, hey, if the problem is just like low education voters, why wouldn't you advocate for just like banning people with a certain amount of education from voting, or having poll tests? Hey, you have to pass a fucking history and geography test. No, a lot of people might bite that bullet, but to be fair, that's a totally unrealistic proposal. That's like never going to get any traction, right? Like, typically speaking,
that would be their counter argument. They'd be like, well, practically, that's not going to actually go to work. So let's just say that these reforms that increase turnout are going to be net bad. I would disagree with them, but I think that like I like to present arguments where like I can imagine an intelligent person holding this position and like be able to argue for it.
Well, I've heard people like anti-democrats who basically believe in a more technocratic role of government, and I don't know. I just think that, again, I'm very outcome oriented. I think that when you have governments that are in theory technocratic, that are more top down, hierarchical in structure, less accountable to like the average voting populace, I don't really necessarily see like better run governments, right?
Singapore.
Well, Singapore is an example, but to be fair, Singapore is at least nominally democratic. They have 90% turnout in their elections, and of course they do have like ways that they like the incumbent party sort of like stacks the deck against them. But to be fair, like the incumbent party also has like a really, really high approval rating in Singapore as well. So it's like it's kind of this mixed democratic system. But like when we look at more technocratic and more authoritarian systems like China, or a lot of African governments, for example, or governments in Central Asia, right? Like I just don't really see like, oh, because it's less democratic, we have more competently run governments. It seems like it's actually the opposite, that when you have more transparent government, when you have more civic involvement in basically a government of a country, you end up with much better overall functioning of that government. So I think even like the pure democratic argument is quite, at least for me, like a consequentialist, like a very convincing argument. But anyway, we haven't actually gotten to the proposals yet, Micah, so stop interrupting me, all right? God damn it. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so improving turnout. So some of these things, like all these things would relatively speaking, like improve turnout. I think that and the arguments are relatively obvious, right? So like universal mail-in voting, well, that makes it a lot more convenient to vote. You can just mail in a ballot, easy enough, right? Universal automatic voter registration, the idea that there's this arbitrarily defined bureaucratic step to fill out your ballot is pretty stupid. Hey, if you're an American citizen above the age of 18, you can vote. There you go, right? Like that makes it a lot easier to vote. I think some states have functionally no voter registration. Like I think North Dakota has voter ID, but they don't have voter registration. So kind of transitively, they have some sort of voter registration, but in general, automatic voter registration probably makes sense.
You have to have registration, but just you need to make it automatic, right? So we know that like you can vote in your city election, for instance. Like you get to say like, oh, I live here, right? They just need to know that. But like the thing is, they already know where you live.
Right, that's
you have to
easy.
interact with the government like 24,000 gazillion times.
Yeah. Nationwide early voting, that's something that I added in. Again, just making it more convenient. Like I think having voting only on a single day, like only in-person voting is kind of ridiculous. I mean, again, like everyone lives a different life where, you might like your Tuesday might just be filled up, like, and you might just not be able to vote on Tuesday, right? And so having some amount of like an early voting period, maybe a week or two, just to make it a little bit more convenient for voting, probably makes sense. Something that I put in as well was, like something that America does, which I think is really inconvenient, is have this like very static election like date. And it's not necessarily bad to have a static election date, but I think that static election date should be like very convenient. So for instance, we have our date in the winter on a Tuesday. It's like, okay, well, instead of in the winter on a Tuesday, how about in the summer on a Saturday, right? And so I suggested like, hey, how about the Saturday after the 4th of July, right? That way, it's Independence Day, and then you could just vote on the Saturday afterwards. It's in the summer, so it's not as like completely fucking miserable to like wait in line to vote. And it's on a Saturday when most people are naturally off anyway.
In southern states, for what it's worth.
Well, I mean, maybe, right? But then again,
outside.
less right wingers voting, right? So we end up it works out, right? But no, but I'm saying like that would just generally make it more convenient, and then obviously making that day a national holiday like Christmas, where like almost nobody works that day except for like the most essential workers, and even those workers have early voting that they can take advantage of. A lot of these policies exist on a state level, but I just think that these should be federalized. And then somebody puts in, I think, Micah, you put incentive to vote. Like we've talked about paying people to vote or something like that as well, right? I'm not sure if that's what you mean,
So like another argument. So one of the better arguments, I think, for increasing turnout, other than like the ones that we mentioned, is like, well, we want a more representative sample of the population to be expressing their opinions, right? We don't want to have any skews in the population of voters. I think one of the best ones is that right now, turnout is not necessarily just determined by like the propensity of voters to go out and vote. It's determined by the actual like quality of the campaigns, right? Like, who can spend more money on voter registration, or who can spend more money on getting people to the polls. And it's like, well, that really GOTV should not be the thing that determines elections, right? It should be who has the best stance. Who is the person that really can gain the most votes and appeal to the most people, right? And it's like, well, if we have an incentive to vote that can get us to universal turnout in every single election, then that variable that determines election outcomes will be gone, and it's not a good variable.
Right, like how many organizations and like how many dollars are dedicated just to registering people to vote? Like a totally inefficient, bureaucratically created industry of people where they just, hey, I'm here to register you to vote. Like that's an industry that just shouldn't exist, right? Like those dollars can be more productively spent.
Just bothering people like, hey, you're going to go out to vote. Are you going to go out to vote? Like, we're going to call you, make sure you go out to vote. Like, there's so much work. And as a former campaign manager, GOTV is like a huge deal, especially in local elections. And it's like, well, wouldn't it be better if like we just spent all that time trying to articulate our vision and why we're like the better candidate? Wouldn't that be the better use of our energy? Absolutely. Right. So, okay, how can you reach universal turnout or higher turnout? Well, you can have incentives, right? You could say, hey, if you come out to vote, we're going to give you money, right? And people will say, well, maybe people will come out to vote and they will just lie on their ballot. Yeah. That could be a thing. You could also put on the ballot, it's like, hey, you actually don't have to fill out any of this, right? But since you're here, you can, but you can get the money no matter what.
Like you could have an abstention option or something like that, where people
you can just abstain from everything. So that's one way you could avoid that. You could also do it as a fine. That's what Australia does. Like, oh, you didn't vote? That's $20, right? And if they don't pay it, you can take it out of their welfare or lump it onto their taxes or something. Personally, I think that finding people not to vote is like super unpopular. I think giving people money for voting, I think there's a lot of people that would raise like this principled objection. You're bribing people to vote. Do I think it's necessarily a bad idea?
Based in bribery build?
Yeah, it's like, do I think it's a bad thing? Like, no, like, do I think it'd make things better? Yeah, it's like probably, right? It's like, what's the distributional impact? It's basically like a baby UBI. Right? You could say, well, maybe it's a little bit regressive because it goes like some poor people might not vote.
I mean, the argument of like, oh, we're bribing people to vote. It's like, well, are we bribing people to have children by giving them a tax credit? Like, no, I mean, it's just like we assume there's a social good.
It's all bribery and it's all good.
Yeah. Well, no, that's exactly right. It's like it's like when libertarians say taxation is theft. It's like, okay, well, I guess taxation is just a good form of theft then, right? Like ultimately, if you define,
I guess that's sometimes just good.
Right? Yeah, like exactly. Like it's kind of ridiculous. All right, we have some quick things on like this was basically all about the legislative process and the legislature, and to some degree, like the voting stuff can be counterimposed to like the presidential election as well. But some quick things that I jotted down on like Supreme Court reform, because certainly I think the way that we govern like Supreme Court, like the Supreme Court in general, is probably not good. But like, what are some things that we could change without amending the Constitution? So like one of those things, I think, I believe it would be statutory to impose term limits. So having some sort of, I think 10 years is a perfectly reasonable term. Some people go crazy with it. They'll say like 18 years. And it's like, why even what's the average tenure on a modern Supreme Court justice anyway, right? Like 18 years is crazy. I would say 10 years is pretty reasonable. Like a whole decade on the court where you're basically an unaccountable bureaucrat, like probably makes sense. And then some things that I put was, a lot of countries do this where they have like an independent screening process. So like, before the executive can nominate people, they have to be approved by an independent committee. So, for instance, like this independent committee will present to the president 3 nominees, and the president will choose amongst those 3. And then that committee could be like self-replicating with, let's say, judicial scholars and like maybe former Supreme Court justices or something. And so that way you just end up with, like, generally speaking, less partisan appointments for justices. And then I would say that in general, just requiring votes on all judicial appointments probably makes sense. Like the idea that, again, like the idea that Mitch McConnell can basically just say, yep, we're just not going to vote on this nominee. Fuck you. And I don't care that a majority of the Senate wants to vote on him and wants to vote in favor of him. Fuck you. I'm Mitch McConnell. I've decided we are not going to fill this seat, even though I am not in charge of that process. I just have this technical authority to do so. So I think, yeah, again, like judicial appointments are just so important. And you can make a similar argument for, like, let's say like national security appointments. Like, hey, if you have a nominee for Secretary of State, that has to get a vote. It just has to, because it's such an important function to have a Secretary of State. Same thing with like a defense secretary. And I'm not saying you have to vote yes on those nominees, but like the idea that you should have a vote, yeah, you have to have a vote on those nominees. Like that makes sense. And so those are some recommendations I would make to the Supreme Court that we could accomplish in a bill form. I don't know if we could do much beyond that. I mean, what do you guys think?
The only additional recommendation that I make is that you could also presumably try and do a ranked choice vote for Supreme Courts, rather than have it be like the bill that was proposed recently by a bunch of like the Democratic left types was 18-year terms, and every 2 years a new one is appointed, so it keeps the 9 people. Again, I feel like you should have maybe like 5, and every I'm doing the math terribly here, but every 5 years, every 3 years, 5 years, I'm doing the math terribly. You would appoint 5 people at once, and you do ranked choice voting for those 5 people, because that gives you a very high likelihood of getting an ideological spread across the spectrum.
Like a single transferable vote for the 5 Supreme Court justices.
Yes.
I think that they should all be, you want consensus picks. I have very radical views about what we should do to the Supreme Court, but I will save it for the next section.
Save it for the next section. All right.
Wait.
Okay.
In terms of practicality, here's something that I think like I could foresee it could be like possible, right? So people talk about packing the court. I think that's too partisan. And I think that's just very unlikely to happen. But what if you say, well, you know, we actually can expand the court, and the court has this real problem of legitimacy in people's minds. So what if we say, hey, we want a nonpartisan committee to come up with like 2 more justices, and then we're going to require those justices get the approval of the current Supreme Court, like a supermajority of the current Supreme Court, and then we will appoint them to the Supreme Court, so that like they're just like the most like unproblematic, neutral, like judges that have been around for 20 years. And we'll say, well, now that we have 2 more of those people on there, people can trust this court's decisions more. Would I say that's extremely probable? No. Do I think there's like enormous political barriers to make that impossible? No, I don't really think so. I think I could
absolutely
see that happen.
There are, Micah. There's no way, because the problem with that is like you're necessarily diluting the incredible radical right-wing nature of the court, which means no Republican would ever support such a proposal. Because right now we have to recognize like the Republicans just won this battle. The Republicans accomplished a 40, 50-year-long goal, which was make the Supreme Court radically right-wing. They've done that. There's nothing we can do about that. And because you need 60 votes in the Senate for anything that we're talking about here, 0% chance any Republicans ever do anything like that. I think that if you had like a Democratic dominated government that was willing to abolish the filibuster, you know, maybe you could do something like that.
Maybe you just back the court at that point.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But anyway, well, this last section that we have for institutional reforms that we think are like sort of congressionally possible to change, we just called this like structural reforms. And I think these are pretty much all things that I put down. So
I have like some other things that I listed that like I should have put up here, but they're very, very quick. So shortening campaign seasons. We have like one of the longest campaign seasons for presidents, like anywhere in the world. And it just leads to tons of money being consumed, tons of people being frustrated all the time. Like it doesn't seem like it actually will produce better outcomes. It just seems like it makes the population really, really exhausted. And, you know, the longer the election lasts, the more negative spending and energy is put against the other candidate, which means that the more negative resentment that a large share of the population has towards whoever ends up winning. So I would say shortening the campaign seasons would be like, good, maybe to like a normal time period.
Right. Like making it to where you couldn't announce and spend any campaign money until a certain date, and then that date is only 60 days before the actual election or something
exactly.
like that. Right?
So that's one. Creating innovation offices in every department of the government, right? So like you have all these different departments in the government that like could easily automate tons of their stuff, consolidate their regulations, make themselves way more efficient. This would just be an institutional reform. We just say like, hey, every department, hey, every government agency, you have to have like an innovation officer. And like we can make an incentive for the leaders of departments whereby like efficiency improvements lead to like a certain small percentage of them go to the compensation of the leadership staff, or like something like that, to like give them a reason and information they need to make their processes more efficient.
Okay. Yeah. And I mean, that all sounds good to me. I think on the is there more, Micah?
Oh, of course, there's like two more.
Okay, well, let's just list them off. We really got to move on here. We've been going 2 hours.
Creating a code of conduct for social media companies. This is like, I think, very politically possible. So like just regulate their algorithms, right? So like social media companies promote tweets that have like just direct misinformation, or maybe ones that get tons of negative engagement. You could say, hey, you're not allowed to give an algorithm boost to media that has negative engagement. Or like, I don't know, I'm not an expert on this, but I think that probably some sort of regulations on social media companies could reduce just straight up just bad stuff without being like, oh my God, this is destroying free speech. And the last thing that I thought was interesting is mandatory question answering by politicians. This would probably be like a county thing. I don't know like what level of government would do this, but it's like you just have some mandatory questions and like they're like yes or no.
There we go. He's been cut off by his internet connection. So let's move on to our next section here, the structural reforms section. Yeah, I think that one thing that we haven't mentioned, probably the most like popular thing that would come to mind when it comes to reforming American democracy, is getting rid of the Electoral College, right? So this is where we put this, is the Electoral College is stupid, right? Why is the Electoral College stupid? Because essentially the way that it allocates the votes for president is it disproportionately favors smaller states. Now, there's a large amount of Democratic states that are smaller, so take like New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Delaware. These are pretty solidly Democratic states. But there's like a disproportionately larger number of smaller Republican states. Think about like all those smaller Midwestern states like Oklahoma, Wyoming, Montana, stuff like that, which are relatively right wing when it comes to their presidential preferences. And again, like it's not necessarily about right wing versus left wing. It's just the idea that like, for instance, like as a voter in Texas, my vote proportionally is worth 4 times less than a voter in Vermont, and that's just completely undemocratic, obviously, and it really doesn't make any sense. So getting rid of the Electoral College is possible with the National Interstate Voter Compact. Essentially what this is just an agreement on a state level for states who can decide how to allocate their Electoral College votes. They can decide how to allocate them any way that they want. So for instance, a state could say, we're just going to let the state legislature allocate them however they want. Most states have said we're going to give all of our delegates to whoever wins the popular vote. Some states have proportioned them out, like Maine and Nebraska have said if you get a certain amount of the vote in this area of the state, you get a certain amount of electoral votes versus another part of the state getting a certain amount of electoral votes. But really, what National Interstate Voter Compact would do is basically just say whoever wins the national popular vote, that's who we'll give our electoral votes to. And as soon as enough states such that more than a majority of Electoral College votes agree to do this, well, you automatically default into whoever has the most votes ends up becoming the president, which I think at this point there's about 200 electoral votes that are tied up into this process. So surprisingly, there's not like that much further to go in that regard, but we'll see basically how that works out in the future. Some things that I've suggested, I'm like pretty radical on statehood, let's say. So like DC should be a state, Puerto Rico should be a state. One thing that I put that SDL has some qualms with is I think that literally every overseas territory, including Puerto Rico, should just be given an in-out referendum. Like either like we don't believe in colonialism anymore. You're either an independent country or you're a state, right? And I think that that's the option that every overseas territory should have, including Puerto Rico. So this would include like, the U.S. Virgin Islands, Guam, Samoa, Puerto Rico. Maybe I'm forgetting some, but like there's like 4 or 5 of these territories that it's like just pass a bill. Every one of them has an in-out referendum on this date, and if they choose to stay, hey, great, you're a state now. If they choose to leave, hey, you're not a state. So I guess we'll establish diplomatic ties somehow and and go from there. So those are some things that I would recommend. SDL, looks like you said you said forget about all that overseas territory bullshit. We're just gonna have one overseas territory senator instead of having all the individual senators or whatever, right?
The only suggestion I wanted to give is that, so like Puerto Rico is enormous and it should absolutely be a state, but the other territories are fairly small in and of themselves. They each have about 50,000 people on them. And then there's a whole bunch of just other areas with like no people or very few people. And probably with the system as it is now, like you don't want to give each one of those a senator each. You'd have like one senator per 25,000 people, while California has one senator per 15 million people. And that's just not equitable at all. Mm-hmm. So my suggestion was just you probably just agglomerate all of those into one state, whichever stay in on the in-out referendum, which I think all of them would probably vote in based on how they vote now.
I mean, in principle, I don't disagree with that. It's just that I don't know. Like I just feel like
it in like principle. I just want like a proportional representation in Congress, and it's not an issue anymore. But
I know, I get it. I just think I just try to imagine like what's more likely. I don't know if like somebody like the Virgin Island population is probably fundamentally different in a lot of ways than like the American Samoa population, right? So I feel like you should.
It doesn't make sense at all. I'm just saying that like if you don't want to have a hugely unequitable Senate, right? Like this is 5 territories, so suddenly 9% of the Senate would just be like this area that only has 300,000 people. Like it's.
I get what you're saying. I just think like it seems like the principle of like at the end of the day, like if Wyoming has 2 senators and California has 2 senators. I don't think the idea that lower bound should be even lower is like totally ridiculous. Just because that is the principle we've established. It's not though, because it's just a matter of like if people in the U.S. Virgin Islands want to be their own country, that's great. But if they also want to be a state, I feel like they should be given that option. And having this weird colonial,
I think they should be given the option to maintain a territory. First of all, I don't think most of these people in these territories want to be independent. It seems like that would just be a catastrophically terrible decision for themselves. And it doesn't seem like that's popular. So I wouldn't even give them the option. Unless like it was a very popular thing there, right? If there's a whole movement in like Virgin Islands,
why not? There was an admission vote in every other state. I don't see any reason we should do it to like other territories. I don't know. Like trust in the democracy.
So no. I mean, I think Brexit shouldn't have been presented before the population. I think that we should do things that make things better. I don't think that we should do things that make things worse. So like if I present you the population, the ability to nuke itself. I would not put that on the ballot, right? Like, trust democracy. Like, no, it seems like a bad idea, right?
So I mean, this is a critique. So one of the critiques people gave of the Puerto Rican status referendum is that it only gave 2 options when there's sort of like 4 that are often discussed in Puerto Rican nationalism or independence or statehood discussions. And like you should just do a ranked choice ballot. Like if it's that simple, if you did ranked choice vote in Brexit and you gave people the options to like stay in the EU but negotiate for more independence, stay in the EU as is now, like leave completely. I think leave completely gets like 30% of the vote. Like people did not expect it to go as it went.
If there's a popular demand for something and that people are pushing for it, that's one thing. Then we may actually have to give them the stupid choice of Brexit. If there's nobody asking,
but right now people are lacking undemocratic rights in these territories. Like the UN has been shitting on us for our treatment of Puerto Rico for 50 years.
Here's the thing. It's
one of the colonies of the world. It's like on the list.
I'm going to get to that. So when it comes to these states, I think that we should give them. I think that we should. I think that you could make a reasonable case that we should give them a representative. Like we should have representatives for territories. I think that since each one of them is so small, I don't think that. I think that what you could do is you could say, okay, you have 2 options. You can either stay as a territory. If you stay as a territory, we keep the same economic relationship. In some ways, it's disfavorable. In some ways, it is favorable, right? So like becoming a state is not uniformly like positive in all domains, right? So you have to pay all these federal taxes now, and you maybe get federal benefits. Maybe you actually just say, no, I actually want more discretion. We don't want to have a state-like relationship to the United States. That's a valid option. Although I think that if you're going to live under our laws, you might want a representative. But I could see that actually if there's enough independence for the territories, I don't know why they would necessarily need representatives actually.
Well, I just don't think that we should have. I don't think we should have like a variable standard basically for American territories. And I'm not sure if every American territory is the exact same as Puerto Rico, but like Puerto Ricans they're already considered American citizens, right? And I don't know if that's the same for every single overseas territory or whatever. But I think a lot of them like automatically have American passports at the very least, even if they're not considered like full citizens. But I think that a lot of them could be wrong. I think that most of them, if not all of them, do have like American citizenship like automatically. I could be wrong about that, but
it's true.
I mean, I think that I agree fundamentally that it sounds odd to give like the Virgin Islands 2 senators when there's like 10,000 people that live there. And maybe SDL's idea, I don't know if ranked choice makes as much sense as like an approval vote for something like that. Like if 80% of people,
same difference.
Yeah, like whatever it is, like whatever the competing referendas or the competing proposals are. But like some sort of like every one of these territories should have the problem with the Puerto Rican referendums is that they're not binding in any way. So a lot of people just don't vote in them because they know that, well, even if we vote for independence, which Puerto Rico's done, I don't know, like 4 or 5 times before, not independence, statehood, they already voted for that like 4 or 5 times. But the U.S. Congress just doesn't do anything about it because, well, that's not a referenda that like we sanctioned. And so basically just having some sort of sanctioned referenda process to allow for a statehood admission for all these territories, I think, makes sense to me.
I think that staying as a territory, maybe like we can fix the situation that we currently have territories in. Maybe like it's unfair in some sort of way. Like I'm open to like reforming that like kind of legal status. I don't think that's necessarily an invalid legal status. Like, I don't think like every small area of territory the United States owns has to be a state or it has to be with like let go. I don't think that we should give them the option to leave because I don't think they want it, and I think it's a bad idea.
But if they vote for it, then they do want it, right? So just give them the option.
Well, so I think that you would present people bad options if they really want like the choice on that bad option. I don't think that you would just just introduce them. So like let's say like we have 3. So we want to do a referendum on healthcare proposals, right? So like option 1 is let's like do universal healthcare. It's our universal healthcare plan, and we're just gonna add this extra option just in case. Eliminate Medicaid permanently and have no replacement for it. I would just say like, well, I don't think we should put that on the ballot, right? Like there's some small chance that people actually did vote for this very bad idea. I don't think that we should give them that choice unless they're like everybody's demanding that it be on the ballot, right? Unless it's necessary. It's just consequentialism, right?
I guess so. I just don't. I just think it sounds weird to say like, oh, they don't want this, but also if we give them the option, they'll go ahead and vote for it. I mean, like at the end of the day, I think that in democracies, people should be allowed to make like bad decisions. I get what you're saying as well. That like, oh well, you could end up with a situation where like all of a sudden the spirit of independence is sort of revived because you officially are sort of giving them the option. But at the end of the day, I mean, if it's just about presenting them with like all the options available to them, and like obviously one of those options, if we don't believe in this like weird colonial construct of overseas territories anymore, obviously one of those options that you could do is just be your own country, right? That might be terrible for you in terms of your like material circumstance, but I think that people, especially in the circumstances like this of overseas territories, I think they just simply have the right to choose whatever path that they want, right? And so I think that's what we should do. I mean, one thing that, maybe we get into it in the constitutional changes, but that would just be like my general principle. But anyway, any last comments on this, SDL, Micah, before we move on to our quick, our utopian ideal, if we could change the Constitution, however we want.
I just if you're like a decolonialist and anti-imperialist, do you think that people should have like democratic self-rule, then there just shouldn't be different democratic standards for different populations? It really seems that simple to me. So give people a vote whether to have their own little internal democracy or be part of a big democracy. That's it.
Well, okay. I think that the ideal relationship for territories is that you basically have mostly self-rule, but you have like some accountability to this larger entity, and in exchange you get some stuff for it. right? And so like the question is, well, how do you structure that relationship in such a way so it's fair? I reject the notion that it's necessarily always unfair, that there's like no fair, it's like a necessarily colonialist approach. I'll admit that I don't know the current relationship that American Samoa and the United States has and how fair it is, but I don't think that it's impossible for it to be fair. I don't think it's unreasonable that a people group could say, well, actually, we don't want to be a state because that comes with too many responsibilities, and we don't want to be independent because that's catastrophic. That seems like there's a real third choice there.
All right, onward and upward to our supermajority changes. I'm going to implore us to not really give an incredible amount of details because we've already been talking for 2.5 hours on institutional reforms. And to be fair, this is just kind of a grab bag of shit that we kind of recognize is not quite politically feasible. So maybe it's not worth like dedicating too much time talking about it. But I'll kind of go down my list, and then you guys can give your lists. And these are things that we would, if we could basically just do whatever we wanted to American institutions, what would we do? And again, like, for me at least, like the motivation behind these changes is, I would say, like generally good motivations. My motivations would be, how does our government pass bills in an efficient way that's generally representative of a people who are generally participatory in our democracy, and like how do we get those three prongs to be achieved in the most like equitable and efficient manner. And so that's what motivates all these changes for me. And so on the presidential side, I would say definitely abolish the Electoral College. So I would just like amend the Constitution and not do this weird national interstate voter compact thing. Abolish the Electoral College. I would say, like Micah said, if you still had a president, elect the president in an open jungle primary, approval voting system. But honestly, what I would do is get rid of the presidential system, and I would say the presidential system sucks, and we should just have a parliamentary system like our cousins from our fathers in the British Isles who have a parliamentary system. The reason I think that this is better than a presidential system is because having adversarial legislative and executive sort of bodies can sometimes lead to a lot of backlog and roadblock. It's one of the reasons why the in some regards, like the post-World War II constitutional proliferation of different nations has led to less efficient governance in some places, where sometimes you'll see like a country that's developing its institutions have a president and a adversarial legislature. So the president just like rolls tanks into the legislature and just gets rid of the legislature because they're too annoying, right? But if the president is functionally part of the legislature as well, which is to say the president becomes a prime minister, I don't think you have as many problems with that. And again, like the biggest difference between a presidential system and a parliamentary system is just that the executive is collapsed into members of the legislative. So in the UK, every member, not every member, but like overwhelmingly speaking, at least in terms of the appointment process, members of the executive are just people who are members of the House of Commons. It's not necessarily the case that would be the case, but at the very least, like the government in general is just appointed by the the legislative branch. And so I think that's probably reasonable. On the voting system changes, I would make our system pure proportional representation. I think local representatives are pretty overrated. I don't think most people actually give a fuck about who their local representative is. I think they just tend to vote for like the party that they like, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. So just like, hey, here's a big ass list of 400 people that Democrats are running to be in the House, put an approval vote. Who do you approve of out of that list, and which party do you want? Oh, you want the Democrats? Okay, the Democrats get 55% of the vote. All right, well, 55% of the list of Democrats is who ends up winning. If you couldn't do that, I would say, MMP would be better, mixed member proportional, where you have like, look at the German election system for more details on this. That's an example of MMP. STV is like a distant third. STV, it's multi-member districts that get elected. It's like quasi-proportional, but not necessarily. It's better than what we have now, but definitely open list, pure proportional representation. That shit would be dope as fuck. Next up, publicly funded elections. Only public dollars going into elections. I think that would probably be ideal versus all this, nonpartisan or all this partisan sort of private, dollars going into our elections. That would probably be pretty bad. Compared to a publicly funded system. We talked about it last time, decommodifying news media consumption. So this idea where, you have like some amount of revenue that we dedicate towards news media consumption and just giving it out in the form of vouchers to people to spend on the news consumption that they want. Again, it doesn't like radically change the nature of news media, but I would say that it certainly changes like the keys of power to news media, and I would say like horizontally distributing that is probably better than having this incredibly unequal distribution currently. And I would also say, to be fair, like I don't think news media should be able to be run for profit. Like I think the idea of for-profit news media is probably just like strictly a bad thing. Again, there are certain things like police being run for profit would be a disaster. Firefighting being run for profit would be a disaster. Most people would say that public schools should not be run for profit. And the reason is not some weird socialist notion of like the profit motive being bad. It's just the idea that certainly the profit motive is not a good motivator for like every single aspect of our society, right? You know, the child or not childcare. I was going to say like, you know, the idea that profit motive is always good is obviously pretty absurd. And I think in the news media, that's probably the case as well. I would get rid of that. Some more radical things. 10 times the number of representatives in the House. I'm not bullshitting on this. 10 times. We should have like 4,000 to 5,000 members of the U.S. House. Why do I say that? Okay. Number one, it's possible. You just have to build a bigger building, guys. It's not that big of a deal. All right. Just build a bigger building. Number two, I think there's something to be said about the idea that if you do want to have local representatives, they should be like truly local. That like you shouldn't have people representing like 500,000 people. It's very difficult to like truly. I mean, to be fair, like even in a system where you're representing, 50,000 people, there's probably going to be some intricacies that you're missing amongst your election base. But the idea that the average person's probably going to know their representative a lot better in a world where you have, like truly local representatives is probably better. So if you're going to have local representatives, we should just have a lot more of them. And I don't really have, a big problem with that. I would say abolish the Senate. I would say in my ideal world, probably wouldn't have a Senate. I think that the U.S. is has like a sufficiently long history of federalization amongst territories that we probably don't need sort of state level representation anymore. It would also make conversations about making overseas territories states a lot more like less partisan in nature because, if Guam only got like one member of the House instead of 2 senators, I don't think there'd be many Republicans who are just like deathly against the fucking, implementation of Guam as a state or something like that, which is totally reasonable. Make the House term limits 4 years with a 4-year term limit and make them get elected the same time as the president. Midterm elections are stupid. I don't know why we did it. I don't know who thought it was a good idea to do midterm elections. It wasn't a good idea. We should just elect House members at the same time that we elect the prime minister / president every single year. And that's something that I would say would make a lot of sense. Let's see. Oh yeah, local governance. This is something that Micah suggested that I agree with. Like, why do we have city governments? Doesn't make any sense. Get rid of them. Let's just make everything county governments. It doesn't make sense why we have like an extra unnecessary layer of bureaucracy. And that goes for all the other stuff, like weird overlapping utility districts and like public school coverage. Counties. All of it county-based. No reason to have like these 15 different mapped layers of bureaucracy with different weird line-drawn localization. Counties. Just make it all counties. Your local government, guess what? County. That's it. Okay. And then you've got your state government and then your national government. This also makes it our elections a lot smoother. So you could have like House / prime minister presidential elections 1 year on the same day. And then on, the week of July, the Saturday after July 4th, you could have the next year county elections, the next year state elections. You could have an off year, or maybe in the off year, you could have like other elections like school board and stuff like that are still county based, to be clear. And then you just have House and PM elections again, which I think makes the most sense. And so those are some quick things that I would do to greatly improve the efficiency of our current system. SDL, if you could do anything you wanted to America, what would you do?
I mean, you outlined a lot of the voting reforms that would be preferable. I mean, really, any of them is preferable to the current system. I think that, like, we could dispute whether open or closed or whatever is the best, but it's really all sort of fantasy and that it's all better, like way better than the current system. I know that my weirdo twist is that I would like to have there be a maximum for parties. I really, really, really worry about parties having too much power, and that like a influential leader of one party would use that to chip away at democracy. So I believe that like there's a decent amount of evidence that democratic norms are like a social structure built up by legislators working with other legislators. So if you want to have a coalition building norm, a power sharing norm, you should intentionally structure your government so that no one ever has all the power and they are forced to share all the time. In other words, sharing is caring, sharing is socialism, sharing is democracy. So we should just build a system in which no party can ever have absolute control. It has to build a coalition. That's my long short of it. I want to set like a 20% max at parties. That's it. But that's the only weirdo thing I'd add to that. Are we just going down the full list, or?
Yeah, we do this in a weird way, but you're go through your entire list.
So aside from that, I know the other one that I talked about earlier is democracy vouchers. I would argue that there should be no private funding of elections. Like private citizens shouldn't be able to fund their own elections, should not. They shouldn't be able to fund other people's elections. They should not. The only funding should come through a combination of democracy vouchers that citizens give to other people, and public funding for like all candidates or all parties who got above X% of the vote in some round or X number of signatures or whatever. That's really it. I think that, that is one of the ways you'll have the most egalitarian funding of primaries, and you'll have the least interest of moneyed interests. And that is the most democratic you're going to get on the system, where democracy means one person, one vote, and also a one person roughly equal decision-making power. So,
well, somebody in the chat mentions you guys are just explaining the Dutch electoral system right now, and that's the thing. That's the interesting thing about what we're describing is that.
This is not fantasy.
This actually is there's actually existing what we just described, like actually existing good democratic structures. And unfortunately, it's just that in order to do these things in America, you'd have to do this really long constitutional amendment process. But yeah, what we're describing works in many other countries and localities in the world. Micah, what would you add? Fantasy list. Mordor style fucking whatever you want.
Okay. Micah, can I have one complaint about the Dutch system? It's that in addition to a cap on how large a party should be, there should also actually be a fairly high floor, because when there's two small parties, it makes it hard for voters to choose between them. You should have a floor of 5% or something, and if you're too small, you just die. Okay, give up, get a better ideology. It's
That's
over.
True. In my system with 5,000 members of the House, Jackson Hinkle is going to be one of the representatives or something with half a percent of the vote.
I agree with 75% of what Econoboy said. I don't know about this whole cap thing. I think that's a pretty crazy idea.
That is cringe. I'll be honest.
Let me just run through my list really quickly. Executive Council. Yeah, abolish the president. Totally agree. Don't replace him with one person. Replace them with 7. So basically, you have all these department heads or some sort of senior board of.
Big president. The actual FBI just got him this time.
It's true,
guys. Okay, so whoever's actually the head of state it's rotating. So one of the members of the 7-person board is the head of state at any point in time, and there's a normal schedule for this. What is the benefit? First, 7 is greater than 1. 7 people with brains in a room. This probably
like a Roman tribunal. We need more than one emperor. This empire is just so big, guys.
The thing is, whenever one of the biggest issues with having prime ministers and presidents is the other party will propagandize and attack against that singular individual. And so a lot of times parties in elections become about people and not about ideas. And so by getting rid of you can't attack Justin Trudeau anymore. Now there's a 7-person body, and you're not going to get everybody to remember all who each one of the 7 people are. Now we actually just have to start talking about what they're doing. You have to say the Liberal Party is doing XYZ thing that I disagree with. And so now it becomes less about, I just want to punch Justin Trudeau in the face. And it becomes more about, man, Justin Trudeau's not doing enough, right? So that's the reason why I support that change.
True.
So I agree with most of the things y'all said here. I have a list of things that I think are kind of crazy.
Most going through bullet point by bullet point. We can't get the explanation.
Abolish elected school boards. Common sense. Okay, you don't need elected school boards. Participatory budgeting at the local level. Okay, if there's a bunch of different beauty improvement projects in the city, we want to add a new park, and there's 15 different ideas, we could just vote on which park we want, right?
Socialist Micah.
France does that. It's really cool. Liquid democracy. Completely insane idea, but I think it's really cool. So your representative you can delegate your vote to anybody, and you can delegate your vote to that person, and they can use that vote on your behalf to vote on legislation. So there is no representatives. There's just delegates. It's a crazy idea, but I think you could use some of it sometimes. Abolish the midterms, as Econoboy said. Citizens assemblies. Randomly, huge citizen juries that we randomly sample from the population to determine issues of national importance, like abortion. We'd have 500 random Americans selected, put them in a room with experts and research for 6 months. Then they come up with a decision. That decision goes up for a vote by the entire population. And what do we see? That's exactly what they did in Italy. Abortion went from a very contentious issue to an issue that they resolved in the law in a way that had tons and tons of popularity. Quadratic voting. If you want to vote on an issue in a referendum or like a matter of political importance, and maybe it matters a lot more to you than other people, you can use multiple votes. Like you have a budget of votes and you can budget them to the things you care most about. Very interesting idea. More constitutional restraints on the government. I think we should just ban constitutionally the government from doing very bad things. So like we have the Bill of Rights, we could have constitutional mandates which say the government cannot regulate land use in these ways. We could have constitutionally mandated YIMBYism. That just seems like unambiguously good. How do we get the government to do what?
Fascism, it sounds like.
Yeah, it's like, how can we stop the government from doing this bad thing? Why don't we just make it impossible for them to ever do that bad thing? That seems like a great idea. Ending elected judges, and that's pretty much it.
One thing that none of us mentioned, but I think we all support is like also some sort of national referenda system. Like people should just be able to directly vote on policies that, you know, they want to vote on, basically. So like at least in my ideal system for that regard, there'd probably be some sort of, you know, signature gathering process. You have to have like such a percentage of, you know, people. So let's say that you had to get a signature, like for a national referenda, let's say you had to get at least, you know, I don't know, 5 million signatures or something. And then that issue would be voted on by the full sort of population of people. And then that would be binding, right? So if people voted in favor of it, then, well, that would be a policy that would be enacted. If people voted against it, then the status quo would change, stay the same, basically. What were you going to say? I know that STL, I think at one point of our iteration, you changed, you said not a national referenda system, because we had to add in a little bit of autism. A national initiative system.
Okay, it's a minor difference. Referenda in the US states are when the legislature is like, hey, we're not sure if this is popular enough, we're sending it down. Initiative is like, hey, we've got enough signatures, we're sending it up to the people. And if it passes,
I was describing an initiative system.
Yeah,
the whole time.
It doesn't really matter. Like the word, who gives, right?
Yeah. So I think this is actually, if we could ever pass one constitutional amendment, it's like, you know, like whenever you say, what would you do if you had one wish? You wish
it's got to be the initiative system, right?
Yeah, probably. Nope, he froze again. STL, you'll never get the answer to your question.
Make it where we can reform the Constitution via initiative referendums. That would be the highest ROI possible constitutional amendment.
So I know that something that Econoboy mentioned a little bit was decommodifying news media, and I'm just happy to see this idea spreading, okay? Because news media vouchers have been my weird little niche thing that I've been talking about for a while. But I did talk about like I don't know, I very much feel like this voucherification is like a general process is probably the most radical view that I have, that like, so a suggestion that I've given over and over is that you should have a culture voucher or an arts voucher or something. And the gimmick with that is that you can give it to any artist you want, but any artist who wants to take democracy vouchers or art vouchers or whatever has to make all of their works public domain. They can't receive any profits from any of their works. Their works are just public domain forever. And that has enormous economic benefits because it just like deletes an enormous amount of intellectual property BS about tiny like artists trying to eke out a little penny off their work. No, everyone just has $50 and they can just give it to you every month or whatever. That shit rocks. And that encourages you to give it to an artist that you actually enjoy versus like an artist who got good ads or whatever, an artist who had got good sponsorship deals or whatever. Like I think it's like, insofar as we think people are like, I don't know, they're choosing with their ears, you want to like maximize the best song production or whatever.
Well, I think early sort of proto-socialists talked about the socialization of production and consumption. So that's essentially what we're talking about here. Some forms of consumption being socialized and sort of equitably distributed. Again, like not that everyone gets the same amount of calories like shipped to their house every month or something, but you know, certain things, again, sorry, you will enjoy the calorie block when it arrives on your doorstep, okay?
So like it could be the case that media is one of those things that like is actually best to organize like a gift economy, right? So like there's 3 different ways to structure the economy. There's like a gift model, there's a, you know, commodity market-based model, and there's a plan model. And I'm open-minded to this idea that like maybe just basically having all media supported by donations that are at the fundamental level publicly funded is a good idea.
Yeah.
I imagine, I could see that could actually make
All right.
things better.
Well, there you go, guys. That's an incredibly long, relatively in-depth explanation of some primers for what we three wonks, a liberal, a soc dem, and a socialist would do to change our American institutions. And again, I mean, we all agree because, as Twitter stated, we are just three fascists in sheep's clothing. But I think these are some things that would greatly expand basically our democratic participation. They would increase the efficiency of our government, and certainly they would make all of our governments significantly more representative, really, and more efficient. So there you go. All right, on the next thing, and we'll probably talk about this for about an hour or something like that. Children. Why should we give a fuck about the children and family policy? To quote Marshall Mathers III, quote, "I ain't here to save the fucking children, but if one kid out of 100 million who are going through a struggle feels it relates, that's great." And that was Marshall Mathers in one of his famous songs. So, I guess fundamentally when it comes to family policy, I would say that there are some very almost like morally foundational reasons why we should support children and families. And it doesn't have to do with like some weird ideal of the, family as an institution or something, right? I think it's more basic than that. So for me, at least, number one, children cannot work, right? So children do not have a say in, oh my goodness, what just flew into your room, Micah? Jesus. That was a fast animal, whatever that was. Jesus. Anyway, but I would say that fundamentally children cannot work, right? So, children do not choose to get, children don't choose to be born into poverty. Children don't choose to be born into less than ideal circumstances. And because of that, we probably just should societally support them. I think that, it goes back to, I want to say it was maybe, was it maybe Rawls or something, like this veil of ignorance idea where, if we were to design a society and you didn't know what place you would end up in it, how would you design that society? And this is, of course, magnified for children because they're the most vulnerable in terms of their placement in that society. Because, again, they had no choice in terms of their placement. They just kind of are there. Another, more sort of selfish reasons, children are our future, right? So, the future researchers who are innovating science comes from the same fundamental stock of children who might grow up to be, violent gang members or something who cause a bunch of trouble. And so these are reasons why, trying to ensure that children have a basic equitable standard of living and, families are supported to raise children in an optimal way is a good thing. And then number 4, I guess fundamentally, children are financial burdens to their parents, and that's just a fact, right? If you have a child and you used to not have a child, you now have a financial burden that you have to figure out, how to deal with, right? Because you are responsible for your children, and so given that children are financial burdens, we should probably work to alleviate that financial burden. Because fundamentally, we don't want people to necessarily say, I don't want to have children because I don't make enough money. Like, that's probably not a good reason to not have children. And we also probably don't necessarily want people to say, well, I want to have 5 kids because I can afford it. Like, just because you can afford 5 children doesn't mean you'd be, a good parent, right? So these are things that I think foundationally as to like why we should support children and families in their origination stage are very important. Estienne, Micah, would you add anything to that? Would you take anything away? What do you guys think? Why is family policy like fundamentally something that's important to think about?
So for me, I would say I think about this maybe a little bit differently. I'd say that, it's bad. I'm a utilitarian, and I think all of us are, at least largely consequentialistic, right? So I'd say, I want the most well-being possible. People are not well off when they're poor. So it'd be better for people to not be poor. And for kids, it's especially bad when they're poor because that has long-term negative impacts on them. So that's number 1, right? So like it's especially bad when kids are poor. So we need to definitely focus on making them less poor. And the second thing is we want more kids. Why do we want more kids? So more people can be happy. right? It's like if we have more people, that means more people hopefully living good lives, right? If we, if we live in a world where most people are suffering, then maybe we don't want more kids. But I imagine that in countries like the United States, people live lives that are net positive. At least I hope so.
Thrown into like a position.
So if that was the case, then we do want more people. And so, well, how do you encourage families to have more people? Well, why don't you make it where they have to pay less to have a kid? Why don't you make it where there's like some more of a financial reward? Paying people for doing things is very, very good at getting them to do them. So if we pay people to have kids, that seems like a good way to get them to have more kids. And so that'd be my two reasons.
STL, what would you add or take away? Why should we fundamentally, as Eminem put it, why should we give a fuck about the children?
The only additional element I would add is maybe expanding on your notion that children are financial burdens to their parents. That, in an expensive view of freedom, everything that restricts your time, that restricts your income, that restricts like your behavior is a restriction on your freedom. And so insofar as we want more children to like continue the human species because we want to maximize the number of happy children in Micah's worldview, we want to minimize the freedom impact it has on people. There's a very real way in which people who do a lot of like domestic labor aren't properly compensated for that labor. And so there's an argument from the left that if you want to properly compensate people for the emotional and it's called reproductive labor of like raising the next generation, you have to have a family policy which tries to liberate, especially women, as much as possible from the fiscal costs and the physical burdens of raising children.
Yeah. And I mean, how often do we hear conservatives and not just conservatives, I mean, just like regular people say, the most important thing you'll ever do is be a parent. And the reason that they say that is obviously very multifaceted. But, one of the reasons people say that is because, again, children are the future, right? I mean, children shape society. The way that they're raised, the environment that they're raised in is foundationally important to how our society ends up in the future, right? When we are elderly and we are reliant upon the younger generation that we helped raise in the form of being their parents, being their grandparents, what do those generations look like as a consequence of our parenting and the institutions that we constructed to support them? And fundamentally, we just don't have in America a great sort of fundamental set of institutions to support families. And one thing that I'll do is I'll pull up this OECD data to go to the React screen. You can see here, this is family benefits public spending as a percent of GDP from 2000 to 2021. So not an incredible time horizon. I think I could maybe, I don't know if I could extend it, what that would look like. Oh yeah, you can see it. So from 1980 to 2021. And you can see here, this is just a selection of countries. So again, this is public family benefits spending as a percent of GDP. And you can see the United States is here, right? So if let me turn the chat off really quick, just so you can see it. So you can see the United States in this bottom right corner typically spends basically less than 1% of GDP on family benefits. But look at all of these other countries, right? And this is quite a broad selection of like generally the developed countries in the world, right? Australia, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Iceland, Japan, New Zealand, Norway, Sweden, Switzerland, the United Kingdom. A decent horizontal selection, including the Nordic countries, obviously, of developed countries in the world. They all spend substantially more on family benefits than America does, right? Again, 0.6% of GDP. Looks like in the most recent estimate, the lowest country on here is Canada. So our cousins to the north are kind of shitting the bed on this one too. But they literally spend almost triple the amount as a proportion of their economy on family benefits than America. And that's like the next lowest country in this list. I mean, if we look at the more generous countries like Sweden, Iceland, they're spending 3.5%, 3% of their GDP on family benefits. New Zealand, 2.7%. United Kingdom, 2.3%. Japan, a country that apparently has no children anymore, spending 2% of their GDP on the children in Japan, right? A country that is substantially reducing the proportion of its.
They're pampering the one child left in Japan.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, just look at this, and you can see Japan's curve going up over time as they're trying to incentivize more and more people to have children. But again, like, this is just to show that what we are about to advocate for is, in fact, so incredibly not radical amongst the international sort of developed country community. The United States does a particularly terrible job supporting families and supporting children. And so for anybody who might be watching this thinking, oh, this is just a bunch of pie in the sky, wild liberal thinking for how we might be able to support children, we're really just arguing for things that are foundationally basic in like so many other countries. Our health, people talk about our healthcare system. Like, obviously, we have a healthcare system in America. It might be a lot worse than other countries' healthcare systems, but really, we don't really have a great sort of institutional design or like structural capacity for family benefits in this country at all, right? I mean, the differences in spending are quite incredible. So. Anyway, so I guess to move on to the policies that we actually want to implement, SDL, what are some things that if you could implement what you wanted in terms of family policy and, child policy, what would you do in order to make basically the lives of children and the lives of family not so bad?
So I don't think it's in your list, but there was a suggestion from people like Matt Brunig that you should simply have, relating back to what I talked earlier, a subsidy for people who provide like labor to take care of children. The suggestion here was that either takes the form of a subsidy for like childcare work. Oh, the Condoboy does have free childcare in there. But the suggestion, I believe, that was a little more radical, and I'm not sure that I thought through the policy implications of it, was you should also be paying stay-at-home parents, essentially, because they're doing the same work, but not in an institutional setting. So I'm not sure how you'd evaluate that, and like there's a risk that maybe you're essentially paying people to stay out of the workforce, which seems like a very bad outcome. I'm not sure how you'd best evaluate that. But I think that would be maybe the radical solution at the end, is you'd want to value all people's work, including childcare work, even if it's not for a corporation. If you could somehow do it, that'd be the ideal policy. But,
yeah, I mean, the difficulty is always just going to be like, well, do you know if somebody's actually doing a good job, right? But like, yeah, I think that like if you have like I guess you could say, hey, you have this voucher basically where you can go to a childcare provider and you can give them such and such money for such and such services, or you can take out this amount in cash. Maybe it's a lower amount, maybe it's not an equivalent amount, because we're going to say, well, you're probably going to do a worse job than the childcare provider on average. Like,
but I don't know if it's actually true for what it's worth. Like there seems to be some evidence that like it might just relate to how children are wired to work with their parents and whatnot, that home care provision and like third party provision are like roughly comparable, even though one's not paid. Like, I don't know. I think
that fundamentally, I think that it's a fair argument, the idea that caregivers in general are doing productive work that isn't compensated. I think that it would be, at the same time though, I think it would be difficult to design I think it would be difficult, to be fair, to design a sort of program that would reasonably compensate them. I think that rather maybe just having a generalized level of cash benefit and say like, okay, well, like some of the labor cost or the labor production is internalized by this generalized level of cash benefit probably makes sense. Like you could also bake that into a child allowance, like, something like that. Right?
Well, that's what I was going to say. I feel like the simplest way to make something like this that's approximating it is simply to have universal basic income and then a child supplement, both for the child and for the parent, just on the assumption that children are expensive and you're either paying for it at a third party or you're paying for it in your own time. So like, I
definitely think child allowance is a fantastic idea. I think that's the most important one, especially, we have a child tax credit in the United States. It should be made universal. There's no reason why once you make over $150,000, we should be like, well, actually, we're going to treat both a person that makes $180,000 with 10 kids the same as somebody who makes $180,000 with 0 kids. Seems like the person who has 10 kids should actually be treated better by the government. So it should be universal. It should be bigger. The question to me is, okay, does it make sense for us to have special subsidies for childcare on top of that? And to me, I think the argument is there's two possible arguments. Argument one is childcare is good, you want to promote it. Is that clear? Not. I think it's like for some. So like you can compare childcare to at-home parenting. For some populations, at-home parenting is clearly better. For some populations, the parents are doing a bad job. And so the question is, well, okay, if you make it free, how does the composition, like, where is it taking from? Is it pulling more people that are like doing a good job? Like, what's the net impact, right? Like, what is the net impact on childcare quality? I think that the best argument for free childcare or subsidized childcare is that you are ensuring that the poorest kids, the kids where their parents are wasting all the child allowance money and are completely taking advantage of the situation, they are receiving this benefit. And I think that, you know, especially since those kids are the ones that are experiencing the most suffering and are having the worst possible life outcomes, you know, there's a decent case that, like, well, if you're making it so that, you know, maybe even 10% of kids see this huge relief from this policy, I think it raises my my belief in it being a good idea. Like, I imagine, think about kids in very poor areas. Like, what do we think about the willingness, the culpability of their parents and those children's bad position, those bad conditions?
I mean,
Do they have bad parents?
I mean, from a policy perspective, so this is speaking to this a little bit. A policy that I didn't put on here was universal nurse home visits. One of the most effective policies to make parents like better, essentially, seems to actually just be to have a nurse visit every like 3 months or whatever after the kid is born. And my ideal proposal would be have it just be something like once a year. You know, have school counselors, have people visit the home, check in on with the kid, basically have a social worker for every person, ideally, but at least for now, for every kid. And that has enormous reductions in either neglect or abusive behavior from parents. So just tutoring parents actually can help a lot. And just having a checkup can encourage a lot of parents to treat their kids right.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that when people initially hear that, they hear like an incredibly draconian, like government bureaucrat coming to take your kids away kind of thing. But you know, I think that the sort of practical, like, it's at the end of the day, like, I think as long as it's viewed foundationally as like a resource, right? And as long as like the standards for taking away children is always high, it would probably be fine to basically offer, like, not necessarily like free social workers, but like free, essentially, parental counselors to people who could give, you know, advice and things like this on, like, you know, what are the best practices for parenthood and things like this. At the end of the day, if you're abusing your children, well, you should have your children taken away from you, of course, right?
Well, and to be clear, so this is called, like, one of the programs we did in the US is called the Nurse Home Visit Program. I think, unless I mangled that. And it had some estimate of something like $300 billion saved by the reduction in crime caused by the reduction in abuse. Like, it's a very large effect, but most of that doesn't run through taking kids away through CPS. It runs through the kids never being abused in the first place. Like, it's not that someone's coming there and being like, oh, this kid looks really abused. It's like coming there, and now the parent knows they're going to be observed. Now the parent can get advice, so they're less likely to abuse the kid in the first place, and they're more likely to treat the kid proper. Like, it's mostly prevention, not
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. That makes a lot of sense to me. I think that you know, what I just think about is, you know, there's some areas where crime is very high, economic opportunity is very low, and these are the areas where, like, poverty is just the worst, right? So economic mobility is very low, and so kids are going to, you know, especially when they're very young, they're not really going anywhere. They're just kind of staying at home in these very bad environments. And so, like, the question is, well, you know, we have a couple options here. Either one, we make these environments somehow good. Two, we take the kid out of this environment completely, or three, we remove this kid from the environment so much so as to not be so much of an issue, right? So, like, you're sleeping in the home with your parents who are not doing a very good job of parenting you, right? But you're spending every day at your childcare facility where it's like everything's fine, right? And it's like, okay, ideally we would do one. Ideally, we'd make it where there's none of these bad environments anymore. I'm not sure how we could effectively achieve that. So your policy, SDL, certainly is good in the respect that we do more of one, right? So it's like more of these environments that are, like, really bad become less bad. Well, welfare also makes it less bad, right?
Well, it's a holistic policy, right?
Economy has some other things here, like universal after school care, free tutoring services, free pre-kindergarten, free healthcare. All of these things actually create more environments where it's sort of a weird way to think about this, but, like, have you ever heard the term allo-parenting?
I have not.
So humans are one of the most alloparental species on Earth. Most species, it's like your mom raises you till you leave the nest, and then that's it. Right. And like you will not be raised by another mom. In fact, other moms will kill you if they can find you. Like they are very competitive parents. Humans are the most alloparental species, or one of the most in the world, in that we will often adopt people, like kids from other families, and take care of them as well as our own. There's a lot of evidence that people like respond slightly more elevated emotionally to their own baby crying, but they respond like 90% as high emotionally to another baby from a random family crying. Like you have very strong biological signals to care about all children. And the reason why I mention all that is that like you can think of society as an extended family. If it's working well, it's trying to make sure that everyone gets like a moderate level of good family, no matter how bad your family is, right? There's like a baseline of family care, of good environments that we're trying to provide to literally everyone. We want society to be a good allo parent in that sense, which is sort of a weird way to think about it. But like Micah's like, hey, maybe there's these bad parents. And I'm like, yes, we will simply have the state be the parent, which is like incredibly weird way to think about it, but like in the most positive, least authoritarian, least fascist way of putting
SDL is allergic to optics. Well, positively allergic to optics.
Well, yeah. So like, I think that to a certain extent, we all agree with like 1, 2, and 3. Like we all think that the state should do some of the parenting, right? Because we believe in schools. And so like that is
all right,
like
and we believe in like anti-abuse laws, and you can't beat your children like to death or something. You're gonna get.
And I think like some sort of system to like improve the monitoring to get kids out of bad environments and to help parents be better. That also helps. To me, the only question about the thing like there's only a few things on this list that I actually have questions about. Like for instance, free childcare. Like, what is the net impact of that? Would it simply just be better and like more economically efficient and non-distortionary to give people a better child allowance? Or would it be better to give people this in-kind benefit? And yes, it's maybe like leads to a distortion in allocation, like more people get childcare, but at least it ensures that some kids with very awful parents actually receive something, which is childcare, that they would not have received otherwise.
I think it's a matter of like how do I put this? Like, for instance, like when we were talking about our in the healthcare reform episode with the two of us, one thing that you mentioned was that private insurance, it's not really clear that like there's an ability to innovate the service of giving insurance, right? Which is one thing that maybe makes the role of the state broader to provide like a state insurance option. And like similarly, when we're talking about essentially providing daycare, it's not necessarily clear that like private ownership and like market distribution of vouchers or like market distribution of like child allowance dollars would lead to more productive or like efficient ways to provide daycare for children. And so in that regard, I feel like, it would probably be better to have some sort of like state daycare apparatus and free childcare center sort of registration system where you either have a mixture of basically of like state daycare facilities and nonprofits and like private systems that can have file reimbursements for the government or something, versus just saying we're just going to give you like an extra $100 a month on your child allowance for, well, that would be like way too little, but like we're going to give you an extra $500 a month to basically pay for daycare for your children, which I don't think is fair. And to be fair as well, like not every parent like actually needs a daycare facility. A lot of people do stay at home. A lot of people just rely on their in-laws to help watch the children during the day. And in that regard, we might be like significantly magnifying the cost of the childcare allowance when really we could just provide direct basically state daycares for people who actually need positively to use the service of daycare.
I mean, I don't think that the state's better at providing daycare necessarily.
Not better. I didn't use that phrase. Just like more efficient, basically, right? Like,
well, I would consider that better. I consider if you're just the same quality and it's more efficient, I'd say it's better.
Well, sure, but I guess the argument, like, what I'd be interested to hear you answer is like, what, like, the utility of the profit motive and private ownership of daycares, like, what is the thing that we're gaining from that system?
Of course. Well, like, first, like, just the composition of daycare could be completely different, right? So, like, marketplaces allow specialization, which is really cool, right? So, like, you see, there's tons of different daycare models. that exists, right? You could have nannies. You could have like a private little specialist that gets like 6 kids together, and maybe that's more expensive. You pay more for it. The voucher could pay for part of it. But like maybe we like that more. Like maybe my kid resonates with that more. Maybe I want a daycare that like interacts with my kids in this specific kind of way, right? Like they do these specific kind of activities and have these specific kind of gains. Like maybe it's really close to me, right? Maybe like there's so many ways in which you could have a daycare model that's like better than another one, right? And I imagine, if government administration of daycares is anything similar to what government administration of schools is, it's like very clear to me that there's just plenty of like private providers that will beat it out. Now, to be clear, I don't think the state should like just not like say we're never going to do daycares ever. I think there should just be a competitive system, and what if the state can produce a public facility at their elementary school so that the parents can drop off their 12-year-old and their 4-year-old at the same time, and like that daycare is great. That's good. Although I just wouldn't think that you should make it where it's like, oh, we're just going to make it an exclusively public thing. That seems to have cons and not many upsides.
Well, not necessarily exclusively public, but like I think that there's like a certain brand of like neoliberal and like center left Democrat or like let's say like center left like policy wonk, where I feel like there are some people who like literally any in-kind benefit, just get rid of all of them and just give people money. And it's like, well, no, I think that there probably are circumstances where we don't want to literally just give people an amount of dollars equal to the in-kind benefit, because there's, yeah, exactly. Like, because there's probably some, basically some role for state capacity. So it sounds like because agree, even in my ideal system, we would still have nonprofits and like private daycare centers, but I think that we would also have like a relatively expansive public, daycare and like childcare system. And last thing I'll say is like one thing to keep in mind here is that like free childcare proposals are typically only for children aged like 0 to 5, because by the time you hit 5, well, now you're in pre-kindergarten, right? Like that's your daytime care, you're in pre-kindergarten. And by the time you hit 6, well, you're in kindergarten. And by the time you hit 7, well, now you're from 1st to 12th grade. And again, like that's basically a daycare for children functionally. You don't really need like free childcare for children who are 11 years old, because those children are in school during the day, presumably, right? So
you get free after school care, right? It's like, to me, I don't think that the reason why you'd want to subsidize these things or make them free is because the government's necessarily better at them. I think you just like want to promote them, right?
Yeah.
And like maybe sometimes in-kind benefits do beat cash if there's like a big risk that parents are not going to use the cash properly. And like the reason why we support cash benefits is because people are pretty good at spending money for themselves in ways that benefit themselves. But it may not be the case that people are as good at spending money on behalf of their kids. That's totally possible. A good 10% of parents might just use that money for themselves. And if we just gave their kids childcare with the money, yes, like it's not theoretically optimal, but it actually just leads to the kids being better off, and the kids' welfare is like extremely important.
Another way of putting that is that rather than being theoretically inoptimal, it's optimal for the humans that actually exist, not rational optimizers, right? Like,
well, yeah, and that's one thing is that if we imagine like what would it cost to give like every parent the ability to pay for childcare? Well, again, there's just a lot of parents that just don't. They're just not going to pay for childcare, right? So we can like compartmentalize those dollars into either a fully public childcare system or having some like mixed sort of public voucher model for specifically childcare for those children. And when I say, to be fair, on my list, it does say universal after school programs or after school care. What I mean by that really is after school programs, right? Not that every child can stay in a daycare for 2 hours after school every day, but like we should have like a relatively expansive set of extracurriculars and after school programs that are available to children. One thing that we haven't mentioned is, and almost certainly, right? We all agree on this, like free school meals. It has got, like, of all the family policies, it has to be the easiest thing, because number one, who wants children to go hungry? Number two, it's actually incredibly cheap. I saw an estimate, I put it here, where it would cost to To basically make it to where every single child gets at least 2 meals a day, it would cost about $30 billion a year, right? This is like 0.1% of the federal budget. And the thing is that it's the kind of program that saves hundreds of billions of dollars because hungry children don't pay attention in school. They're not productive workers. They become criminals and shit, right? So
what I'm hearing is
Econoboy
coming back around. What I'm hearing is Econoboy coming back around to the calorie block.
Well, I mean, at least when they're in school, right? I mean, that's another thing. Like,
so 2 calorie blocks, one for lunch, and one for breakfast?
Exactly.
Oh my god!
So
yeah. Free school meals is almost like the bare minimum of a child policy. America doesn't even do that, but we should. No.
Yeah, it seems like just a lot of these things surrounding education, just making them free makes a lot of sense, right? So like free after school care, that could make sense. I imagine that there could be a good case for that. Free tutoring services. That seems like that can really improve performance a lot. So if you think performance on tests actually reflects something very important, just making sure all the kids get tutors or have the ability to get tutors can help a lot.
Yeah.
I think that interesting when it comes to school lunches. So I don't know about what y'all's high schools were like. I had friends that went to a high school that had a cafeteria that had like multiple different like restaurants, like fast food restaurants there, kind of like a university.
Yeah.
And like everybody loved it. So I wonder, it's like, well, let's make it market based, right? Like you could have like the government provided food, but you could also like get a voucher instead. And you could go order an item off the menu of like one of the local, in-house restaurants. I think that'd be an interesting idea.
Yeah, I think in general, I mean, it's fair to say that the quality of American school meals could use some work as well. There's always those crazy videos of like, look at this American school lunch, and it's like the square pizza with like a carton of milk or something, and and like a can of green beans like poured onto the plate, and it's like, look at this is a French school lunch, and it's like fresh fruit and like a nice fucking croissant or some shit, and like whatever French shit that they eat, and it's just like a really quality looking meal, right? And similarly, yeah, I mean, I think the ability to which we could inject, more natural, less processed foods into our children's diets is probably a good thing. Like we shouldn't have this universal experience in America, which almost everyone has, which is like, yeah, our school lunches were, kind of dog shit, at least, like a lot of us have that experience, and that's probably not appropriate. So I think that on number 2 here, I put it baby boxes or initial payments for parents. I think that something like this makes sense as well. Like, basically the state just providing you some initial in-kind, like, hey, here's some diaper. Like, I think that a lot of times having a child is like buying a new home. Every new homeowner experiences this thought of like, I think I've really planned it out. I think I got everything that I need. But then you actually move in and you realize, oh shit, I don't have a broom. Just didn't think to buy one. Fuck me. What was I going to do? I bought all these 100 other things, but it turns out brooms wasn't on my list, right? And I think that a lot of parents have a similar sort of process when they first have children where it's like, man, I think I've really thought of everything, but then you bring the kid home the first day and you're like, oh, fuck, I don't have this like specific thing that I really need. And it just creates an inconvenience. So perhaps providing some sort of baby box for children or for parents of children would make sense. Or to be fair as well, like just providing, hey, in addition to qualifying for your monthly child allowance when your kid is first born, you also qualify for, an initial payment of like $3,000, let's say, so that you can buy things like fixed costs of children, like cribs and whatever registration fees you have to have, and maybe have a decent backlog of things like diapers and formula or whatever you might need. Something like that probably makes sense as well. What are you guys' thoughts?
I like the baby box.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like an interesting idea. I think that my only concern is, well, what is the government like actually going to source these things well? Like source the diapers at a competitive price and like do a good job in that respect. Like I think Denmark's the one who does this, right? Or is this Finland?
Iceland, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I
think it's more than one.
It might be more than one, obviously, but.
I thought it was like Finland or Denmark. They seem to do a pretty good job of it. I think it'd be like a cool program. I don't imagine it would be a federal program. Just gonna seem like logistically hard. But like I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't know how practical it is, but I think giving maybe a cash bonus to parents, and maybe like giving them a list, like maybe just tell them like, hey, by the way, you had a kid.
Yeah.
Here's some money, and here's a list of things that you should probably use it on.
I don't know.
Like
I
maybe.
mean, I was going to say, like, logistically, I don't know how difficult this program would be to implement, right? Because, I mean, in theory, like, one of the things that we talked about in our healthcare episode was having, like, greater data sort of sharing and greater data universalization for medical data. I mean, obviously, like, every child has to be registered with the government at some point, and that's going to include an address. And so it seems like, well, hey, like, at the point of registering your child at the hospital and providing an address, the government can just like boom, ship you a box of shit.
So
right?
it's like, so you have like this department, I guess like the Department of Education or something like that, and like they're
the Department of Children.
How many kids are born a year?
I don't know, like millions, a shitload.
Yeah, so like they're just putting together like millions of boxes. They're like buying like millions of diapers, and they're contracting all these different things. And then they're going to send it to millions of homes. And like they need to make sure they have the right address. I'm not saying it's like impossible or anything. It just sounds like a lot.
It is a lot. I mean, I think it's probably not totally a coincidence that baby boxes are typically done on like either a more local level or in smaller countries. Because I'm assuming, like creating the bureaucratic structure to manage, a million plus children a year getting born, something like this is probably more difficult than just giving every parent like an initial cash injection of like a couple $1,000 or something. But either way, that's just to say that there should be some like initial capital given to parents who have children, because the costs of children aren't just like the regular costs of diapers and bottle, or not diapers, or not diapers and bottles. It's the fixed costs of having things like not fucking diapers, Christ. The fixed costs of things like bottles and cribs and like toys and stuff like that, like things that you would buy for children that you can get like regular use out of. I mean, even clothes, would be the same thing, right? So
yeah, it's like 3.66 million kids born every year. I think that another way you could do this is like, suppose you really said, I just don't trust parents. I just don't trust them at all. I think that you could say, well, we're getting them a voucher and like this authorized list, maybe from this website they can order. And like you just give them instructions, like here's what you need. Sure. This is what you spend this on, right? And it's like, well, now they just decide, so the government doesn't have to source it and mail it to them, right? Yeah. Like I think this is like maybe a little bit untrusting of people. Like you just had a kid and you're not going to, but like if that's really your view, I would say that it's more likely to be theoretically optimal if you use that approach over the approach of like in-kinding them a specific box constructed by the government.
So some other things that we can talk about when it comes to supporting children specifically. So one thing is like free pre-kindergarten. I feel like in general, like if there's any, it seems like the years of education that make the most difference in your actual final outcome in life are your early childhood education years. And it seems like things like pre-kindergarten are very effective. And so I think that having some sort of free pre-kindergarten system, again, like a mix of like state pre-kindergarten institutions and also vouchers that people can use private institutions, nonprofit institutions for, probably makes sense. And again, like, this would just start from the time that the child is like potty trained, let's say, to the time that they qualify for kindergarten, which I think is normally about 5 or 6 years old. And then they're just back into the regular sort of public school system. It's just, fundamentally, like, it's just a good thing to have, 3 and 4 year olds in school. And again, it does provide sort of a quasi, childcare system as well for parents who have relatively young children, sort of toddlers, who are now able to work a little bit more freely. That seems just like a complete win-win. Even like very conservative states like West Virginia have universal pre-kindergarten. And so I think you could sell that policy pretty well. The last thing that I'll mention in terms of like helping children is free healthcare, right? Like children just, we should have a Medicare system for children. We have something similar like that called the CHIPS healthcare. I think it maybe expired or maybe it was brought back. It seemed like there was.
It's still a thing. CHIP is still a thing.
Okay, yeah, and CHIP is like healthcare for basically poor children. But we should probably just have like a more universal Medicare style system. Like you can make Medicare cover children as well. So like from the age of 0 to you can make the age whatever you want. But I would say like from the age of 0 to maybe 21 or something, you're covered by Medicare. And this is just another way to basically help parents out. Like I was gonna say, like, one thing that really sucks about, like, I think that one of the saddest things about our current healthcare system is that it really just hits you. It really punches you twice in a lot of circumstances. There's people who have children who are very, very sick and who ultimately end up dying. And obviously, children who are dying is like a very sad thing in and of itself. But it's just like such a moral slap to the face that, like, you have a child, it's the most precious thing to you. Your child ends up getting cancer and dying, and now you've got a bill for like $80,000. It's like, well, fuck, dude. Like, this is completely a morally abhorrent system that we have here. And also, one thing to be clear of, it's completely unnecessary. We don't have to have a system that bankrupts parents after their children die. That is not something that's required to maintain medical innovation or the efficacy of our healthcare system. And it would provide not only the sort of downside risk benefits of like the extreme cases of children getting sick, but it would also extend access to care for regular things like vaccinations, regular checkups, small little things that might go wrong, like your child breaks an arm or something playing football, and now that's not a $5,000 bill. You can just get a reimbursement from the government, or you have to only pay like 20% of the cost, if it's like a actual Medicare style system. STL, you wanted to say something?
Nope, just about what you were going to say.
There we go.
Yeah, so in regards to healthcare for kids, I feel like this is the most common sense one. So, okay, like we need to give stuff to parents, to make it easier. And we want to make sure kids are better off. Well, what's something that really makes sure that kids are better off? I don't know, healthcare. Yeah. Seems like healthcare for children is a pretty good thing that we need more of. So like you could do Medicaid for all kids for free, or you could do Medicare for all kids for free. Either of those sounds fine to me. I'd say that this should be the number one priority, and then child allowance could be number two, and then like all the other ones, I could see me changing my mind on them. But absolutely universal healthcare for kids is a great idea.
The only thing I wanted to add to what you said, Akana Boy, was just about the age. There's a lot of evidence that when people get kicked off of like state insurance programs, that their crime rate massively increases. Because it's people who are young adults and they're sort of like losing social networks from their family. They're losing a lot of financial support from their family, and then they will lose like their mental health support or their medical support, and suddenly their bills go up quite a bit. They don't have like the social support of their social worker. They don't have the social support of their like healthcare worker, their mental health care worker. And so for people with mental health, the crime rate doubles after they get kicked off of childhood state-run healthcare. So if you want to reduce the crime rate, which is something like people between I think like 15 and 25 do 3/4 of crime in this country. Just keep people on healthcare till 25. You found a way to like reduce the crime rate by like a third. Like, at the end of the day,
I think all of us believe in a universal healthcare system for everybody, right? And so, it's just that like if we're really going for that low hanging fruit of like who's the most empathetic group that we can extend a good government service to. Like, hey, Medicare for children. Guys, can we at least agree Medicare for children? Like, the reality is Republicans would vote against giving, children a hug, for God's sake, much less, giving them Medicare. But, like, the point is that, Republicans are completely bankrupt when it comes to family policy.
They're anti-food for children. That's their stance.
Completely, like, Republican politicians, and, very harsh criticism because it's such a vulnerable group in our society. Republican politicians totally bankrupt when it comes to family policy. But again, if we're talking about like a democratically dominated Senate, maybe you've got some Joe Manchin types that are like, oh, I don't know about this whole Medicare for all thing. It's like, well, bro, can we at least give Medicare for children?
The kids stop working. Let's get a work requirement on the Medicare for all.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think
I interrupted you, Cowboy.
There's one policy that we didn't talk about: paid family leave.
I was going to bring that up next. Go for it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So paid family leave. The idea is like, oh, you just had a kid, you get some payment for an extended period of time, and that payment's usually based on your income. So it's usually like a formula similar to unemployment insurance and your government retirement pension that replaces a certain percentage of your income in a progressive fashion, so that people that are lower income maybe get 90% of their income replaced when they're on leave, and then people that are higher income get like maybe 50% or 40%. Now, this is an income smoothing program, so it smooths your income whenever you take leave, and it encourages people to take leave because it says, well, really the financial disincentive for taking leave is much smaller. the contention I've seen with this policy is that it's definitely regressive. It gives bigger benefits to people that had higher incomes, and it gives zero benefits to people who didn't have a job when they had the kid. Because what are you taking leave from? You're not taking paid leave. You're not taking leave. There's no leave. You never were at anything in the first place to leave. And so that's the contention I've seen. It's like, well, why would we set up a program that excludes the parents which need the most financial help and give the most financial help to those who need the least?
Well, that's where SDL's idea, and I think this is part of Matt Brunig's like family fun pack as well, is like, well, hey, if you are a stay-at-home parent, maybe it makes sense to give you some sort of payment for like childcare for at least a temporary period of time. I don't think that that's necessarily the worst proposal in the world. I think that the way to sell the quote unquote like regressivity of this is just to say that like the minimum benefit is decently generous, right? That like, hey, we have some like minimum benefit that you qualify for even if you're a non-worker. And maybe even if you're a non-worker, like the benefit's smaller, but you weren't working anyway. It's just like extra money on top, which again is good. Like we want to support the initial year of children's life as much as possible. And then from there, I think it's easy enough just to say that like this isn't really meant to be like a necessarily like progressively distributed amount of dollars. It's meant to also be income smoothing. So like whether you're rich or poor, it's good to have parental support, especially for the first 6 to 12 months of a child's life, like regular parental contact, right? And so whether you're like a wealthy investment banker who is never going to be able to see your fucking kids because you're working 100 hours a week, or you're like a really, really poor fast food worker who's doing the exact same thing, but just much lower income, we want to give you an income smoothing incentive to stay at home with your children and actually provide that parental support that your children need in that period of time. So those would be like kind of my counter arguments. SC, it looks like you had something to say as well.
I mean, I think the suggestion is just that, you should have a child benefit that's more generous during the initial period of child's life. If you're concerned about like regressivity of this is only going to people who are employed, I'm pretty sure the reason we're only giving it to people who are employed is the same, like, why are we giving money to the undeserving poor argument that we hear for all the other welfare programs, right? Like the argument would be this: you're paying people to stop working. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, yeah. So it's like, to me, it's the competition is, do you do paid leave, or would you rather just use all that money for a higher child allowance for all parents in the first couple of years? Right.
I think that you would do paid leave for sure.
You might have to do both. Like the paid leave might be necessary for high income families to have enough of an incentive to stay home with their kids. And if you think that's valuable enough, then that's sort of the question.
Oh, like which one would you choose? Yeah.
So the question is, so we're holding like deadweight loss from taxation constant, right? And so like what people will argue, you need to, right, to make a fair comparison, right? Because you could say, well, why don't we just do all of every program ever? It's like, that sounds great, right? But it's like, well, no, you can't really do that, right? And so what they're going to argue is, hey, we've set deadweight loss constant. It's always going to be better just to have a higher child allowance than to have this regressive benefit. That would be worse.
Well,
right?
I mean, to be fair, like I think in the implementation of these programs, like there's like same thing with unemployment insurance. There's going to be some hard cap, because at a certain point, it's like, dude, if you're used to making $12 million a year and now you're unemployed, well, guess what, bro? We're not going to give you like $10 million a year because whatever the ratio of income that you get is 80% of your previous pay or something, right? So no, like there's going to be some reasonable cap to that benefit. And this is one of those instances where some sort of like cap or means test just sort of makes sense, because I think it would become, I mean, like the day that, I don't know, like the day that Jeff Bezos gets like thrown off the board of Amazon and all of a sudden we have to give him like $700 million a year or some shit.
Well, so but just to be clear, you're saying to say that paid leave is better in this instance than a higher child allowance. You could make two arguments. Basically, you're saying, well, the fact that it encourages more people, specifically, encourages people to take leave, that's like the differentiating factor, right? And it doesn't just do that; it also smooths income for rich people. And so you'd say, well, I think that the conditioning on the leave and the smoothing income for richer people has a welfare effect that is larger than giving just maybe more cash to poorer people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that could be the position. That might make sense. I would say that I would say that probably in our current conditions, that's not true. But once you maybe achieved a certain level of child allowance for people, you could say, yeah, maybe that is true in that instance.
Well, as well, you can minimize the fiscal constraints by just having that hard cap of, oh, we're only going to pay you up to, I don't know, $100,000 a year or something on your family leave benefit. Like, it's just capped at a certain amount, so that you it's like ultimately, sort of some sort of like maximum income smoothing effect. And again, I think that one thing that's interesting on paid family leave policies, or like family leave policies in general, is, and I want to say some countries do it this way. I'd have to look it up myself, but the idea that you should have like true parental leave, so not necessarily maternity leave or paternity leave at different amounts, right? You give the father and the mother, or the two parents, an equal amount of basically family leave, and they can reallocate that amount however they see fit. So, for instance, if they decide, well, I'm a wealthy investment banker, I don't want to quit my job, but I've got a wife who can stay at home and raise the kids. Well, let's say that she's like a kindergarten teacher. Well, we're just going to give her like my 6 months of parental leave. She can stay at home for a full year, come back to work, right? And so I think that sort of flexibility also helps in scenarios like that, where it's like, I don't want to take like a 90% cut of my income, but I also feel like there's a value to having at least one parent stay at home with the children. I think that's would be like an entirely reasonable way to structure a paid family leave policy. Unfortunately, it seems like even the Democrats on paid family leave are not really like caught up to the progressive times, where like I think that Joe Biden was talking about doing this like ridiculously designed, like, we're going to give you 12 weeks, not like 3 months, not 6 months, not 12 months, but we're going to give you 3 months, and that's only to cover the gap between existing state programs. So like if your state already has 3 months, we're going to give you 0 because your state already provides it. Or like if your company provides you 6 weeks, again, we're just going to cover the difference. And it's like, bro, just give everyone this, just call it 6 months for everyone. Jesus, why do Democrats design welfare this way? Who has poisoned the water supply of the Democratic caucus to cause them to just design welfare in the stupidest way possible every single time?
Lobbyists, they're going into all those big feasts, okay, and they're feasting on bad welfare policy ideas. It's the chemicals, the anti-welfare chemicals.
It's so frustrating.
A lot of the proposals are actually just mandates to businesses. So like if you have over 50 employees, now you have to provide paid family leave for 12 weeks or something like that. And like, that's just an awful design. This is a terrible design.
Like an inadvertent corporate tax or something.
You're like, I'm just not going to hire people that are at risk of taking leave.
Well, yeah, like this is something that should be paid for by the state, but through taxes, ideally, right?
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah,
just like a reimbursement on their wages.
It leads to just something that's very frustrating about this is that the point of all is supposed to be about smoothing, right? We're not just supposed to be smoothing individual incomes, but even like firm incomes. For a firm, we want the firm to not care about whether a worker is pregnant or not. We want that to be smoothed over as much as possible. And you can't do that if someone is like, well, my workforce is 50% women. That's a higher likelihood that those people will be pregnant and taken out of the workforce versus a company with 25% women. Like that leads to employment discrimination.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. The last thing I wanted to talk about on this policies, or I'm sorry, actually, this maybe goes into our next section on which policies should we oppose in terms of family policies. Micah, you mentioned pronatalist policy, something that I wanted to ask about, which I'm curious what you guys' opinions are on homeschooling children. How do we feel about it?
So people have this knee-jerk reaction. They say ban homeschooling, despite the fact that, from my understanding, and this is a counterintuitive to me, homeschoolers just destroy every other type of schooling across the board. So it seems like if you want to ban a type of schooling, maybe ban online schooling. But it seems to be the case that homeschooling actually is doing a pretty great job, especially for kids that have special learning needs.
So I actually did a debate on this with a more conservative-leaning person, and honestly, in terms of outcomes, homeschooling research, the quality of homeschooling research is not particularly high. Oftentimes, they don't have any controls. There's not like random sampling. There's often like literal bias. So, like for instance, like there's literally like one guy who is a pro homeschooling advocate who has authored a shitload of research on homeschooling outcomes, and he's sort of like by quantity become known as like the homeschooling expert guy, but really he's just like a radical homeschooling lobbyist. And I have a couple studies on this. So one study quoted was that there was a literature review done by a bunch of people. The guy that I was referencing, who's like the homeschooling czar, his last name is Ray. And this literature review, Homeschooling, an updated comprehensive survey of research by these researchers here, some of the things that they found was that these studies all relied for their data on samples of homeschoolers recruited for the purpose, right? So volunteers were asked to submit demographic data as well as the results of one or more group of standardized test scores, with promises made that the research would be used for homeschooling advocacy. So oftentimes like very biased samples for the people who are reporting like really, really good outcomes for homeschooling. But one thing that seems to definitely be true in the literature is that homeschooling provides absolutely utility for some students. And when you control for things like parental involvement in education, parents who are really involved in their child's education are not necessarily always parents who homeschool their kids. Sometimes parents, and well, I don't want to say sometimes, like a lot of the time, parents who homeschool their kids are just crazy people who don't trust like government education, but they don't actually provide good homeschooling education to their children, right? And so, unfortunately, you have this relatively large group of students who basically faces, like a really bad circumstance for their parents providing education to them.
Fun fact: I was homeschooled in 3rd grade by my grandparents. I literally did not learn anything the entire year.
King.
So to the extent that I have
time abolitionist Micah.
To the extent that I have an opinion on homeschooling, it's because at one time I expressed an opinion that I said that we should abolish it, and then somebody autistically put like 40 tweet thread just about how every single piece of research that has ever been conducted by anybody ever indicated that I was completely wrong. And so I haven't bothered to really look at the methodology of these studies. I don't really care about this issue very much. It seems to me like there's a Harvard study that apparently recently came out. I've been looking at it. That there's there's a decent amount of research. Some of it I imagine is credible, that says that, hey, homeschooling isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm not sure if we have enough evidence that homeschooling is bad to say that we should just ban it. Although I imagine that we could say that there's ways you could regulate it more. Do you guys have any ideas regarding how we can regulate? Because I think you
some
could probably
obvious ones.
Go ahead.
But just some obvious ones that you can ban creationist teachings, like something like half of people who are homeschooled are taught creationist nonsense. Like it's, I forget, it's some market share of the textbooks in the homeschooling market is like anti-evolution, anti-gay books. It's like some ridiculous 50% or something. Easy one law pass. You just
like, and you're just saying that does not qualify, right? It does not qualify. Yeah. You have
now.
To
what homeschooling advocates say is that argue that it's already the law. All we have to do is meet state standards and like show that all the parent has to do to keep homeschooling is meet this like standardized test or whatever. But the argument that you could just give in response is, well, maybe the standardized test is measuring stuff like math aptitude or reading aptitude, but not the same thing as like, say, general scientific understanding of evolution. So I don't know what the truth there is, because I also haven't. So when I've looked into the private school studies, a lot of the same issues that Econoboy talked about occurs, just that because they're private schools and decentralized, the data systems are just really bad. And so part of what happens is that good private schools like to get studied, and the private schools that get studied are the rich people private schools. So there's like a double selection bias.
Well, there's also just like, well, there's the other selection of bias, like who gets into private schools, right? Like,
sure.
Right. So like that's where like charters, this literature on charters is much more trustable. But yeah, related though, I definitely think that there's a strong case for just banning at least online charter schools. Very bad. Very bad.
Here's one of the things, like when I was doing this debate with this conservative that made me take a slightly more radical view on like homeschooling, which isn't to say that like we should ban homeschooling, but when you look into charts like this, right? And if you guys want, just like go to the stream and look at the chart. But if we look at charts like this, right? And we look at these different requirements, right? So parental education minimums, the idea that your parent should have some minimum level of like attainment, knowledge, in order to teach you at homeschooling, what you find is that literally almost every state that has homeschooling, which is every state has homeschooling, almost every state has no requirements for parents to teach their children homeschooling. So in theory, you could have like a high school dropout as a parent who's now in charge of teaching you like algebra. This is not a child that's going to be prepared to go to college or to do basically like not even, they're not going to learn the basic minimum things that we would think would be required for children. We talk about this. So only 2 states prohibit some parents from homeschooling based on their criminal history. So if we have, parents that have terrible, awful criminal histories, well, guess what? It doesn't matter. You can still homeschool your kids. Who cares? One thing that's interesting is that a lot of states have no requirements to even notify that you are homeschooling your kids. So just like, let's just make sure that the kid's getting some level of education. There are 11 states. Insane. There are 11 states in this country where there is not even a requirement to notify that you are homeschooling your kid. Let's look at really quick.
Just before you pop off that one, there were some real horror stories out from, I believe, Idaho with some Christian, basically faith healers who were, I believe, was something trying to keep their kids out of the school and also trying to keep their kids out of medical attention because they believed that only God could heal you. And whenever they took the kid to school, the doctor would put a cast on, and so then they would cut the cast off at home and try and homeschool. Like it's this whole big fucking thing that, like, we talked about alloparenting earlier. I really want people to have at least one environment where they're treated like a normal human being deserving of medical care, which you might not in a weird insular cult homeschool.
And that's ridiculous. Exactly. And so when we talk about other things, like mandated subjects, do we just have any requirement to teach any mandated things to homeschooling kids? There are 22 states that have no means to check whether or not there's even a minimum like subject matter being taught to children. Are there any assessment requirements? So are there any requirements to assess are homeschool children actually learning the things that they're supposed to be being taught? And most states have no testing requirements, okay? Yep. And I guess vaccination requirements is one thing they talk about here. So let's go through what we've just talked about. Most states have no parental education requirements. So basically any parent can be a homeschool teacher. Most states have no tests as to, determine whether homeschool children are actually being taught what they're supposed to be, taught in the quality they're supposed to be taught in. And then a shitload of states have basically no mandatory curricula for homeschool students, and a bunch of states have no notice requirement. So there are states in this country, I think Texas is one of these states that follow, like Texas, like a state with, 25, 30 million people in it, has basically almost no regulation on homeschooling, almost none. And when the only truth that we can derive from the quality literature on homeschooling is it really, really matters the type of parent you have and the motivations of that parent that bring you into homeschooling, that tells me we probably need to rethink our standards for homeschooling in this country. That's probably pretty bad. But anyway, that's a big tangent on homeschooling. Any last thoughts on homeschooling before we go to Micah's last thing, which is anti-pronatalist policies?
I didn't put that there.
I did.
Oh, SDL did. Well, you put it under the Micah section, I'm pretty sure.
Well, so I just put it in. Do you want to finish on homeschooling?
Well, I just say, regulate it more. Do any of us think you should ban people from homeschooling?
I think you should ban certain people.
Regulations that a convoy would want. You might cut out a third of current homeschoolers. It would be a pretty big chunk. It sounds like.
I mean, I just think that and as well as I think that we should ban certain types of homeschooling. So hyper out of the norm homeschooling. It's not that you can't teach your kids to be creationist and religious or anything. For instance, in my biology class in Texas, what my teacher told, my teacher had a really stupid student that was like, but evolution, I thought my parents say creationism's right, which is fine. That's just a dumb kid who has dumb parents, I guess. But at the end of the day, though, you should have the right to teach your kids whatever you want. But what my biology teacher told this student was, look, you don't have to believe evolution is real. However, you have to know what the theory of evolution is, and you have to be able to understand what that theory is. And I think we should take a somewhat similar approach to homeschooling, which is hey, we should be teaching, you should have to learn certain basic scientific and mathematical things. And when a lot of these homeschool parents are like, oh, I'm taking my kids out of school because they're too woke, and these parents have like no minimum educational attainment or no qualification to teach their kids. They don't teach their kids any sort of minimum standard of education that we would think would be socially good. Like, and I'm not talking about like the woke gender theory subjects. I'm talking about like basic math and history and things like this. They have no like accountability in terms of the quality of education they're providing to their children. And then those children are expected to go off into adulthood. Oh yeah, not to mention all the social aspects of like not having any other children around to like play with or be friends with or anything, and all of these horrible like negative effects as well. Like this is like, we just need more regulations here, people. Come on.
I do feel like at the minimum, you need more regulations. I do know that some homeschools have been moving towards a sort of hybrid system, sort of actually akin to like a tutoring system where you might be homeschooled, say 3-4 days a week, and the other 2 days the parent will drive you into somewhere. So it's sort of like a hybrid system. And I haven't read any. What's that?
That's what I did for part of the time when I was in homeschool.
And I haven't read, as far as I'm aware, there haven't been any like really good studies on whether that works. It's possible that it works sort of like you're doing homework 3 days a week, sort of like a college setup almost, like you go into lecture. Like, I don't know if it works for young kids, but maybe, who knows? I guess maybe the take I would have is I could imagine arguing for banning homeschooling if we like solve the problem of public schooling, in the sense that we learn that this is like there's like an objectively right way to educate all children, and like we figured it out and we're applying it to public schools. Then you could maybe say there's a benefit to banning it because like you're not doing the objectively optimal way. But when you read education and literature, it's so clear that it's like so variable about what the correct way is. Like we are still in the dark on this one. So I don't know that you should ban it.
Yeah.
I actually might say instead I might ban private schools. I don't know that I would ban homeschooling. Just because whatever benefit you get from a private school system would be better done in a charter school system. Like if you have to have it, at least do a charter school system.
Yeah,
the evidence
makes
there
a lot
is
of
there,
sense.
and it doesn't work. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
Well, I mean, how we like, I just thought homeschooling would be interesting. But like, to be fair, I think it's probably worth like an episode talking about how we educate children, basically. And I would say that homeschooling is just an interesting piece of that. But in general, let's move on to the last thing. SDL, you said, so weirdly enough, I feel like all of these policies could be framed as pro-natalist, right? Like we're significantly financially benefiting, people who have children. So how do you make the distinction between things that might like increase the demand for children and pro-natalist policies sort of generally?
So the distinction I'm trying to make here is some policymakers think that, and you see this on the left sometimes, people will say the reason people don't have kids nowadays is raising a kid's too expensive. You see it on the right nowadays. People say people aren't raising a kid nowadays because it's too unsafe. People have abandoned God or whatever. The truth seems to be that like economic policies can't bring people back to having kids. So what I'm trying to critique here is natalist policies whose goal is not raise children better, but birth more children, essentially, like increase the production of children. The production rate of children seems to be fairly fixed relative to like economic conditions. It's sort of a weird way of putting it. The example I like to cite is like Hungary, I think, has dedicated something like 16% of GDP is routed now through like pro-natalist versions of all their welfare policies.
16%? There's no way that's true.
I swear to God, I can go look it up after
what?
It's something like half of their welfare state has like a pro-natalist bent to it.
Good God.
I think Orban recently proposed something like, it was like, oh God, I think it was no income tax if you have more than 4 kids was one of his recent proposals. So if you're a woman and you have 4 kids, you never pay income tax ever again.
Come on, you're telling me that has no behavioral impact?
Well, and no, that's what people were like. They were like, oh my God, every millionaire in this country is going to have like exactly 4 kids or something. Whatever. So, but that's actually the point is like, you'd think that, but then you do all these policies and I believe it raised the birth rate from like 1.4 to like 1.5 per woman over their lifetime. Like the impact was like 1/10 or 2/10 of a child per woman, which is just not, you can only spend so much money trying to pump out another kid. You would have more money funding cloning vat research, unironically, like pay it off 50 years down the line. You've got Hungarian cloning vat technology, the best in the world, and you can pump kids out of there. Like unironically, it is a stupid expensive money is all I'm trying to say. Pro-natalist economic policy does not seem to work very well. That's all.
Okay. Well, it's like, there is some response. I imagine that it's asymmetric across different types of policies. Like some policies generate more of a response than others. But clearly it's insufficient alone. It seems like birth rates are, there's an economic force. When people get more incomes, they realize that what they have to give up in terms of income for having kids is very large. And welfare can, somewhat reduce the difference, but it can only reduce the difference by so much. There's also education and social factors. When people become more educated, it seems likely that they're less likely to have children. And it seems like more progressive cultures are less likely to promote having kids. So I think that really, if you, I think that sure, it's like a benefit of some of these policies that they're natalist. I think that's true. Like, I think that, hey, raising your birth rate maybe by 0.1, 0.2, maybe on a great day, 0.3 doesn't sound so bad to me.
To be clear, I'm not saying like that's a bad thing. I'm just trying to say that I'm trying to critique it from the perspective of like, oh, we're birthing too many children. Let's pay people to have children because paying people to do things makes them have more. And it seems like people are very fixed about how many kids they want to have. Like, you're correct, actually, that progressivity is one of the huge implications that has huge implications for how many kids people have. In this country, in America, I believe the birth rate difference between a conservative Christian and a progressive atheist is the difference between like 1.2 and 3 kids. Like, it's an enormous gap.
And I think that we should have I'm totally fine with a propaganda campaign, a pro-baby propaganda campaign. Okay, like just posters of babies all over the place. Like, don't you want one?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I guess. Well, I guess it's like the difference between.
I mean, this actually could be. No, just let me speak to this briefly. We talked about decommodifying newspapers, right? Econoboy. So there's going to be a huge lack in the market for new advertisements, right? The government could pick up the slack. We don't want to have an advertisement recession, and now there's just babies everywhere. You open up the New York Times, every page, every advertisement is just, wow. Yeah. Wouldn't you like to have kids?
This is the second kids.
Every single
boomer,
page.
The second baby boom generation where we decided to advertise and propagandize having children to people. I think that one way to put it is like there's a difference between having some amount of benefits associated with the period that you are either pregnant or having had children, and maybe like Orban's more like permanent benefits, like sort of alignment to just intrinsically want more children. Because I will say that there's probably some amount of like utilitarian concern there where like it's not like necessarily the case that it's not good if somebody's like, oh, I'm going to have 2 extra children, like just because I can get these lifetime permanent benefits. Number one, that probably degrades your fiscal state to some amount. Like it's this weird, like unequal sort of collection of taxation or distribution of government services or something. And then 2, it's not necessarily clear that we want people like that's almost like the penultimate like welfare queen type example, like someone who is like literally having children just to get generous lifetime welfare benefits. Whereas instead, these policies that we're describing, obviously you only get them at the point of being a parent, right? And when you're not a parent, you don't get a child allowance anymore because you're not a parent of dependent children anymore, right? So that's
I also think that policies maybe like free childcare, free kindergarten, like the more in-kind ones that just say like, look, okay, when you have a kid, actually there's so many of these things that like all these labors that you think you need to do that like you just actually don't need to do it. Then I think that I would imagine that have an impact. I know about the research that you.
To be clear, I'm trying to say all these probably have a positive impact, and maybe we have like the ultimate wonk. Like it might have to be more progressive than your ideal state, Micah. But like you get like my level of state where you're talking about the liberation of women from work or whatever, where like having a child is like literally potentially 0 impact on how much work you have to do because everything's automated, like everything is paid for, like there's in kind for everything, right? Like then maybe raise it like 2.5 or something, right? Maybe you get a huge impact. You total it all up and you get to 2.5. What I'm trying to get is like you're talking about a welfare state that might be spending like 20-30% on like education, child rearing, like all these labor schemes. It's a lot of money is all I'm trying to say, versus a very small amount increase. If you simply like created a gigantic cross or something in the sky to like artificially induce belief in God in people, that would have a larger fertility impact.
So that's why you import a bunch of people from other countries that are much less progressive. You ban abortion. You mandate Christianity.
Well, the worst part is that abortion bans don't even decrease it very much either, because people have a fairly fixed amount of kids they want to have, and if they simply have a kid out of undesire anyway, they just don't have future kids. There's just more accidents.
That was the last case I was going to make, which is that I feel like on the family policy bucket, policies we should be against, like certainly banning abortion should be one of them. Obviously, in part because it's not necessarily the case that we would want somebody who wants an abortion to be forced to have a child, because it's might be the case that that child is not raised in an optimal environment if that's the case. But also, like if you look at all the policies that we've proposed, like what are some of the things that people tend to cite when it comes to like, why did I get an abortion? A lot of them are like financial reasons. Like, I just don't have the money to support this child. I don't have the institutional support to support this child, whether that be like the family institution or the governmental institutions to support this child. And so if you're one of these guys out here who is like super anti-abortion, I think that there's sort of a held equal case for these policies. So like whether you're a super ultra anti-abortion conservative or you're like a super pro-choice like person, the point is like we just want people having children to be like a relatively intrinsic decision that they're making. We don't want people to not have children because they can't afford it, but they want children, and we don't necessarily want people to have children just because they can afford it. And so all of these like family policies can help better align that and just allow people to make the more intrinsic decision. Do I want to have X number of children? If I do not, then I simply will not have those children. If I do, then I will have those children because I have some sort of like generalized level of financial support. And SDL is right to point out that I think that abortion is actually higher post Dobbs. So post Dobbs decision versus pre Dobbs, we have a roughly equal amount of abortions that are being performed. So
I will just say that it's hard to measure stuff like that in free movement countries like the United States. Like it's plausible that if you were a closed country, that an abortion and you did like a true abortion ban across the whole thing, that would probably reduce abortions. We definitely observe that. Like abortion bans do actually reduce access to abortion by something like let's say an abortion ban reduces by like 5 times is something I've seen. So like yeah, it does reduce it. But part of what that results in is now someone has a kid that they didn't want or weren't prepared for. They're not going to be going out there and like, hey, I really want to raise more kids with my new husband or whatever. That just means that there's a kid that's unwanted. Like that's you don't actually create a pronatal environment. You create a kid hating environment. Like unironically, it's the wrong direction to go in. In conclusion, we should have baby propaganda literally everywhere.
Right? There's behavioral changes, right? So people are more likely to like, I don't know, like use protection, right? Like that seems like it's probably true. Like people will be a little bit more cautious.
Maybe. I haven't actually read about it, but
like I imagine if like there simply is a possibility of an abortion, there might be some effect on birth rates from your precautions. Sure. I think so. Somebody was saying that this is in the repugnant conclusion of utilitarianism entails that we support banning abortion because that is the utilitarian thing to do, no matter what, because in the long run it will lead to a larger population. I don't think that is entailed.
I don't think that's necessarily entailed either, because it just gets into your more like sort of foundational moral viewpoint, which I don't really want to have like an abortion debate. But I think the argument would be like from a utilitarian perspective, basically is like is a fetus in the womb having utility? Like can a fetus experience utility? And if they
so
can't,
what they're gonna the repugnant conclusion is about. Now too classy. It's about aggregate utility. It's basically saying like, listen, it's better to have a higher aggregate utility, and if you have more people, you have higher aggregate utility. And so, like, yes, given that banning abortion leads to more suffering today, it will lead to a greater population in the future in times where people are well off, and in those future instances. The net impact over all time will be a higher aggregate utility. And it's just like, well, I actually imagine in the future that we're not even going to have like people giving birth to have kids. We're going to have some sort of other process. And so at those points in the future, we can just churn out tons of babies then. We don't need to do all of this birthing beforehand in ways that cause tons of extra suffering.
Aiden appears to be distracted by a rock that he was given. Very adorable. Look at him. Look at that rock. He loves it. I'm just kidding. All right. Well, that's pretty much it. I don't think we have anything else. I mean, fundamentally, I guess just to wrap this up, we should do a lot more to support children and families in this current society, than we do today. A lot of that looks like basically cash benefits to parents and sort of in-kind benefits to parents in the form of things like kindergarten centers and daycare and things like that. One thing that we didn't mention, but is probably worth noting, that we should probably spend literally like 10 times the amount that we currently spend on our foster care system, because our foster care system is such dog shit. Like, what about children that don't have parents? But obviously, that's perhaps a conversation for another day, just with that general sort of principle established. And for anyone who thinks about this in the future, who might argue it with their with other friends or something, I think that to the very beginning, the biggest argument for like why it is just like necessarily, morally speaking, the case that we should provide these types of benefits is that children are very, very vulnerable. They did not choose to be born, but many children, not through the fault of their own, are born into families that simply do not have the resources to properly take care of them. And so we as a society, a very wealthy society, should provide those resources to take care of them. And I think that that's probably the simplest argument you can make to your weird conservative friends and family.
At the end, because this is definitely something that I wholeheartedly believe in. I think we should adopt a ton of kids from the global south. This is like most positive utility impact refugee system, and also the one that's most likely to be popular because like none of these people have pre-existing cultures because they're babies. And we have a tax credit for adoption. I think that we should replace it with like an actual check, and we should just pay people to adopt. Just send them checks. Like we should just make it the easiest, most fun, most rewarding thing in the world to adopt kids.
SCL, what were your final thoughts? Then we can wrap up.
I just wanted to add a tiny bit back to the abortion thing. Just like if you had to guess whether Iran or the United States had a higher birth rate, which one would you guess?
Iran.
No.
What?
Shocking.
Yeah, it's Iran has 1.7 births per woman. US has 1.7 births per woman. Poland, just to give you another example, Poland has some of the most severe abortion laws in the European Union. It has 1.3 births per woman. Like, it's just this is just not the mechanism through which.
Wait, no. Iran is higher. Iran's 1.71.
Oh my god,
1.64.
Wow,
you're looking at a different data set. Okay, I'm
unbelievable. All right, well, there you go, guys.
The reason I'm just bringing it up is like Iran's a fairly conservative country. Iran has like fairly strict abortion laws, right? Like there's a lot of things that are different, and yet like the demographic transition comes for us all is essentially the point.
There you go. All right, support the children. That's our main message there. And yeah, I guess just to end things out, I mean, thanks guys. Thanks for everyone who subscribed. I mean, obviously we've had about a doubling of our subscribers this week compared to our last episode 2 weeks ago. Obviously be sure to subscribe, tell your friends and whatnot. That's true. Thanks to SDL's unbelievably disproportionate amount of hate, we were able to inspire several hundred people to follow us on Twitter and subscribe to our channel. So thanks for subscribing, guys. We always love to see it. Yeah, overall, just thanks for tuning into another Three Wonks episode. I want to thank the Patreons. Thanks to Aiden, Lindsay, Copy, Elias Jackson, and Freejack. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. For supporting the show over on Patreon. Again, that is patreon.com/the3wonks. Become a member today for $3 and support a Policy Den show in a tough landscape for Policy Den shows. Thanks to everyone.